Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and I go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, and get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about Shawty going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the day. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to kick us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 Omega. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and I'm baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them strong. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Cornel in the flesh. Greetings, Black family. Greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Shane Krumah, Colorado State House District candidate on the ballot for District 8, the district I was born and raised in. And we are joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, of which I am the co-host and co-executive producer of. Greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income City.
Hey, greetings from Sin City.
That's right, buddy. I vote for Jesse Sean Paris.
Yeah, the city of lost wages. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Shabaka, did you cast your ballot yet?
Oh, yeah. I voted early. I voted last week. I didn't vote for president, and I damn sure didn't vote for Scam Brown. You know what I'm saying? Out here, that motherfucker belong in jail. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And then also, too, they did have an initiative on the Nevada ballot to have open primaries. So I voted for that. Okay.
For open and to write-in candidates?
Yeah, they did have an initiative on here where you could do write-in candidates in Nevada. I did vote for that. I damn sure didn't vote for none of these goddamn judges for these kangaroo courts out here. I don't vote for judges. Why? Being a black motherfucker in America, man, I'm on. I don't know.
I don't know.
No, that's a no, man. Don't never vote for no damn judge, man, because you'd be mad in the motherfucker if you go before this some bitch and he sends you to jail, man, and you saying to yourself, well, I don't vote for this motherfucker. No. And I damn sure didn't vote for Scam Brown. I voted for the Democratic senator they had out there who was against Scam Brown. You know what I'm saying? Because Brown, he'd been running some bullshit that I found out. You know what I'm saying? So tomorrow night on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, it's in the chat room. We're doing a special edition. The phone number to call in is 516-418-5996. And normally, as everybody knows, we come on Tuesdays, but it's going to be election night coverage. So everybody's going to be stuck on looking at the boob tube and what have you. Now,
Shabaka, on Monday, so I got city council Monday, so hopefully it ends before we go live.
Right.
This is only one thing that's up for public hearing, and the meeting starts at 5:30. Well, it starts at 3:30, but they're going over the budget, so they're going to add their amendments, and then the damn punk ass mayor is going to decide. I seen his punk ass today too. He didn't say nothing to me. Good. And I seen
Mike Johnson. Yeah, fuck him. You need to get that motherfucker up here.
I'm gonna start the show off with the clip of me letting the mugs have it earlier at the candidate forum, because I know you're pressed for time.
Yes, sir.
But let me get to the topics real quick, so the listening. So thank y'all for tuning in to season 4, episode 32, part 2 of the Frontline Black News. We will be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 1. So I'm going to start off with the interview from Dr. Cornel West with our brother Tim Blacc again. Then I got Black Woman says she's too poor to be a Democrat anymore.
Okay. And did you see the video that I tagged you in, man, where the lady was up there saying?
Oh, I haven't seen no video tag, nothing. I'm still locked out on my Facebook.
Oh, yeah, man, I forgot about that. My bad. Well, anyway, it's a video of this sister in the East, right? She's got a picture of Kamala Harris, and she says that a white woman gave her a picture of Kamala Harris, and the woman...
He stole me and Lady Chay's plan, and now he's trying to capitalize on it. That punk-ass Johnston.
Oh, man, haul that son of a bitch in the court, man.
They better hope I don't.
No, that's intellectual property theft, man. He was supposed to pay you for that.
Like I said,
so anyway,
they better hope I don't win.
Okay. Oh, they hoping you don't win, brother. I'm hoping that you do win. Now, get this. This sister, I forgot her name, had a picture of Kamala Harris and said that her mother gave her that picture to give to her from a white woman. So what she did was she took Kamala Harris' picture, she threw it in a trash can and said that she approves of this message.
Great news. I wish I could make a video. I wish you could post it.
Yeah.
Play it, but we don't have time. So then SEXXY Red, it's over, according to Palmetto Star. Breaking, it's over. SEXXY Red endorses Kamala for president. Boo.
Oh, man.
JD Vance tortures and exposes Kamala in Joe Rogan interview over mass censorship. You definitely want to stay for that one, Shabaka. Then we got our good brother Lord Jamar destroys Kamala for propping up Cardi B at a rally. Then we got our cost of living crisis is a cost of racism crisis. Then we got
that's exactly what it is.
Then we got Chinese student caught illegally voting in presidential election. Michigan will still count the vote. Democrat, our Secretary General refuses to resign. Gunnar Griswold, who is Jeff Fart's friend, by the way, she refuses to resign after urging 30,000 migrants to register to vote via mailer. Oh, thank you, Mac 285. Then we got the Colorado Black Roundtable candidate forum at for Colorado State House District 8, the race I'm in, the district I'm running for, and other state and local races at the Zion Center. So I was going to play the clip of me giving them much hell, Shabaka, so you can get that. You can hear that before. Because I know you're trying to save data. So let me get.
All right, now here we're looking at something here up on Facebook where the sister's holding up a sign that says the Black church is just a slave house for those who haven't mentally left the plantation. Wake up. She's
not lying. She's not lying at all. Definitely a question. Plantation. These bastards today, if y'all could have seen it, then I'm gonna play the whole video later, but I want to play the part where I went for Shabaka because I know he's pressed for time. But these damn Democratic shit was crashing out. To keep calling her a black woman, talking about we need to support black women like our mama, our sister, our grandma, our auntie, and all this other shit. And I'm like, that broad ain't my kinfolk. That broad is not my family.
Yeah. And then Obama with his finger wagging and that bullshit he pulled. And Obama, he ain't got no credit with me on that because when that motherfucker was the president, he was not prosecuting race soldiers who was murdering unarmed black people. Motherfucker, you was the damn president. All you had to do was sign an executive order.
She's not like us at all.
Yeah.
And just because her daddy's supposedly Jamaican, don't mean she's black.
And then I might be taking a trip up to the Bay Area in the next few days.
I want to see the footage. I can't wait for the footage. And you got to.
If I do go,
if you do that, Shabaka, you got several places to check out.
Yeah. Okay. And if Jay Militant, is in the house, you know what I'm saying, I might try to get by.
Yeah, he's in SAC. He's in SAC right now.
Oh, okay.
He might be in Fairfield next week.
Okay, all righty. Okay, so I'll keep you posted. You know what I'm saying?
All right, let me get this clip played real quick, Shabaka. So this is speaking. Lady Che is filming. I'll let these mugs have it, but I'm gonna let y'all be the judge.
Just calm down.
Good evening, East Denver. Good to see y'all.
Don't act like y'all don't know me. Y'all see me every day. You know me as Justice LaShawn Harris, a long-term member of this community, Parkville East Side, an activist, a political voice that speaks up at City Council, has been doing it for the past 8 years, and someone who sits on several boards such as the Reimagine the Police and Public Safety Task Force, the board with the DA, community board with the DA, and several other boards. I know there's an idea out there about how passionate and loud I can be, but that's because I care about this community and our people. When injustices are as plain as day, when our people are left behind, I can't stay quiet, and I won't stay quiet. I want to be very clear. I want to make this very perfectly clear. I am not a Democrat. I am not a Republican. I am an independent. I believe in people over party, injustice over empty promises. And I stand with the Unity Party and our choice for president, Dr. Cornel West, and his vice president choice, Melina Abdullah, a real Black woman. A man who has dedicated his life to truth, justice, and compassion for all people. Now, I want you to think about the kind of person you will want to be in this House seat as your representative. Close your eyes. Imagine the qualities you want in a person who will stand up for this community. The last person who held this seat did a good job. That's not in question. But what we've all seen how the system treats our Black representatives, our actual Black representatives, Foundation of Black Americans, Descendants of American Child Slavery Free. Even our Black senators face pushback, forced to navigate "I'm white and I say so" answers every step of the way. And now here we are again, watching the community get caught up in the game of tokenism and unchecked pandering. They welcome us and dismiss us. They smile and sideline us. And what do our young people see? They see a young man like me, someone who wants to serve officially, being dragged by my own community in favor of a white candidate with a record of disregard for our needs. And that's what our Black youth see. Us being told that the only viable candidates are worthy, which all that means is the ones that have the money behind them. The Democratic Party calls other candidates viable, but when we ask ourselves what that really means, how can someone be invested in our future when they stand by while we're being pushed out of our neighborhoods, priced out, gentrified? We need a representative that has the energy to fight for us and not back down. So if you want somebody like that, you can support me, Justice LaShawn Harris, for House District 8. I'm on the ballot. I'm number 3 on the ballot. Make sure you go vote. We got till Tuesday, 7 p.m. Thank you. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts?
Okay, very good, man. Very good, very good. Also, too, a word to the wise, I'm gonna start doing the same thing too. When you make your videos, if you could get you a Twitter account to put your Tweety Bird handle up there, or to put up there when you post it that you are the producer of said material. Okay, that's what I'm gonna start doing. Is just an extra added safeguard, is because Tuesday they're supposed to be having these books for me over there at the Las Vegas Public Library, to get us up to more professionalism. But I'll tell you about it, Brother Che, as I read about it, as I read up on it, you know what I mean? Okay, it's because we got a lot of talent that's coming up here. Jay Militant, Sister has set to it, and what have you, and I don't know how the fuck I'm going to do it, but I'm putting it in the hands of the ancestors so we can start monetizing this stuff and start doing this here as a full-time job, and that way we ain't got to go out there. Yeah, Mac 285, great job, sir. Yeah, he did a very great job. Plus, what Brother Che is doing is that he is speaking against the popular version of what is truth. And
yeah,
you say,
it was pissing me off with that Kamala shit. I'm gonna play the whole video later, y'all. But y'all see exactly why I said what I said.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And so therefore, you know, definitely check us out tomorrow night at Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced for a special edition on Monday, November the 4th, 6 p.m. in the Pacific, 9 p.m. in the East. The number to call in is 516-418-5996, providing, of course, that Blog Talk does not fuck us up again.
Again.
Yeah. Okay,
So,
and what's happening is the reason why we know we having problems when we do liberated black media or all pro black media.
Do that dumb shit. We'll just move it to the StreamYard. So.
Yeah. Okay, Mac 285 says Kamala's campaign is a failure. Safe bet. You know what I'm saying? Safe bet. You know what I mean? And then the garbage man, you know what I'm saying? Since he likes to go around in dump truck.
That's why I keep telling y'all, they listening to us. We've been calling the dump for what, 3-4 years now? At least.
Yeah, and then the motherfucker get up there with a damn dump truck, man. How can we sue that motherfucker? You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's Biden, punk ass Biden started it by saying that his supporters were garbage and trash.
Okay. Well, so is Biden supporters. All these motherfuckers is garbage and trash until they cut the goddamn check for the motherfucking reparations. Now, for all people out there, well, you colored folk don't deserve no reparations. That happened such a long time ago. What I'm going to do.
They only gave me 3 minutes for that speech. So Lady Che wrote this speech up. So I had 3 minutes to get it all. I got through most of it, but there was still more to it. But they were like, "Oh, you got 1 minute." You know, they started doing the countdown and all that dumb shit.
Okay, all right, which is censorship, and so much for freedom of speech. You know what I'm saying? So Brother Che, if anything, is that your campaign is exposing the hypocrisy of these motherfuckers. You say, this is why I identify as a diaspora African, okay?
Well, I identify as a foundational Black American, as a freedman. My ancestors built the country. There'll be no United States.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, all that is real talk. Yeah, that we did build this motherfucker. That is real talk. But another group of motherfuckers that have got to go is these goddamn tethers.
Oh yeah, well we got to get the tether. Well, starting with Kamala Harris. What the hell you think Kamala?
Yeah, man. Them damn tether ball motherfuckers need to beat the shit out of them like you do a tether ball.
What Sambo is.
Yeah, see, and this damn Samboism, you know, that shit needs to be shit canned quickly. Okay, because old Sambo, you were the damn president, Mr. President, and our people are getting murdered by the police, and the list is getting so big now, man. From Sandra Bland to Tamir Rice, man, to Breonna Taylor.
Just recently, we had oh God, damn, I can't remember his damn name. We covered the brother yesterday. Oh my God, it was the Notorious or it was something with a D. Damn, I can't remember the brother's name off the top of my head, but we covered him yesterday.
Okay, well, see, this is what happens, man, when we do this work. We do get stressed out because, see, this is demanding work, and we need some support, Black family, you see what I'm saying? Because we don't have no corporate sponsors. We're not looking for them. We want this here to be grassroots. You see what I mean? And we will send you, upon your request, an itemized list of how your money was spent. You see, and I want to get that out there as well, too. You see what I mean? Because, see, we are all we got. And I might be taking a trip to Panther Town, okay? And like if I do, I will send some live feeds, providing, of course, if they don't censor the motherfuckers.
So we got Jalen Walker, they shot over 60 times. Where's
we got
Jalen Walker? They shot that. 60 times.
Yeah, I believe he was out the Milwaukee area.
The Notorious. No, he was out of Akron, Ohio.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Denorius Richardson. That's the one that
Yeah,
yesterday that was found
Dang.
hanging in an abandoned house.
Found hanging in an abandoned house.
Yeah.
Okay, was his hands bound?
Yes.
All right, then that's murder.
And he was strung up like he was on it, and they try to say he did it. That don't even make no sense.
No, if his hands was bound, how in the hell was he able to do it?
Exactly. But that's what they do now. They say it's a suicide when they lynch us. They still lynching us, and they stop lynching us.
Oh yeah, well, just like with the damn Los Angeles County Sheriff in the LAPD used to have a saying in the 1990s, oh, he committed suicide by cop.
Yeah, this is a damn shame, Mac 285. And what the hell is the Biden
Yeah.
doing about it? Not a damn thing. We still ain't got no hate. We still ain't got no anti-black hate crime law. We still ain't got no end of qualified immunity in all 50 states. Luckily, we ended it here in Colorado, but it don't even matter because they still getting paid. And what is it? What else? Oh, reparations. We still ain't got no goddamn reparations.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And then also too, man, only got like about 20 minutes left. Okay, so what's the main topic that we want to get to?
Well, the next topic is this interview that Tim Blacc did of Dr. Cornel West. That's why I went over the itinerary with you before we started the show.
Right.
So I guess you'll have to bid us a farewell like 20 minutes into the interview.
All right. So I'm going to type it in, and definitely, ladies and gentlemen, and then Mac 285, please spread it if you can on your social media, man, about the show we're doing tomorrow night at 6 p.m. in the Pacific on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And the number to call in is 516-418-5996.
Yeah.
And Brother Che, you seen the episode because I already typed it up.
For Monday, yes.
Okay, and if you can, follow the like page of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Yeah, thank you, Mac 285. We want the boards full tomorrow night, man, is because everybody, man, is going to be focusing on the election on Tuesday. You know what I'm saying? Provided, of course, Blog Talk don't fuck us around again.
We're going to be multicasting on Tuesday. So everybody in there has to be going live.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know what I'm saying? We're going to try to do what we can. So I already casted my ballot, here in Nevada. Okay. And hopefully they'll count the motherfucker. Oh, and by the way, for all you dumb supporters, when you go do your ballot, be sure.
You'll have time. I think you'll have time to hear this. No, we'll get through most of it. I wanted you to hear the Joe Rogan interview about the mass censorship that Kamala.
Oh yeah.
Democrats is gonna usher in if they by some magic win on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna play that first.
Okay, what's going on?
Reaction to what Donald Trump said about Liz Cheney.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, it was completely inappropriate, dangerous.
In front of me that I'm going to display for you guys. So let's get into this right now. I want to get into this Joe Rogan clip with JD Vance discussing censorship. Let's get into that.
This thing about the laptop was that they were able to suppress it from social media. And
really wild.
When I discussed that with Zuckerberg, and he openly admitted it, that the FBI had contacted him and told him that it was Russian disinformation. Correct. And like, that was one of those things while he was saying, I was like, this guy's like just saying this.
Yeah.
And
I remember when that episode came out because it reverberated across American politics like crazy.
Yeah.
He just said the thing that we all suspected for a very long time.
And if it wasn't for Elon purchasing Twitter and then finding out how much of an influence they were having on this, and that they were, in fact, silencing something that they knew to be correct under a lie. Under a lie, and 51 former intelligence agents signed off on this.
That's right.
It was like, how did they pull that off? Like, just pulling that off is really wild. And the fact that there was no outrage from the left, that the left was like, it's fine because it's our side and Trump is evil and we got to get rid of him. So let's just lie about this laptop.
And no consequences.
Nothing.
Right.
The same people that pushed it are still.
And by the way, they still all have security clearances, I believe, which is going to change when we win. But I mean,
now before JD Vance carries on, what people have to understand, and the kind of control that the DNC would like to not just simply regain over platforms like Twitter, but to advance forward more aggressively on, is when you go back to that. Let's go back to Hunter Biden's laptop. What happened with all that? Well, the New York Post actually posted the truth about the Hunter Biden laptop back then in 2020, as we all know. And then what happened? The would-be Biden administration was able to strong arm the New York Post off of Twitter at the time before Elon Musk purchased it. They were able to not just simply censor the story, but to remove the entire page off of Twitter until it was reinstated. I want to say maybe about 20 some odd days later. But they shut the whole thing down and was strong arming and pushing these social media companies into lying to the public to tell you that this stuff was misinformation when it wasn't. And it wasn't just concerning Hunter Biden's laptop. It wasn't just about that. It was also surrounding, as I like to say, the great illness of 2020. We all remember this clip here, and I'll play it for you right now. Let me pull it up, of Mark Zuckerberg talking about how the Biden administration strong-armed him and forced him into silencing and censoring posts surrounding the great illness of 2020, labeling them as misinformation when it wasn't. Let's get into this very quickly, and then we're going to hop back into the Joe Rogan interview.
Turn now to a story breaking overnight. Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg claims he was pressured by the White House to censor content related to COVID-19 during the pandemic. Aaron Katersky joins us now.
You can aim at Facebook for silencing views that challenge the general consensus in the medical community, especially.
You remember that, Shabaka? They took down I think they took 5 frontline Black news videos down behind that shit.
Yep.
And every time you post something, fact checking. Oh, there's a fact checker. Oh, we got a disclaimer. Oh, you did medical information. This stupid shit. They struck frontline Black news 3 times, y'all, behind that shit. They almost took a whole damn channel behind that shit. So it's all under the Democrats.
Yep. That's who you got
about
to blame.
The origin of COVID-19. Now Facebook's founder surprisingly says they're right.
This morning, Meta chief Mark Zuckerberg admitting he bowed to pressure from the Biden administration to censor content. The Facebook founder issuing a letter to the House Judiciary Committee that said senior administration officials pushed the social media platform to censor posts about COVID-19 and expressed a lot of frustration when the company resisted. Zuckerberg saying,
you see his address, #1 hacker
and
way.
I regret that we were not more outspoken about it. Adding, I feel strongly that we should not compromise our content standards due to pressure from any administration in either direction. And we're ready to push back if something like this happens again. President Biden was asked about misinformation online in the summer of 2021.
On COVID misinformation, what's your message to platforms like Facebook?
They're killing people. I mean, look, the only pandemic we have is among the unvaccinated. And they're killing people.
Biden later walked back the comment, insisting it wasn't
lying motherfucker.
Overnight, the White House responded to Zuckerberg's letter. Our position has been clear.
But they ain't gonna tell you how many people died in that shit.
No, they're gonna tell you you didn't hear what you heard, you didn't see what you seen.
Exactly. Pissing on your head, telling you it's rain.
and other private actors should take into account the effects their actions have on the American people while making independent choices about the information they present. Zuckerberg going on to express regret for demoting content related to corruption allegations against Hunter Biden ahead of the 2020 election, alleging the FBI warned information circulating online was a Russian disinformation operation. It's since been made clear that the reporting was not Russian disinformation, and in retrospect, we shouldn't have demoted the story. Zuckerberg went on to say the company has changed its policies and processes to make sure it doesn't happen again. House Judiciary.
Now, what's interesting about Zuckerberg coming out and saying the things that he's saying, I don't necessarily trust any of what he's saying to be, I shouldn't say I don't trust what he's saying to be true, because he's obviously telling the truth. But I don't trust his sincerity behind coming out and admitting all these things. Because for those of you who follow, I think the gentleman's name is James O'Keefe, who founded Project Veritas, but he was ousted from his own company that he founded once he exposed the, certain things about the great illness of 2020. The board of directors kicked him out of his own company. He then founded another company on his name, right? Founded on his name. I think it's called James O'Keefe Media or something like that, or O'Keefe Media, in which they exposed that in Facebook, currently as we speak, and it's on his YouTube channel, like O'Keefe Media, that they're still demoting any type of posts that are anti-Kamala. If you don't support Kamala Harris and you're putting forth posts that say, hey, you shouldn't get behind her because of X, Y, and Z, Facebook is still operating in that fashion. They're still operating and suppressing those posts if you're not in alignment with the DNC. So out of one side of his mouth, he comes out and says that, oh my God, look at what the Biden administration did to me. But then people that are working within Facebook are getting caught on camera saying that, yeah, we're still demoting the content. And it's the AI that we have doing it on its own. So I don't know. I'm not sold on his sincerity. I appreciate that truth coming out, but the sincerity, I'm not really sold on. And JD Vance expressed that same sentiment as well. I want to get back over now to the Joe Rogan interview with JD Vance. Let's hop back into this one.
Fuck the commercial. Fuck
the Chrome extension everyone will be using in 2025. I feel like I just found a Google cheat code. This Chrome extension lets you
fuck him.
Also, this is where I always get pissed about the media conversation around what happened in 2020. Is what they'll do is they'll sort of find the craziest conspiracy theory about what happened in 2020. They'll debunk it and say, oh, look, this shows that nothing bad happened in 2020. There's a nonpartisan organization that actually looked at what would have happened to Americans' votes if they had just known the truth about the fact that Joe Biden fundamentally had traded his political influence for money. Like, that's what it was. It's an old-fashioned American corruption story. I will give you access to powerful people in exchange for money, right? That was the true scandal of the Hunter Biden laptop. Again, it wasn't Hunter Biden doing with a stripper.
That was the fun part.
You can say that. I have an election to win. So that was the real scandal.
Corruption.
It was the corruption. And
this nonpartisan
and direct evidence of the corruption. And a nonpartisan organization said that knowledge, which was suppressed by the entire American media and big tech scene, that would have changed millions upon millions of votes. And we know that the number in 4 swing states was 88,000 votes that were the difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden winning the 2020 election. So set to the side all of the other arguments about fraud and all the other rule changes that happened in the midst of COVID. We know that big tech colluded with our own sort of, I would say colluded. The one thing I'll say about Zuckerberg is, and I don't know him super well. I've never had a problem with him, but I do wonder if it's a convenient excuse. I don't doubt that the FBI said, hey, this is Russian disinformation, but these companies still have to take some agency over this too, right? So I think it was both the corruption of the FBI and the intelligence services, but also the big technology companies themselves. Both of them are at blame. And I think fundamentally, if they had not done what they did, Donald Trump would have won another term as president of the United States. You're never going to be able to convince me that if millions upon millions of swing voters knew the evidence of Joe Biden's corruption and it was staring them in the face, that we would not have been able to pull that one out.
And that's the importance of them having the level of control over social media to the degree that they had in the past and to the degree that they want to continue to have moving forward. Kamala Harris represents the party of censorship. This is just an irrefutable fact, an irrefutable fact at this point. I want to shift over to a 2019 dinner, right? One of these banquets that Kamala Harris attended for the NAACP, in which she stated that she's ready to drop the hammer on social media companies who are not engaging in censorship to the degree that we would like them to, right? Let's get into this clip right now. I'm going to pull this up from Kamala Harris, and please hit the like button if you haven't already. And for those of you who supported the stream today via Super Chat, I will get to you guys at the end of the stream. You all know that I appreciate you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Let's get into this Kamala Harris clip very quickly.
Tolerated, and I believe and will put the Department of Justice of the United States back in the business of justice. We will double the Civil Rights Division and direct law enforcement to counter this extremism. We will hold social media platforms accountable for the hate infiltrating their platforms, because they have a responsibility to help fight against this threat to our democracy. And if you profit off of hate, if you act as a megaphone for misinformation or cyber warfare, if you don't police your platforms, we are going to hold you accountable as a community.
Now, we recently saw this take place in France with the founder of Telegram.
So that makes you coming after us, Shabaka. That basically says.
So we need to get some legal egos ready, man, to countersue her ass.
Well, hopefully she don't get in, but if she does, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
We saw this take place in France with the founder of Telegram. Let's switch back over to here. And I want to breeze through these articles very quickly, but I'm not going to read through any of them. I'm just going to kind of paraphrase them. The titles of these articles will be on your screen, so therefore you can look them up for yourselves. And if I remember to, I'll leave the link in the description box below. But as you can see here, this article reads here, what is Telegram and why was its CEO arrested in Paris? Well, if you come over here to this tweet here, it reads Telegram founder Pavel Durov, it's a French name, it's hard to read it. It's set to appear before a judge on Saturday evening, facing multiple charges, including drug trafficking, fraud, money laundering, and child's play content, right? That's what he states over here. And then when you come down to this article right here, it says his name again, Pavel Durov, the founder and CEO of the messaging app Telegram, was arrested in Paris over the weekend over allegations that his platform is being used for illicit activity, including drug trafficking and the distribution of child's play on his platform, right? Once again, he was arrested over the weekend over allegations that his platform is being used for this type of content, right? But when you further go on to read this article, what you'll see is that he's abiding by all of the laws in Europe concerning those who own social media platforms and how you're supposed to monitor and how you're supposed to govern it. The problem with the founder and CEO of Telegram, though, is that he doesn't play ball as it pertains to these European governments having the level of control over his platform that we watch the Biden and Harris administration have over Twitter, Facebook, and the entirety.
Shabaka, can you give me another 12 minutes possibly?
Okay, I'm gonna try to give you another 12 minutes.
Okay.
of social media platforms here in the US, because he won't allow them to dictate what type of information as far as politics are concerned, because he won't allow them to dictate and censor information on his platform concerning that type of information. Now they're dropping a hammer on him saying, well, okay, well, you know what? Your platform is the platform of extremism. So then you see now the narrative goes out. Here's a Bloomberg article that reads, why Telegram's extremism worries government so much. It worries government so much because he's saying, no, I'm abiding by all the rules and I'm doing all the things that I'm supposed to do. But if you want complete control over my platform where you're telling me what to censor and what not to censor, that's where we have a problem. And that's why he then finds himself being arrested. Here's another article right here titled, I believe it's from the New York Times, how Telegram became a playground for criminals and extremists. Why?
Remember, Black family, in 2019, they called us extremists. They called us DI.
Yeah, they sure the hell did.
So this is directly targeting us. They're trying to make it seem like it's just for the neo-Nazis and other hate groups. They try to lump us in with hate groups. We don't hate nobody. We just love our people.
Exactly. Say, and you know, and that's that
because
bullshit.
They don't have control over
it. Look, it said drug. Oh shit! God damn it. It said drug dealers, scammers, and something else.
First of all, we know tobacco kills.
Through our work in the schools here in the Denver metro area, we started
platform where you're telling me what to censor and what not to censor. They admitted that the Biden administration was dictating what was misinformation and disinformation on Facebook until he
Yep. And they're still doing it. They're still doing it right now.
Yeah.
Finally decided to grow a pair of legs and say, no, you can't do that anymore. The same way that we saw Biden was able to influence and strong-arm Twitter into being able to remove not just Hunter Biden laptop post, the news story off of Twitter, but to completely remove altogether the New York Post altogether that broke the actual story, eliminated them completely off of social media. The same way we've seen Russia today eliminated completely off of all of social media, where the only thing that's left standing is the DNC media.
Whatever happened to RT? Remember RT, Shabaka?
Yeah.
What happened to RT?
Yeah.
We ain't seen RT in like 4 years.
Yeah, damn.
That's the only thing that's left. And that's what they want. And that's what they're trying to push moving forward. I want to get into this clip here. Two more before we head out of here. One is from Hillary Clinton and one is from John Kerry. And in both of these clips, they're going to discuss the problem with social media having so much of an influence over the people to the point to where they can't push the propaganda that they...
Exactly. Because social media controls the narrative. That's why these damn boule shields, they literally keep talking about social media this. Believe everything you see on social media. Social media, disinformation, misinformation. No, it's only disinformation, misinformation because you can't control it.
Exactly. You see? That's
they want to push moving forward. And because they can't push their propaganda, and when they do put something out there, it gets countered by those who have actual facts. That's a problem that we need to shut down in silence. I want to play the Hillary Clinton one first, but then I want to play the John Kerry one last afterwards. And the John Kerry one is one that we really need to pay attention to. Let's get into this Hillary Clinton clip first. And this appears on CNN. Let's jump into this as we're rounding this thing out.
Mac 285.
In my view, repealing something called Section 230, which gave platforms on the internet immunity because they were thought to be just pass-throughs, that they shouldn't be judged for the content that is posted. But we now know that that was an overly simple view, that if the platforms, whether it's Facebook or Twitter X or Instagram or.
Ain't this the same one that mysteriously deleted how many emails, Shabaka?
I think about 5,000. Yeah, I think.
And called them super predators and called our women welfare queens.
Yeah.
Or TikTok, whatever they are, if they don't moderate and monitor the content, we lose total control. And it's not just the social and psychological effects, it's real harm.
When she's saying we lose total control, they're talking about themselves.
Yeah.
And the power that they have over the masses by way of the mainstream media.
Yep.
That's what she means when they say we lose total control. And right now, enshrined in law, social media companies cannot be held responsible for the ignorance that an individual might be displaying on their platform. How it works is that the individual is responsible. And if the individual ends up engaging in foolishness that that manifests into something in real life that's unfortunate, well, it's the individual that should be held accountable. It's the individual that should be punished, not the platform.
Right.
But what Hillary Clinton wants to do is take that away. And once you move that away, where the social media platforms no longer have that immunity, where now Elon Musk himself can be held liable and accountable for the foolishness of an individual, where Mark Zuckerberg can be held liable and accountable for the foolishness of an individual, well, then that in and of itself is the end of social media. Because now they are heavily censoring everything that happens on their platform and catering it to the narrative that the DNC wants to push forward, so that the DNC doesn't drop the hammer on them because they're not abiding by the DNC's rules. Do you get what I'm saying? Now, I want to come over here in closing to what John Kerry had to say when he was speaking at the World Economic Forum, right? One of these little World Economic Forum summits. You know, shout out to what's his name? Charles Schwab's in there, right? Is it Charles Schwab? Yeah, Charles Schwab, I believe his name is, right? Let's get into this in closing. Listen to what he's saying here and what he says about the First Amendment, if I remember correctly. Let's go into this.
I think the dislike of and anguish over social media is just growing and growing and growing. And it's part.
The dislike and anguish over social media. Who's dislike and anguish? I don't have a problem with social media.
Right.
I don't have a problem with social media. You have a problem with social media because you're not allowed to push foolishness to the degree that you once were without it being heavily countered, and that's the problem. Now I'm gonna sit back and let it play.
And I think the dislike of and anguish over social media is just growing and growing and growing. And it's part of our problem, particularly in democracies, in terms of building consensus around any issue. It's really hard to govern today. You can't, there's no, the referees we used to have to determine what's a fact and what isn't a fact, that kind of, been eviscerated to a certain degree. And people go, and then people self-select where they go for their news or for the
fact is what they say is a fact. Don't make it a damn fact.
Exactly.
This I'm white and I say so, like I said in my speech earlier.
Yep.
their information, and then you just get into a vicious cycle. So it's really, really hard, much harder to build consensus today than at any time in the 45, 50 years I've been involved in this. And there's a lot of discussion now about how you curb those entities in order to guarantee that you're going to have, some accountability on facts, et cetera.
Exactly.
But look, if people go to only one source and the source they go to is sick,
yeah, man,
and has an agenda, and they're putting out disinformation, our First Amendment stands as a major block to the ability to be able to just, hammer it out of existence. So
the First Amendment is a major issue, according to John Kerry.
In the building.
Is it not? the DNC that constantly says that Donald Trump wants to do away with the Constitution? Don't they say that literally every chance that they can get? Yet here you have John Kerry saying the First Amendment is a major block. This freedom of speech nonsense is really getting in the way of us being able to dictate the discourse across the country. This whole freedom of speech thing is something that we got to reconsider. This is crazy. I'll let him hear him say it again.
He was just lying.
So I talked to a psychic, and I want to tell you guys about it.
We are transferring you to your psychic. You will hear
in order to guarantee that you're going to have, some accountability on facts, et cetera. But look, if people go to only one source, and the source they go to is sick, and has an...
Who determines whether or not the source is sick? MSNBC is sick.
Yep.
MSNBC is a full-blown parody news channel. They are not real news at all.
Right.
But notice, according to him, they're not the ones that are sick, because that's his propaganda news organization.
Agenda, and they're putting out disinformation. Our First Amendment stands as a major block to the ability to be able to just, hammer it out of existence. So what we need is to...
I'm sorry. I just want to play that one more time, and I want to be quiet, because that's what he's saying is really important. I interrupted it. I'm not going to interrupt again.
They go to is sick, and has an agenda, and they're putting out disinformation. Our First Amendment stands as a major block to the ability to be able to just, hammer it out of existence. So what we need is to win the ground, win the right to govern by hopefully having, winning enough votes that you're free to be able to implement change. Now, obviously, there are some people that aren't.
I'm trying so hard not to interrupt. You listen to what he's saying. He's literally telling you we need to win this election so that we can implement change.
You see what they're doing?
Literally. Yeah. It's just crazy. He's literally telling you we have to win this election so that we can implement this change. Got to do away with this pesky First Amendment that's standing in the way. And if we don't win this election, we're not going to be able to do away with it. He's literally telling you we have to win this election so that we can further our censorship campaign. I don't know. Let me let him finish. There's maybe about 30 seconds left in this clip.
Country are prepared to implement change by hopefully having, winning enough votes that you're free to be able to implement change. Now, obviously, there are some people in our country who are prepared to implement change in other ways. And
You're
that's really
questioning
dangerous.
really if democracy can survive unregulated social media.
I think democracies are very challenged right now and have not proven they can move fast enough or big enough to deal with the challenges that we are facing. And to me, that is part of what this race, this election is all about. Will we break the fever in the United States?
The hypocrisy is real.
There's nothing else left to say.
Ain't never been a democracy.
There's nothing else left to say.
Exactly.
John Kerry said it all. There's truly nothing else left to say. So with all that being said, man.
Okay, Lady Tay, you got the very tail end of this, but TD Media Group was going over what both Kamala, Hillary Clinton, and John Kerry apparently want to implement after this election in regards to the censorship. They want to have control over all the social media platforms and what you can post, and what you can't. And they're going to censor the hell out of it. They're already censoring us now. So you just imagine if this broad gets in the office, how bad it's going to get. Especially going to put the new black media out of business. Going to put spots like this business, gonna put Frontline Black News out, Revolutionary Agenda, et cetera, et cetera. So it's I'm kind of out of the schedule because I was trying to be respectful of Shabaka's time. Shabaka said he only had a couple minutes left, so I played this clip for him before he bid us a farewell. So what are your thoughts on this, Shabaka, before you go out?
Okay, well, my thoughts is on that here. Not only is what Kerry is talking about is wrong, it is extremely dangerous. You see what I'm saying? It is extremely dangerous, is because if you go up there and say, well, hey, man, a 9.5 quake just hit California and tore down the Golden Gate Bridge, these bastards will come up there and say, oh, that's fake news. You see what I'm saying? It's just like if a dog takes a dump and it's a pile of shit, they're going to say, no, it don't stink. It smells like roses. Once again, okay, Citizen Winston, the police guard, okay, police guard, you're chosen for your superior brawn and lack of intelligence, and you will be suspicious of everyone, including everyone, and you will be prepared to give your life for Big Brother, the leader you have never seen.
Where can we find that clip, Shabaka?
Okay, what I just said about the police guard?
Yeah.
Okay, that there's from a book called 1984, written by a dude by the name of George Orwell, and he wrote this book in the year 1949.
Okay.
That is the name of it. 1984 by George Orwell, and he wrote the book in 1949. Okay, so on that one there, I'm going to bid everybody a good night. Definitely get with us on Shabbat Black Experience Enhanced for our special edition on Monday night, November the 4th, 2024. And call in at 516-418-5996. 6 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Mountain, 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern, you know? And get with us, and if they don't sabotage us again, we look forward to a very, very interesting show. Okay, there's also it's going to be simulcast on YouTube as well too. So please call in, Sarge, or AWOL, if you hear this. We want to hear from you too, because we know you got a lot of diatribes and a lot of prepackaged bullshit to say. All right, Mac 285, good night to you, man. Okay, and please get with us if you can too, Mac 285. You know what I'm saying? We're going to try to put it on fire. We're going to try to, bring the house down. Share it wide. The link right there is in the chat room right there. Share it far and wide. Okay, it's because we do know on Tuesday night, the whole world is going to stop for this scam lecture. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so I bid you all a good night from Sin City, Nevada. All right.
Peace.
Always. Okay, take care.
All right, Lady Tay, what are your thoughts on this censorship that the Democrats are planning on ushering out if they win the Senate?
Why would they want to do that when they used all the censoring, all the media to get all these damn endorsements? That's stupid.
Why? Because they don't control the
Running a
narrative.
whole campaign with the media, like it's dumb. Like, why would you go to that extent, knowing that you need people? It's dumb. It's really dumb.
They're going to this extent because they don't control the narrative anymore.
They're not going to control the narrative. At the end of the day, the news will get out however the news gets out. Before there was internet, there was newspaper. Before that, there was word of mouth.
All of that was controlled. Newspaper was controlled. Letters were controlled. Telegrams were controlled.
Like if I want to talk to somebody else, I found a way to go outside and talk. We don't have to be controlled by this shit. It's like programming. And they can do whatever they want. I'm cool with not having no phone or internet, like for real. Me, myself. But I don't think that I think that's a little bit extreme. They should be worried about other things that are more fucking pressing, like benign neglect, reparations, shit like that.
No, they're the ones that put out bond neglect. Why would they be worried about it? They're the ones that came up with the bond neglect.
They need to focus on that instead of banning fucking, what somebody says. I mean, you just called one motherfucker a dictator, and now what are you doing? You know what I mean? So it's like it's hypocrisy.
Right.
Oh yeah, it's dumb. It's dumb. And it would not behoove them to do such. Really, it wouldn't behoove them at all. Like, they need the people. They need the people to sway fucking all kinds of shit. They need the people. They need the media. They need all that fucking conversation and distraction. Without all this distraction, they can't get away with fucking, defrauding the U.S. and people that live in it. You know what I mean? So they need it. So they have to keep it. It's like, just like they have to keep the drugs coming from Mexico and shit to fund the crime here. They got to keep it, or else, you know what I mean? We cut that off, then everybody has no reason to keep asking for motherfucking money that they keep funneling. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just a revolving door of fucking negative shit that they need. They need the media. They need something to fucking complain about. White people need to call in somewhere and cry about shit. Shit never gets done. Fucking people never get housed or moved into housing. Motherfuckers stay sick. People still stay in jail. And fucking crime is rampant. Drugs are everywhere. And everybody's fucking crazy. They need that. So it wouldn't behoove them to shut off the fucking, to censor everything. Because who's going to run their narratives? If we don't hear from them, then we don't know what's going. Then we have no opinions. They can't get distracted. Without what they're talking about, look, we can be distracted by bullshit. Well, they distract us. You dig? They distract us, and then they do something else over here that we don't see because we're so fucking distracted. For example, with this election, so we don't know what else they've got going on over here. Playing, long game checkers and shit, chess and shit. We don't know because we're so distracted by this bullshit ass fucking election. You dig? So they need this to carry on with our fucking wool over our eyes and doing some other shit with the left hand and the right hand.
They need the censorship to pull the wool over our eyes.
They need constant distraction for us to be fucking distracted. So they get away with all the fucking shit they're doing anyway. That's everywhere. So it would behoove them. It would be stupid if they did that. And they lose plenty of money. And you know what I mean? They kind of need it. I mean, how else are they going to get their shit done either? Too, you know what I mean? Think about it.
They're going to get their shit done because they control the media. The problem is they don't control the media no more. That's why they were at this whole world conference talking about what they want to do if Kamala gets into office. That's why.
So what does that mean? Like, what are you saying? What does that mean? They shut off the censor. We don't get to fucking do YouTube podcasting anymore.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
It's a show. I mean, like, I don't really think about it like it's a heavy thing, Jesse. I mean, like,
it is a heavy thing.
I know how to read books
because they're literally violating the First Amendment with this madness. And that's supposed to be one of the principles of this country: freedom of speech.
Privilege or luxury. It's not like a necessity.
It's not no luxury, because it's supposed to be one of the founding principles.
Luxury, because it's not like a necessity.
No, it's not no luxury.
It is a luxury.
No, it's not though.
It's not a necessity.
It's not a luxury in a so-called democracy in a constitutional republic. It's not a luxury, guys.
It's an illusion. It's an illusion of some illusionary fucking thing you think you have. But they can end it any day now, and it wouldn't matter. Fucking be a shoulder shrug.
Because the choice is an illusion. That's the illusion.
Choice. It's just available.
And the illusion of inclusion. That's an illusion.
YouTube is a luxury.
YouTube is
not a necessity.
How is it a luxury if it's in 140 150 countries, because it's not a luxury. Look,
it's a luxury. It's not a necessity. A necessity is like, you know, maybe the EP News.
I'm glad you're enjoying it. That's what exactly, Lady Che. Ding, ding, ding. At one time, the local nightly news was how most people got their news and information.
It wasn't on YouTube. It was on the TV. It wasn't on YouTube. The internet's just a fucking step away from it, cause you know, disconnect. Go outside, it's fresh air out there.
Randy, we were just outside. I know it's fresh air and it's cold and it was raining, so please don't start. Look, the reason why they are doing this because they don't control the narrative. That's what you're not.
The narrative? Like I said, what's the narrative? Because it's a revolving door bullshit. It's like fucking endless bullshit. What's the narrative today?
That's what you're perceiving it as. It's not a bunch of bullshit. It's literally people controlling the narrative, and they don't know what to do about that. At one time, the big four controlled the narrative. The ABCs, the NBCs, the CBSs. There's one more I'm missing, probably Fox, CNN, MSNBC. They don't control the narrative no more. We do. That's the point. So if this broad gets in the office, she's going to usher out this shit while they keep talking about Project 2025 and they're going to take this and they're going to take that. You're not going to be able to speak out against it at all. And that is full dictatorship, authoritarianism.
Isn't that what they do? Oh, well, is that what they mean? It's just like I said.
Exactly.
I just said that like 3 minutes ago.
I just said that too before you. You're not understanding where I'm coming from with it.
I do. I get it. So what? So what? Like what? Should we cry? What should we feel like? I got a shoulder shrug for my feelings about it. Like,
wow.
You know what I mean? Like, what should we feel? Like, what do you want us to do? Like, in 2 days, one of these losers are gonna be fucking in the office.
You should feel like you're living under a fascist regime. That's what you should feel like. You should feel like you're living in North Korea or China or any other totalitarian government. That's what you should feel like.
Like I said, I don't know what the difference is from that to this. Right? I mean, like, it kind of seems like that right now. You know what I mean? We have no rights. We can't really do shit. Kind of like, you know, subjected to this and that. You know, everything's a fucking, if you can afford it, you can have it type shit. You know what I mean? It just kind of seems like that already. So it doesn't really seem like, you know, we're going to be missing too much of anything. And the real question would be whether we'll be together or we won't. Right. You know what I mean? You'll either be in your apartment subjected to your little fucking shit that they want you to do, and I'll be in my little apartment subjected to my little fucking shit. It'll be like, it's just like that. That's just what it is right now. It's kind of like, sure. I don't see any big Jesse. I mean, I don't feel like we have any rights right now.
I don't know how you don't see it
that I did yesterday.
Like, if they're not even, this broad ain't even president yet, and they're already doing this. So if she gets in the office, it's gonna ramp this up in the overdrive. Like that, you can basically say goodbye to the frontline campaign. Like we won't be able to stream. We won't be able to speak our minds. We won't be able to speak our opinions. We won't be able to do none of that. They're going to put an immediate stop to all of that.
So we won't be able to talk to each other. And like, Jesse,
yes.
Are you worried about that?
Yes, I am worried about that, and you should be worried about that. Those that's tapping in right now, y'all should really be worried about that.
Oh, because I'm from like 1980. I went outside. I'm not talking to people.
1980, CNN.
Because I know how to go outside and make friends.
There wasn't even no Fox News back then.
People.
ABC.
I don't rely on the internet because for my interactions.
Okay, well, you go outside, do your little interactions. But nobody's going to believe nothing that you say because they are still going to be glued to the damn TV. That's what I'm saying. Like, they control the narrative. Anybody that speaks against the narrative, they label it disinformation and misinformation.
It's just simple active programming, disengaging, because it's real simple. You know what I mean? It's really easy. Just shut the shit off and walk out the door. You know what I mean? It's whether you want to or not is the big question. Whether you're really going to be upset or be controlled by this fear that she's going to shut everything off. She can't control the motherfucking satellites because there'll still be hackers. There'll still be there.
Yes, they can. That's what you're not figuring out. Your phone calls are already being tapped. Everything you're saying is already being tapped. They're going to have complete control over all of the telecommunication. Like, that's why they have telecommunication acts. That's why they have all of the stuff they're trying to implement. Like, you should really think about this. Like,
I'm not really concerned about it because I understand how you feel. You're upset about this, but I'm not really upset by it at all. Like, I can care less. Let them shut off everything, take everything, fuck it, it's whatever. You know what I mean? I know how to get it. I know how to survive. I'll make it. I'll be fine. I'll be A-okay.
They don't even have newspapers no more like that. How you gonna get it? How you gonna get any information? How you gonna know what is going on?
Outside. Everything's right there. You can look outside. Everything's fucking right there.
Okay.
Jeez, I was outside today. I understood it's raining. It's windy. There's people out there. This,
they're
that.
telling us, don't believe social media. Social media is bad for you. Social media disinformation. Blah, blah, blah. They're only saying that because they don't control the shit. But if this broad gets in, they're going to have full control.
If there was apocalyptic time, you wouldn't have the shit any motherfucking way. You know what I mean? They shut the lights off, you're going to have to deal with your wits and fucking getting it outside. Learn how to turn on water. Learn how to fucking create electricity. You already know how to cook food. You already know how to create food. You did? So you wouldn't have none of that shit anymore.
I'm talking about us that are behind these microphones getting information out to our people. We're not going to be able to do that.
Okay, Jesse, well, I don't mean like what? Like, we didn't have that before. I mean, you're just, these are nuances for you. But, like, come on, man, our people came from fucking nothing to something. It's going to be all right. It's not going to happen. I'm telling you right now. I'm psychic, because you know I'm psychic. I'm psychic. It's not going to happen. Calm yourself. It's not going to happen, okay? Of all things. Like I said, they need it to fucking keep us fucking deranged, all right? It's not going to happen, Jesse.
You just heard what he said. Did you just not hear what he just said?
I came in at the end of it, and you fucking...
Okay, let me replay it for you, Lady Shay, because I got to bring you up, because you just like...
I don't care. Like, it doesn't matter to me. I know how to post up. Jesse, I'm not affected by it. She can shut this shit off right now.
Okay,
it'd be all right.
So
It'd be all
you don't have no microphone. You don't have no mouthpiece. You don't have none of that. You're not behind the radio. You're not involved in no radio programming. You're not on any broadcast. You don't do no kind of media work at all.
When anybody ever lets me talk, man, you know what I mean?
Well, you can't talk.
Come on, you sucking me over here. But when anybody ever really lets me talk, I mean, I'm kind of grateful, but it's just like whatever, really. It's like barely here and there, and now and then. You know what I mean?
Okay, so if you think you can't talk now, imagine if this gets implemented. You really won't be able to say nothing. And if you went out in the streets and said anything, they'll look at you like you're crazy, and they'll tell you you was loony, out of your mind. You didn't know what the hell you were talking about because it wasn't on MSNBC, it wasn't on CNN, it wasn't on Fox News, it wasn't on NBC, it wasn't on ABC, it wasn't on CBS, etc., etc. That's what I'm talking about.
All right. Right here is a world of your own imagination. Okay. So you can do whatever you want. You recreate all of this, and it would be no big deal. This is just a format you can always build onto and add to it and create something fucking magnificent. You don't really need
on
tools
to something that they have regular
all day long. You don't need their tools, okay? I can build it without them.
Build on something. I got a question. How you gonna format something that you have no control over?
I can't keep explaining to you, okay? I just know I can communicate. I speak 5 motherfucking languages, okay? Really, 5 motherfucking languages. I talk with my motherfucking eyes. I have exude major motherfucking energy. I know I can create shit all motherfucking day long, left and right, and my brain doesn't stop fucking working. So I know that it's gonna be all right. I'm not worried about what this bitch does. If she was gonna do that shit, she would have already did it. If Biden thought it was a problem, if Biden thought it was a problem, fucking us free balling talking on fucking YouTube, it would be something. They would have took it down already.
Lady K, they already tried to take it down. That's what you're not acknowledging, or you're like ignorant of.
I'm not ignorant, cuz I just don't understand what you're so upset about.
Okay, let me explain.
We don't own this shit.
Let me explain it.
Okay, we as black people don't own none of this shit.
Can I explain what I'm trying to say?
Yes, sir.
On my program.
Hey, you summoned me here.
They had this thing called net neutrality that they was trying to pass during the pandemic. For those that don't remember, they kept trying to pass this net neutrality. They were not able to do it. Like I said, they want to have a monopoly. Google already has a monopoly on the information. So they want to have a monopoly on the social media, on the radio, on all forms of telecommunication. That's what they want. But this broad gets in, expect more censorship, expect your First Amendment to be completely violated, and basically expect totalitarian government regime. That's what y'all want to live under? Go ahead, vote for Kamala. But don't say you weren't warned. They're already doing it now. They already did a trial run in 2022 when they had a whole lockout for 2 weeks where you couldn't post nothing political on any social media platform. If you don't remember, I do. I got the memory of an elephant. I remember distinctly when they was like, no, you cannot post anything political for 2 weeks leading up to the election. It was a complete blackout. That was the test run. So this broad get in, expect that test to go from being a pilot to a reality.
I mean, that's a lot of money to go, to do all that, because you have to have the cooperation of everybody and the goddamn mama. So, and I'm pretty sure there's gonna be somebody that stops it somewhere.
Okay, Lady J, I'm gonna go back to this later because.
No, I mean, you act like she could just do it.
I've been on this video for so long.
It's got to go through all.
Watch it from the beginning because it's like you.
But doesn't she got to go through all the processes? She gotta fucking go through the process, cuz.
No,
somewhere it can't stop.
No, she don't. They're already. If you would have watched the
clip,
go ahead and
play it. Go ahead and play it.
Go watch the clip.
I can be updated. Go ahead and play it, so it'll make you happy.
Okay, art replay. Now listen, relax and take notes to what they're saying.
How am I going to take notes, cuz?
Just pay attention, cuz. Like.
Okay.
The truth about the fact that Joe Biden fundamentally had traded his political influence for money. Like that's what it was. It's an old-fashioned American corruption story. I will give you access to powerful people in exchange for money, right? That was the true scandal of the Hunter Biden laptop. Again, it wasn't Hunter Biden doing cocaine with a stripper.
That was the fun part.
You can say that. I have an election to win. So that was the real scandal.
The corruption.
It was the corruption. And this
evidence of the corruption.
and direct evidence of the corruption. And a nonpartisan organization said that knowledge, which was suppressed by the entire American media and big tech scene, that would have changed millions upon millions of votes. And we know that the number in 4 swing states was 88,000 votes that were the difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden winning the 2020 election. So set to the side all of the other arguments about fraud and all the other rule changes that happened in the midst of COVID. We know that big tech colluded with our own sort of, I would say colluded. The one thing I'll say about Zuckerberg is, and I don't know him super well. I've never had a problem with him, but I do wonder if it's a convenient excuse. I don't doubt that the FBI said, hey, this is Russian disinformation, but these companies still have to take some agency over this too, right? So I think it was both the corruption of the FBI and the intelligence services, but also the big technology companies themselves. Both of them are at blame. And I think fundamentally, if they had not done what they did, Donald Trump would have won another term as president of the United States. You're never going to be able to convince me that if millions upon millions of swing voters knew the evidence of Joe Biden's corruption and it was staring them in the face, that we would not have been able to pull that one out.
And that's the importance of them having the level of control over social media to the degree that they had in the past and to the degree that they want to continue to have moving forward. Kamala Harris represents the party of censorship. This is just an irrefutable fact at this point. I want to shift over to a 2019 dinner, right? One of these banquets that Kamala Harris attended for the NAACP, in which she stated that she's ready to drop the hammer on social media companies who are not engaging in censorship to the degree that we would like them to, right? Let's get into this clip right now. I'm going to pull this up from Kamala Harris, and please hit the like button if you haven't already. And for those of you who supported the stream today via Super Chat, I will get to you guys at the end of the stream. You all know that I appreciate you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Let's get into this Kamala Harris clip very quickly.
Tolerate it, and I believe and will put the Department of Justice of the United States back in the business of justice. We will double the Civil Rights Division and direct law enforcement to counter this extremism. We will hold social media platforms accountable for the hate infiltrating their platforms, because they have a responsibility to help fight against this threat to our democracy. And if you profit off of hate, if you act as a megaphone for misinformation or cyber warfare, if you don't police your platforms, we are going to hold you accountable as a community.
Now, we recently saw this take place in France with the founder of Telegram. We saw this take place in France with the founder of Telegram. Let's switch back over to here. And I want to breeze through these articles very quickly, but I'm not going to read through any of them. I'm just going to kind of paraphrase them. The titles of these articles will be on your screen, so therefore you can look them up for yourselves. And if I remember to, I'll leave the link in the description box below. But as you can see here, this article reads here: what is Telegram and why was its CEO arrested in Paris? Well, if you come over here to this tweet here, it reads, Telegram founder Pavel Durov, that's a French name, it's hard to read it, is set to appear before a judge on Saturday evening, facing multiple charges, including drug trafficking, fraud, money laundering, and child's play content, right? That's what he states over here. And then when you come down to this article right here, it says his name again, Pavel Durov, the founder and CEO of the messaging app Telegram, was arrested in Paris over the weekend over allegations that his platform is being used for illicit activity, including drug trafficking and the distribution of child's play on his platform, right? Once again, he was arrested over the weekend over allegations that his platform is being used for this type of content, right? But when you further go on to read this article, what you'll see is that he's abiding by all of the laws in Europe concerning those who own social media platforms and how you're supposed to monitor and how you're supposed to govern it. The problem with the founder and CEO of Telegram, though, is that he doesn't play ball as it pertains to these European governments having the level of control over his platform that we watched the Biden and Harris administration have over Twitter, Facebook, and the entirety of social media platforms here in the US, because he won't allow them to dictate what type of information as far as politics are concerned, because he won't allow them to dictate and censor information on his platform concerning that type of information. Now they're dropping the hammer on him, saying, well, okay, well, you know what, your platform is the platform of extremism. So then you see now the narrative goes out. Here's a Bloomberg article that reads, why Telegram's extremism worries government so much. It worries government so much because he's saying, no, I'm abiding by all the rules and I'm doing all the things.
Oh, listen, Jesse, Jesus. Telegram, yeah, I heard. So dude was doing some nasty ass shit in that trouble?
No, cuz that's what they accused him of, but there was no proof of that. Like, are you not listening? Cuz like he literally just said that.
Yes, Jesse, Jesus Christ, I'm listening.
I'm supposed to do. But if you want complete control over my platform where you're telling me what to censor and what not to censor, that's where we have a problem. And that's why he then finds himself being arrested. Here's another article right here titled, I believe it's from the New York Times, how Telegram became a playground for criminals and extremists. Why? Because they don't have control over it. Telegram, in a nutshell, is no different from WhatsApp. You can't go viral on Telegram, right? I have to invite you to the Telegram for you to join it, and then whatever we're discussing on there is what we're discussing. The problem is that on Telegram, you can't shadow ban anything, right? Because if you're on my Telegram and I send you some information, you get directly the notification, and you don't have to worry about all of the foolishness surrounding shadow banning, surrounding, hey, I subscribe to your channel, I subscribe to your social media platform, and I never get your notifications. It circumvents all that, right? And it's completely out of the realms and out of the reach of the government. And the problem is that they want that. They want to be within the reach of it. They want to be able to dictate it. The same way that we saw Mark Zuckerberg openly admitted that the Biden administration was dictating what was misinformation and disinformation on Facebook, until he finally decided to grow a pair, allegedly, and say, no, you can't do that anymore. The same way that we saw Biden was able to influence and strong-arm Twitter into being able to remove not just Hunter Biden laptop posts, the news story, off of Twitter, but to completely remove altogether the New York Post altogether. That broke the actual story, eliminated them completely off of social media. The same way we've seen Russia today eliminated completely off of all of social media, where the only thing that's left standing is the DNC media. That's the only thing that's left, and that's what they want, and that's what they're trying to push moving forward. I want to get into this clip here, two more before we head out of here. One is from Hillary Clinton and one is from John Kerry, and in both of these clips, they're going to discuss the problem with social media having so much of an influence over the people to the point to where they can't push the propaganda that they want to push moving forward. And because they can't push their propaganda, and when they do put something out there, it gets countered by those who have actual facts. That's a problem that we need to shut down in silence. I want to play the Hillary Clinton one first, but then I want to play the John Kerry one last afterwards. And the John Kerry one is one that we really need to pay attention to. Let's get into this Hillary Clinton clip first. And this appears on CNN. Let's jump into this as we're rounding this thing out.
Trophy hunters use dogs and high-tech gadgetry to chase and treat mountain lions.
In my view, repealing something called Section 230, which gave platforms on the internet immunity because they were thought to be just pass-throughs, that they shouldn't be judged for the content that is posted. But we now know that that was an overly simple view, that if the platforms, whether it's Facebook or Twitter X or Instagram or TikTok, whatever they are, if they don't moderate and monitor the content, we lose total control. And it's not just the social and psychological effects, it's real harm.
When she's saying we lose total control, they're talking about themselves and the power that they have over the masses by way of the mainstream media. That's what she means when they say we lose total control. And right now, enshrined in law, social media companies cannot be held responsible for the ignorance that an individual might be displaying on their platform. How it works is that the individual is responsible. And if the individual ends up engaging in foolishness that manifests into something in real life that's unfortunate, well, it's the individual that should be held accountable. It's the individual that should be punished, not the platform. But what Hillary Clinton wants to do is take that away. And once you move that away, where the social media platforms no longer have that immunity, where now Elon Musk himself can be held liable and accountable for the foolishness of an individual, where Mark Zuckerberg can be held liable and accountable for the foolishness of an individual, well, then that in of itself is the end of social media. That in and of itself becomes the end of free speech, because now they are heavily censoring everything that happens on their platform and catering it to the narrative that the DNC wants to push forward on them, because they're not abiding by the DNC's rules. Do you get what I'm saying? Now, I want to come over here in closing to what John Kerry had to say when he was speaking at the World Economic Forum, right? One of these little World Economic Forum summits. You know, shout out to what's his name? Charles Schwab's in there, right? Was his name Charles Schwab? Yeah, Charles Schwab, I believe his name is, right? Let's get into this in closing. Listen to what he's saying here and what he says about the First Amendment, if I remember correctly. Let's go into this.
I think the dislike of and anguish over social media is just growing and growing and growing. And it's part
the dislike and anguish over social media. Who's dislike and anguish? I don't have a problem with social media. I don't have a problem with social media. You have a problem with social media because you're not allowed to push foolishness to the degree that you once were without it being heavily countered, and that's the problem. Now I'm gonna sit back and let it play.
And I think the dislike of and anguish over social media is just growing and growing and growing. And it's part of our problem, particularly in democracies, in terms of building consensus around any issue. It's really hard to govern today. You can't, there's no, the referees we used to have to determine what's a fact and what isn't a fact, that kind of, been eviscerated to a certain degree. And people go, and that people self-select where they go for their news or for their information. And then you just get into a vicious cycle. So it's really, really hard, much harder to build consensus today than at any time in the 45, 50 years I've been involved in this. And there's a lot of discussion now about how you curb those entities in order to guarantee that you're going to have, some accountability on facts, et cetera. But look, if people go to only one source and the source they go to is sick and, has an agenda and they're putting out disinformation, our First Amendment stands as a major block to the ability to be able to just, hammer it out of existence. So
the First Amendment is a major issue, according to John Kerry. Is it not the DNC that constantly says that Donald Trump wants to do away with the Constitution? Don't they say that literally every chance that they can get?
Yep.
Yet here you have John Kerry saying the First Amendment is a major block. This freedom of speech nonsense is really getting in the way. of us being able to dictate the discourse across the country. This whole freedom of speech thing is something that we got to reconsider. This is crazy. I'll let him hear him say it again.
In order to guarantee that you're going to have, some accountability on facts, et cetera. But look, if people go to only one source and the source they go to is sick and, has an...
Who determines whether or not the source is sick? MSNBC is sick. MSNBC is a full-blown parody news channel. They are not real news at all. But notice, according to him, they're not the ones that are sick, because that's his propaganda news organization.
Agenda, and they're putting out disinformation. Our First Amendment stands as a major block to the ability to be able to just, hammer it out of existence. So what we need is to...
I'm sorry. I just want to play that one more time, and I want to be quiet, because that's what he's saying is really important. I interrupted it. I'm not going to interrupt again.
They go to is sick and, has an agenda, and they're putting out disinformation. Our First Amendment stands as a major block to the ability to be able to just, hammer it out of existence. So what we need is to win the ground, win the right to govern by hopefully having, winning enough votes that you're free to be able to implement change. Now, obviously, there are some people that are...
I'm trying so hard not to interrupt. You listen to what he's saying. He's literally telling you we need to win this election so that we can implement change. He's literally... It's just crazy. He's literally telling you we have to win this election so that we can implement this change. Got to do away with this pesky First Amendment that's standing in the way. And if we don't win this election, we're not going to be able to do away with it. He's literally telling you we have to win this election so that we can further our censorship campaign. I don't know, man. Let me let him finish. There's maybe about 30 seconds left in this clip.
Country are prepared to implement change by hopefully having, winning enough votes that you're free to be able to implement change. Now, obviously, there are some people in our country who are prepared to implement change in other ways. And
So
that's
you're
really
questioning
dangerous.
really if democracy can survive unregulated social media.
I think democracies are very challenged right now and have not proven they can move fast enough or big enough to deal with the challenges that we are facing. And to me, that is part of what this race, this election is all about. Will we break the fever in the United States?
There's nothing else left to say. There's nothing else left to say. John Kerry said it all. There's truly nothing else left to say.
Okay, Lady J, that answer your questions? Clear up your confusion?
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, moving along. We got Dr. Cornel West got interviewed by Tim Blacc. So we're going to play that. It's about an hour long.
Will a $239.99 trailer haul all your lawn stuff the same as a $399 one?
The train rather than the freedom train. You know, they
be totally honest, man. One of the reasons why I haven't.
Hi, beautiful. But just want.
That's his Palestinian wife. She's not white. People are stupid.
say hi. Nice to see you both.
You as well.
Nice to see you, Dr. West.
Thank you, brother T. Bye. Thanks, Sister Sheila.
Blessing. Both of y'all just salt of the earth. That's who you are.
And Dr. West is in the house. He's in the building once again, man.
Oh, Lord. Well, you know,
how you feeling, sir? How you feeling?
Brother, you bless me, man. There's no way that I could go to the election day without trying to get back on your show and just letting you know the kind of love and respect I have for you. You my kind of black man. Because you ain't on nobody's plantation. You say what you mean what you say. You speak from your heart and soul and your mind in light of the memory of your grandmama and concerned about your children and the unborn. You start on the chocolate side. You embrace everybody, but you start on the chocolate side. And whether people agree or disagree on everything, they know this brother is for real.
Man, Dr. West, man, coming from you, brother, you know that's an honor, my brother. You know this, and you know it.
The truth, man.
James
Brown used to say, he tell Bootsy and them, don't leave nothing on the stage. Give it all at the depths of who you are in trying to serve the people. And that's what you do every night. And I tell you, brother, you know I'm watching you, man. And I know they coming at you tooth and nail, hell and high water. And certain nights I'm praying for you. I pull my Bible out and I say, oh, Lord, God be with my brother. I know they messing with it just like they messing with me, with all the threats and assaults and attacks. And then others, you come back strong as ever, and you just keep being yourself, be true to your calling, brother.
Hey, Dr. West, man, I tell you, it is a fight, but we fight to get fight, right?
That's exactly right.
And you know what? You know what, Dr. West, man, to be totally honest, man, one of the reasons why I haven't been back in touch trying to bring you back on so quickly is because, man, I value your friendship so much. And you know what I'm saying?
We're going to be friends and brothers no matter what.
Yeah, brother. But you know what I mean? It's some people see it one way. I mean, for the record, Dr. West, is just that I don't really want to disagree with you on too much.
No, you can disagree with me on anything you want, brother. I know it's coming from the love inside of you.
Yeah, brother. You know, it's brother. You know, man. I don't want to give people that. Like, I know some people want that. They want to see brothers going at each other. They want me to, you know what I'm saying? And I don't want to give them what they want just to give them what they want. Like any criticism, any questions I have, brother, they're not rooted in that antagonism shit.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
I understand that.
You know what I'm saying?
That's exactly right. That's exactly. But I mean, if we at the barber shop, in the pool hall, and standing in front of the church or the mosque, we got disagreements. We understand how we deal with our antagonisms and things. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So, but at the same time, we know that we got a love for black people that is unconditional, unapologetic. It's an unstoppable predilection to make sure that their futures are better. And it doesn't stop there, but it starts there and it lingers. And that's what it is to get off the plantation.
It is.
This sister right here, when she went down 19 times, you remember Harry Tubman?
Yes.
19 times in the belly of the American white supremacist Slavocratic beast. And what did she discover? She said, oh, I would have been able to liberate more if they'd known they were slaves.
There it is. There it is. If they only knew they were slaves, brother. If they only knew.
They'd get more foremen. They would get more forewomen. They got movement on the plantation. They calling that major progress. She said, no, don't confuse movement on the plantation. Even when it's upward with being on the Underground Railroad, you got to break from plantation mentality, break from plantation social connection, be free. And you're only free when you're in your own rich tradition that has taught you to love yourself and respect yourself and determine yourself, and then connect in principle with others based on an integrity and an honesty. And that's what we don't have enough of in Black America. We certainly don't have it in, the larger fascist America. But America would have been a wholesale fascist without the Black Freedom Movement a long time ago. Right. So the Black Freedom Movement has been on intimate terms with fascism. Let's just be honest about that.
And that's one of the things I had questions about, man, is this level of fascism, man. I keep hearing this word thrown around so much about Trump, man. And my thing is, I don't see the Democratic Party as being much better than Trump. and I see them both as corrupt parties.
Yeah.
So why do people so focused on demonizing Trump? It just seems like it plays into, this whole Democratic Party bullshit. I think it's their way of just trying to smear when they're just as corrupt. Republicans and Democrats are corrupt.
Well, the whole system is corrupt, not just the political system, but the predatory capitalist system that sits behind it and the imperial system that pushes it in terms of foreign policy. Now, it's certainly the case when it comes to reproductive freedoms and peaceful transfer of power and things. There are going to be some differences, but the differences are not qualitative differences such that you downplay looking for alternatives. And most importantly, and this is the sad thing about it, is when you end up with folk who know they lying, but will lie to rationalize the Democratic Party anyway because they can't conceive of any kind of alternative, or they're just on the gravy train rather than the freedom train. They just making money. They want their status, their spectacle, their position. And when I see that in corporate media and I see these folks, they telling a lie. They know that Harris is tied to war crimes. Genocide is genocide. If Martin were here, he'd say the same thing.
Yeah.
If Ella Baker were here, she'd say the same. If Harriet Tubman were here, if Fannie Lou Hamer, when she was outside the Democratic Party, there were some Negroes on the inside.
Yep.
She just told the truth about it. Now, she didn't, she's a Christian, and I'm trying to be Christian myself, so we don't demonize in terms of viewing them as outside the human race. We just criticize intensely, compassionately.
Right.
Because we come from a people of truth tellers and love warriors and freedom fighters, brother. Once we give up on that, then we might as well just push Sam Cooke and Sly Stone and Aretha out, and let's just go with Pat Boone.
Yeah.
That's all we got.
Yeah.
We just got Pat Boone and Lawrence Welk. That's all we really got. Oh, and some black versions of that. And some black. Hey, no, we ain't gonna never go that way, man. No, we gonna be free black men.
Free black men. Dr. West, what have you learned on this campaign trail, man? It's been a year. You've been out here going across the country. Is it something that you take with you on this experience, man, it's gonna stay with you? What's something you can say for the audience?
It's a wonderful question, my brother. It's a wonderful question because it's been now 17 months. We go back now 17 months, man. I gave over 1,000 interviews, of which interviews with you have been so precious and gold. I gave over 350 speeches. And of course, all of this without a penny. So I'm broke as the 10 Commandments financially. And I had to take a leave of absence because the salary was viewed as a contribution to the campaign. So you know how broke I am, But what did I discover? I discovered that the American empire is more civically rotten than I thought. It's so empty. It's so shot through with so much organized greed and weaponized hatred. And I discovered that the two-party system is more corrupt than one could imagine. Millions and millions and millions of dollars of folk organizing, mainly the Democratic Party, against us to keep us off the ballot. And then when we try to go get some lawyers, we can't get any lawyers because they're afraid of the Democratic Party blacklisting in. So we get some libertarian lawyers, and sometimes they vote Republican. Oh, you got Republican ties. We're looking for lawyers who are fighting for truth and justice in the legal system. Do you think they got a noose around my neck? Does it sound like I'm not saying the same thing I've been saying for 55 years?
Right.
No, not at all. So all the different lies start going, I mean, it's pathetic, though. We had the same thing. We had the poverty tour against Brother Obama. People say, Fox News must be paying y'all because you're talking about poverty, and that's making the president look bad. Since when is Fox News concerned about poverty? No, we free black men. We don't get a penny from nobody. We're trying to keep alive the legacy of Martin King, Fannie Lou Hamer. They talked about poor people, working people, and the relation of poor people here, and those bombs dropped in Vietnam. Just like we're concerned about the barbaric genocide in Gaza, and ain't nothing gonna stop us. But I'm concerned about mass incarceration. I'm concerned about decrepit schools. I'm concerned about unavailable health care and child care. And I'm concerned about the wealth inequality, and also concerned about black people's psyche. You see, we're projecting to the younger generation, everybody sells out. That's become the norm. That's become natural. Of course, everybody sells out because that's all we know. As my brother Cliff says, everything's transactional, not transformative. Everything's quid pro quo rather than I want to give to you. It's a sad thing. It's like going to our churches, man. We used to go to church with what blood would transform you, and you say, I want to be a blessing. Now, the blood is Kool-Aid. You dip in and you're looking for a blessing. Now, that ain't got nothing to do with our tradition. That's commodified religion, prosperity religion. That's one in which cream has become hegemonic. Cash rules everything. All right, that's the geniuses from Staten Island, right?
Absolutely.
That's Wu-Tang.
Absolutely.
No, we ain't gonna. We're not putting up with that. And you see it in the media. You know, we've talked about this before, right? You see it in corporate media. They're supposed to be independent media. No, they're looking for markets too. They're looking for eyeballs too. They claiming to be so progressive, but Tucker Carlson is their hero, and turns out Tucker Carlson is embracing white supremacy every day, following Trump around like he's some kind of extension of the fascist project. How did he become your hero? I thought you were concerned about class struggle. I thought you were concerned about justice. I thought you were concerned about poor and working people. Well, there's some working people in Trump. Hey, fascists always did. Same way with Kamala Harris. All these black folk going, yes, black folk can be seduced. Black folk can follow illusions, of course. They're human beings. Somebody got to tell the truth. And none of us have a monopoly on the truth. You know what I mean? That's why we love each other, learn from each other, listen to each other. I could be wrong, you could be wrong, but I know it's coming from the love in your heart, brother.
That's it, brother.
That's what I'm, because each time I hear you talk, I'm just listening to the Sam Cooke in you. You see, I'm listening to the Sly Stone in you. I'm listening to, because they singing from their soul, man. They ain't got no deodorized, sanitized dialogue. They singing from their soul.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing, Dr. West. You know, I get in trouble, Dr. West, because the way I see it, man, I just see Kamala Harris as being the worst of evil for me, man. She's just what she has behind her. I look at the way the media moves about with her, the way they work in tantamount against Trump. It's scary, man. And then I got a number of reasons why, but when I say to you, I say, in my view, Kamala Harris is the greater evil. What's your response to that?
Well, I tell you, there's a brother who was the greatest journalist, revolutionary journalist of his generation. His name was Glenn Ford. You know Brother Glenn.
Absolutely.
I used to break bread with him every month. I'd take a bullet for that brother. He'd take a bullet for me. We had deep love, respect, and we had disagreement. His argument was exactly your argument. He would tell me, Brother West, those Clintons, Obamas, Bidens, and he would say the same thing now about Harris. They are the more effective evil. They are the worst evil because they put black people to sleep, and the Black freedom movement is the major catalyst, if not a fundamental cause of progressive movements across the board. And therefore, anytime you yourself create certain kind of connections, like my relation to Bernie. We used to fight about that all the time. You spending all that time with Bernie Sanders, he ain't gonna do nothing but bring folk into the Democratic Party. I said, I know, but his critique of Wall Street greed gives it a certain publicity. His critiques of capitalism can be weak as pre-sweetened Kool-Aid, but still concerned about elites having arbitrary power. He said, I know that, and I understand that. He said, but the Democrats are the more effective evil. Now, my counter argument was, of course, I said, but good God Almighty, you see, when the levels of contempt and hatred, which are more raw, that's what you get with Gangster Trump. I mean, he has a rawness about him in terms of what he says about precious immigrants, what he says about black people, what he says about Haitians. You know, we can go on and on and on in that regard. So people say, well, he's more honest. Well, yeah, but that kind of rawness lets you know that the depths of the hatred and contempt are there. And if, in fact, he's able to give permission to hate and gives that permission to hide the greed that the hate conceals, then that could do major damage, and sometimes more damage than even the militaristic Democrats with their own fascist elements. That's how Brother Glenn and I would go back and forth, back and forth. And sometimes, you know, certain days I say, Brother Glenn, man, your argument is so strong. In other words, he said, well, you know, Brother West, I can understand. Like, because he come out of the South, South Carolina and Georgia. And so, in fact, his father was the owner of the first radio station that James Brown bought.
Wow.
So he came out of the music. So we get into James Brown and stuff. He's just a magnificent human being. And he's the founder of Black Agenda Report. People need to know that.
Right.
At least one of the founders, but leader and so forth. See? And I just say that to say that what you're saying has a rich history. You're not isolated, brother. I mean, if Glenn Ford was saying that, he was talking about these issues in a very deep way.
Yeah, you know, it just feels isolating to a certain degree based on where I was.
Right.
You know, being a supporter of Bernie, and I've moved beyond that. That was a moment in time.
Right.
And I have evolved into both parties are horrible, and I feel irredeemable. Therefore, I support third parties.
Both parties are irredeemable, but you are never irredeemable.
No,
you are on the
right.
Right.
No person is irredeemable, Doc.
That's exactly right. And not only that, but man, anybody that listens to you and can't see the depths of your love and compassion and courage to speak the truth, then they need to get off the crack pipe. I mean, just need to get off. Just tell them, just get off. Because, you know, it's like everybody not supposed to sound like everybody else.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Eddie Kendricks ain't supposed to sound like Russell Thompson Jr. leading the lead for the stylistic, but both of them falsetto. And so you got your voice, and your voice is unique, and God is using you in a mighty, mighty way, brother. And I tell that to the world. They say, oh, West into that God stuff. That's right, mother huckers. I believe in God. That's right. I believe in powers that work through us. And I see that in you, and I don't ever want you to get encouraged or in any way
discouraged. Right.
I don't want you to get discouraged. I want you to be encouraged and of great courage. And I say that from the bottom of my heart, even as we listen to the counter arguments, we engage in the dialogue.
I get it. I understand your argument as well. I get it.
Exactly.
Dr. West, did you hear what happened today with Liz Cheney?
No, what happened, man?
Well, your favorite people, Donald Trump and Tucker Carlson were having a conversation, and her name came up. And Trump said something to the extent, exact words were, you know, Liz Cheney is crazy, and then Liz Cheney was a warmonger.
Well, he's right about being a warmonger.
Warmonger.
Oh my God.
When he said crazy, he said war crazy. And she always wanted to go to war.
Her father and her. That's right.
And he said, you know, he wished that she would go, you know, she wants to send young boys and young men to war. She should go and stand in their place. She should go have to fight in a foreign land and see how she feels when bullets are facing her. And they've taken that and said he threatened her life. See what I'm saying? They've taken that. Now, that's everywhere, Dr. West. And he's only saying something I've said, many people have said about people who send young men and women to die in war. You know, these older white men, these rich white men, older, powerful men, send younger men to die in their place for money. And that's what he was saying about Liz Cheney. And the media apparatus, Dr. West, has taken that and said, we're going to investigate Trump for threats against Liz Cheney's life for making that statement.
That's what they're talking about today.
That's what they're talking about today.
Wow.
And that's a prime example of why I feel like I have such a venom towards their propaganda, their smears, and it's so tactical, Dr. West.
No,
it's so pervasive. And they got all the machinations, like every news agency, Dr. West.
It looked like they just have the little talking points and they just crank it out. But at the same time, you see, you got Trump talking to Tucker Carlson. Now, he the same one that talking about George Floyd must have done something. Let's look at his history. Trayvon Martin Michael Brown must have done something. No, they got beat up, murdered, brutalized by the police. So that you get people who have their own venom, their own propaganda machine, their own lies, their own mendacity. And again, it's tied to being on this plantation, though, man. And you can't be on the Trump plantation, Fox News. You can't be on MSNBC, CNN plantation, Democratic Party. You got to be a free person across the board. And that's true even with some of the left-wing organizations, man.
Yeah.
You know, people go to Green. No, they get on the Green plantation too often. Can't say a mumbling word about Iran in terms of the suppression of the woman life freedom movement and the repressive policies of the mullahs. No, because Iran is supporting the Palestinians. That's right. And that's a wonderful thing. They're supporting the Palestinians. But at the same time, they got their own repression.
Yeah.
Putin himself, he is a war criminal too. He's got criminal invasion, but he's got a right to security. That's why I think the war needs to be brought to an end. I think he was provoked, but that doesn't mean that somehow he doesn't have his own forms of domination that he has to be responsible for. China's the same way. Same way with rulers in Africa, no matter what color they are. If they for the people, they for the people. If they're elites that are not for the people, then they're collaborators with imperial policy, be it the United States or anybody else. Well, see, that's what it means to be free. See? You're tied to truth, justice, and love, no matter what. Same is true with religious folk. All of these gangsters in the pulpit, as a Christian, they gangsters. They ain't got nothing to do with the gospel. Same with true with imams if they're not doing the right thing. It's true with rabbis if they're not doing the right thing. It's true with Buddhist priests, leaders, and so forth. But at the same time, you come down where you come down. Tim Blacc comes down here, and Sheila's loving him, providing insight and advice, and he at the same time is providing insight and advice too. This is what Tim Blacc comes down. This is what Brother West comes down, and we come down in the love zone. That's why you my kind of black man, as I said before, man. It ain't a question of agreement or disagreement, man. Not at all.
Right. Well, Dr. West, considering where the campaign has gone, and where we're at the end of it now, nearing the end of it finally, do you have any regrets about how things went with the Green Party? Do you still think you made the right decision to go independent, create your own independent and justice party?
Oh, it was crucial. It was crucial. No doubt about it. There's no way I could have stayed in the Green Party. Well, part of it was just on personal things. You know, we had so many personal acts of dishonesty and disrespect, especially with my loved ones and things. And see, as a black man, I have no patience whatsoever for, you know, any kind of disrespect of loved ones, especially from vanilla folk. I ain't got none. So that I just have to tell the truth about that. You see, so there's no way I could be able to move in that context where that kind of stuff is going on, no matter what. That's not a smear of the whole party. There's a number of wonderful folk in the Green Party, but they got some leaders that got some problems. And I'm not one to just sit around and be silent about it, you see. Right. So that on the one hand, it was a beautiful thing when Brother Chris Hedges had me go over, and I got a chance to spend some good time with Jamu and Jill and the others. But then when I got a close look, I say, no, this ain't a place for a free black man. I can tell you that right now. Right now, I got to be in a context where white supremacy is something I talk about freely every day. It's not an afterthought. It's not something that's continuous at the very, very, very end, you know, of a certain kind of green analysis. No, that's not me at all. And same is true with religion. See, I ain't gonna be pulling back on Jesus just because most of the folk in the party don't want to hear talk about Jesus. No, then you got the wrong black man. Get another black man.
What's 2024?
You got the wrong one. And so, you know, but on the other hand, you know, we have to be open to coalitions. We have to be open to alliances and so forth. But we have to be able to tell the truth. And there's certain lines in the sand I draw in terms of loved ones, so that I just don't put up with that kind of dishonesty and disrespect.
So I take it, Dr. West, there hasn't been a reconciliation between you and others who things sort of like parted ways, and not just Dr. Jill Stein, but other folks whose names will not be mentioned. There's been no reaching out, no mending of the fences, no like.
But I mean, the thing is, you certainly march with them in demonstrations. You know, we spoke at the same rallies because they do have powerful critiques of genocide and so forth. But you see, for me, it's not just a matter of strategy and tactic and correct analysis. If you don't have integrity, honesty, decency, and know how to treat Black people like equals and human beings, then I still got my critique. So that I can still come together. But you're right, there's been no kind of reconciliation. No, not at all. Not at all. That's one of the reasons why we, as you know, we're collaborating with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, Sister Claudia and Sister Karina.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, yes. That big it was just announced, but just today or yesterday.
Oh, okay.
So in the states where we're not there, we want people to vote for them. In the states where we're not there, they say we want people to vote for us. And they have, good relations with members of the Green Party. There's no doubt about that. But I like about Sister Claudia, of course, is she got at the center of her plank critiques of capitalism and imperialism and the war against Black people. So see, that's Malcolm X's last speech he gave in Rochester in February 1965. The war against Black folk, not just here, but in the Caribbean and Africa, must be understood in relation in the context of critiques of capitalism and imperialism, but don't marginalize it. It's not an afterthought. Everybody knows that if those precious Palestinian babies and innocent men and women and civilians were white, were Israeli Jews, and the genocide was being perpetrated by Africans or Muslims or Arabs, the U.S. government would have the exact opposite response. Even when capitalism and imperialism is in place, racism is still real, white supremacy is still real. And if you have a love for Black people, you know that is a fundamental feature of what we got to come to terms with. But that doesn't mean we end up following war criminal Harris or anything. No, not at all. It means that we understand it within the context in which, yes, we have to engage in a consistent critique in that regard. Now, it's also true in terms of swing states. That there's only 3 or 4 swing states. We were pushed out of 3 of them. Went to the U.S. Supreme Court yesterday, denied us in Pennsylvania. We went to the Georgia Supreme Court, was pushed off. Our names on the ballot, but they don't count. And the same was true in terms of North Carolina, but we won that, and we lost in Arizona. But it's true, that if you're in a swing state and it looks as if you want to either vote for West or not vote for West, that's not exactly the same decision to make if you're in California, Texas. Now, whatever way you come down, I keep telling them to vote for me anyway, but they come down where they come down. I'm not no Pied Piper. Don't just follow me. Think for yourself. Think critically for yourself, but get off the plantation. Right. If you're making a decision, don't just give talking points to CNN and MSNBC. Think for yourself.
Some want to ban books or art. The fur ban goes too far.
308 fines Native American craftspeople who use fur.
Their jobs and small businesses destroyed.
Vote no.
No.
Vote no.
Vote no on 308.
Well, Dr. West, if you run in a campaign, you want them to vote for you, right?
Well, I'm telling them. I said I'm voting. All I'm saying is I'm not demonizing them if they come down somewhere else. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, if you didn't want them to vote for you, you wouldn't have campaigned.
You put up all this effort.
Right, you wouldn't have fought to get on the ballot, right?
All of the volunteers, the thousands of magnificent volunteers, and I want to say a word about Kiana Dent. She's a visionary, courageous campaign manager, Black sister out of Akron, Ohio. I tell her, LeBron James ain't the only major force coming out of Akron. Howard Hewitt and James Ingram ain't the only ones coming out of Akron. Kiana Dent is, and she's done a magnificent job, though, brother. And I know you had some relations and conversations with her, but as a Black woman of tremendous vision, courage, intellect, a poise, very young. And of course, with Sister Melina Abdullah, good God Almighty, she's just been magnificent. I told her when I called her on the phone with Anahita, my wife, I said, we want somebody to put a smile on Fannie Lou Hamer's face. None of us can meet the standards of Fannie Lou and Martin King and Malcolm and so forth, just like we can't meet the standards of Aretha and Curtis, John Coltrane and Sarah Vaughan. We understand that, but we know what the standards are. And she said, I know exactly what you're talking about. And for 7 months, we've been at this in a wonderful way, in addition to my 10 by myself. But I would definitely do it again because I feel this is what I'm called to do, man. I got to be true to my calling, man. This is what the Lord wants me to do.
Shout out to both those dear sisters, man, and I appreciate both of them. And it was a pleasure meeting Dr. Abdullah, having a conversation with her as well.
Yeah, that was wonderful.
It was. We didn't get a chance to talk more, but Dr. West, I was wondering about, have they been coming at you lately about, I know they say you're the smear guy, right? They label you the smear. By saying, if Kamala loses, it's gonna be your fault.
Oh Lord, yeah.
Are they still on that with you, Dr. West?
And it's worse than that. I mean, the Black community would have some voices that say that. Other voices in the Black community say, "Oh, I know they lying on you, West. We appreciate you doing what you do." But no, they say you become the cause of fascism in America. Now, I had some of that the first few weeks. You remember when I first started running? They would say, "Oh, the third party system." Mainly Kennedy was one of the major figures there. You the cause of fascism. I'm the cause of fascism. 47% of vanilla women are voting for Trump, but one Black man is the cause of fascism. Hey, what are we talking about? What is percent of Latinos voting for Trump, but one Black man is the cause of fascism? All the vanilla men vote for Trump. Hey, but this is typical. When you can't engage in courageous self-examination, you got to try to blame the person who you think has less power. So they come at you and they say, Tim Black is going to be one of the major causes behind Kamala losing. If she loses, you get fascism. Fascism comes. We lost America. The human race has now come to an end, all because of one Black man named Tim Black. Please get off the motherfucking crack pipe.
Right.
That's ridiculous. Check yourself. Check yourself.
Dr. West, I was wondering about it because, I know that when I look at Dr. Stein, I see her more as a fringe entity. Besides election years, I haven't heard from Dr. Stein since, 2016. I don't know. It's been a very long time since I had a conversation with her, other than a brief DM about that backstabbing dude. I forget his name. The campaign guy you had for a minute.
Oh, you mean when we had Peter?
Like I asked her.
For campaign for a while. Right. I remember that.
Briefly about that.
I remember that. Mm-hmm.
But my thing with her is, they can smear her and say that she caused the downfall of democracy, but we're not going to hear from her again. And I imagine this will be her last run. Age and time. Right. I can't see her doing this again. But you, Dr. West, you a public intellectual. You're gonna be seen. You're gonna go out. You're gonna continue to be as public as you've been, I imagine. And is there a price? Is there a price to pay, Dr. West, with you going forward?
Oh, there's no doubt about that. But that's a price I've been paying for 57 years, though, brother. With all of the assaults and attacks and death threats and things that I'm used to. But see, part of it is that I've always viewed our campaign as a moment in a movement. See, and I've been in the movement for 57 years. Right. And that means that when you're in the movement, it means you're forever in motion. In between the 4 years, you're not campaigning, you're organizing with the people. You with where their voices are in light of their wrestling with their suffering, and it cuts a lot of different issues from housing to police. I told you I've blessed teaching prisons for 47 years now. That's still very much a part of it. I can finally go back to my job to teach. But I'm also going to be part and parcel of movements. I'm going to be on the board of Black Lives Matter with my dear sister Melina, and I'm going to be part of the United Front that Brother Garuba called for, and our dear brother Kalanji called for. I love those brothers. They are my kind of black brothers too. And I don't agree with them on every ideological issue, but I tell you one thing, they ain't on nobody's plantation.
There it is.
At all. This Kalanji and Aruba, and I can mention some others too. You see what I mean? That's the crucial thing. That's the crucial thing. And it's true, I think, I don't know what Jill does in between elections. She might do things I just don't know.
Yeah, I just haven't. I just don't see.
But she tends to look like it appears with the election, because see, the Green Party itself, it's played a very important role in so many ways, because we've needed a third party alternative, but it has no grounding in the black community. It has no grounding in poor people's life worlds. It has no grounding in working poor life worlds. So it's played an important role, but more as a option out of default rather than a deep grounding. Now, it's difficult to ground a movement in the black world. It's very difficult. There's no doubt about that. But that's what is required. And and I know that we wouldn't be who we are without our mamas and daddies and grandmamas and granddaddies and churches, and it could be a mosque. All of those things are in the black world. All the sports, all the music, all the relations, all the barbershops. That's what produced us. That's what's inside of us. We got to be true to the best of that. That ain't no Green Party situation, man.
No, it's not. But Dr. West, why not a black party as opposed to a justice and peace party?
Well, I tell you, I think black leadership is crucial. Black leadership, and I was there at MBIP, Philadelphia, in 1980, when we tried to form a national black independent political party. So that I'd be open to that, but most importantly, you have to have a black leadership or a John Brown-like leadership, where you got vanilla brothers and sisters who know that the forms of terror and trauma and brutalization and the forms of resilience and resistance coming out of the black community are essential for any left, any American left. And I've been saying this for 50-some years. I used to say it to Bernie all the time. I say, Brother Bernie, I'm with you because of your critiques of Wall Street, greed, and so forth and so on. We got to ground ourselves. Nina Turner said the same thing, in the black world. And he made some efforts and so forth. But I mean, he's a marvelous secular Jewish brother from Brooklyn. So it's not like he go hit the Apollo every week and be in the groove. Culturally, existentially, that was not his world. He was anti-racist, not strong enough and anti-imperialist. When he was tested on genocide in Gaza, he didn't pass the test, man.
Capitulation. Yeah.
He didn't pass the test. Now, he's tried to bounce back, but I'm just saying all this to say that when we actually look at all of these mappings of what's available. Now, on the other hand, you know what the good news is, brother? The good news is, just like you, younger than me, got insights I don't have, because I'm old school. You kind of crypto old school. You know what I mean? You're getting old, but you ain't dead yet.
I'm getting old.
We got some young folk coming along who are hungry and thirsty. And one of the reasons why I ran was to win the election, to win hearts and minds, but also to let the young people know that there are great black traditions out there of courage and vision and service and sacrifice, and this is what it looks like. And you take it and run in your own way, but this is what it looks like. It's like Monk listening to Earl Father Hines. You know he can't play like Father Hines. Hines is playing with Louis Armstrong. That's too much. But Monk can play with Train. And there's no Monk without Father Hines, but Monk is doing something Father Hines can't do. Certain things you're doing, I can't do. Certain things the young brothers and sisters going to come along with, the young folk, they're going to say, oh, but I remember that free brother named Tim Blacc that had his own show that called Hell in the World, but not of it, cutting against the grain. People misunderstanding him, trashing him. But I loved his spirit and his love for black people and other people. I'll never forget it. And they might say a similar word about Brother West. We remember that brother getting trashed, Obama, so-and-so, the cause of fascism and so forth. but it looked like he was just a fallible, sincere brother trying to tell the truth and seek justice and keep his own calling in place with style and a smile and put a smile on his mama's face and never forget the memories of his grandmama's prayer. Doesn't get better than that, man.
It doesn't.
It don't get better than that. You know what I mean?
I just want to remind people that Dr. West has put something on the line by doing this. So he's not gonna, he's a notable person who has done this, and there's gonna be something to pay for this. There's gonna be opportunities that are not gonna materialize for Dr. West because he's done that. And he may not have done everything that the way that they would want you to do it because you're a different person than them. They're in a different vantage point. But Dr. West has put up and he has sacrificed more than you know in order to do what he's done. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think people are always looking for what they're not getting. It's seldom that they look at what they got.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. But I would say the same thing about you though, man. I mean, you look at what you've had to sacrifice. If you had stayed on some of the earlier plantations where you become colorful and become figurines and so forth, you could be making so much cash, man, breakdancing to the bank. But you got your integrity, you got your honesty, you got your decency, you got your freedom, and you got your respect. Respect of those who love you and your self-respect.
Right.
You see what I mean? That's something you can't buy. You can't buy that, man.
Can't buy it.
Huh?
It ain't for
buy
sale.
it. I would have see, but me, Dr. West, I'd have stayed in the white collar world if that's the case. I didn't leave that to come here and then be and then sell my soul. I could have, you know what I'm saying? I had a whole nother life before.
Right.
20 years of doing that. I could have stayed over there. So now, Dr. West, if I would have known that, I don't know how hard it is.
If you'd have known it was going to be such a cash challenge. But I can tell you this, brother, that we come from a people that even when there's no cash, there's always gas. We got a whole lot of spiritual, moral gas shot through our bones, fire in our bones, and if we don't say nothing, the rocks are gonna shout out. Yep. That's where we come from. We can't hold our peace because what's inside of us has been poured into us by loving and great Black people.
It scares me that couples like us could lose the freedom to marry. Everyone should have the freedom.
The hell with this goddamn commercial? Why the hell do they have an adopted Black child? That needs to stop. Oh my God. What the hell with this commercial as well?
Dr. West. You guys, give me a like button. Hit the like button for Dr. West. If you like this conversation with Dr. West, hit the like button. And don't forget, he's still on the ballot in a lot of places now.
Oh, yeah, we got 16 on the ballot, and we had the largest write-in campaign. 6 states write-in. 16 on the ballot. And I do want to shout out the Aurora Party in Alaska and the Unity Party in Colorado, the Progressive Party in Oregon. And I was just in South Carolina with the United Citizens Party, which is the only Black political party with access to the ballot, with the Nellum brothers, co-founded by Clyburn when he was against Jim Crow Democratic Party. He was a radical in those days. Now he got in the establishment, got well adjusted to injustice, and he's at the top now. But we talk about his history because the United Citizens Party with the Nellum brothers, John and Christopher and Vance and all the wonderful people there. Because you remember I started in Mississippi. I said I'm going straight to Fannie Lou Hamer's site, Lexington. We got endorsement of the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, which meant the world to me because Fannie Lou Hamer for me is one of the great figures of the 20th century. And the last major tour, because we ran out of money given all the legal suits we had to deal with, was in South Carolina, and I was at Morris College, founded in 1908, way out in Sumter, South Carolina. I was there at Benedict College in Columbia. These are all Black institutions of higher learning. I was there at House of Prayer for All People right around the corner from Allen University to AME. University, Reed, AME, Brooklyn Baptist Church on across the bridge in Columbia. These are all Black institutions, pillars of the community, but a whole lot of vanilla folk also part of it, coming, open to it. But knowing that when they come, just like when they come to your show,
right,
they're gonna hear from a free Black man.
That's right. Absolutely, Dr. West. Well, I don't know. Do you still feel Trump is a quintessential? What is it? The existential. That's the word. That's the word I never used until this last cycle, man. But an existential threat. Do you feel that Trump is still an existential threat? What's up?
I think both of them are in different ways. I think that Trump could be viewed as certainly an existential threat in terms of move towards civil war and the refusal to give up power peacefully and so forth. That's what fascism is. It's the wholesale arbitrary use of power. Now with the Democrats and with war criminal Sister Harris, you actually have a movement toward World War III. In World War III, in wars, usually the first casualty is truth. The second casualty are those who speak the truth. And you end up with authoritarian rule. You know what happened to the Japanese during World War II.
Yeah.
In World War II, they said it was a good war because you're fighting against a gangster named Hitler. We understand that, very much so. But when you riling up innocent Japanese, and the only voices raised, W.B. Du Bois, and of course he was villainized, vilified and demonized. Norman Thomas, who was a white vanilla brother of the Socialist Party, no other major voices defended the Japanese, man. All these innocent Japanese with the executive order. The same Earl Warren who had the Brown v. Board of Education, it was his court that executed it. See, so that when you think of the threats, existential threats, the chickens are coming home to roost. You're reaping what you sow when you have predatory capitalist system with such organized greed. 62% of the people living paycheck to paycheck. 140 million people are poor or near poor. This is what William Barber and others have talked about in his recent book on white poverty too. And yet their response is, for the most part, not to vote at all. That's about 95 million. That's 40% of Americans not voting at all.
That's right.
And that's where large numbers of my supporters actually come from. Most people who will vote for me would never vote for Harris or Trump. Most of them, you see. But both of them are threats because the system itself is so rotten. The system itself is so corrupt. And if there's no way of changing the system, then it looks as if the empire is addicted to self-destruction. No way out. But the thing about it, brother, we come from a Black folk. Pharaoh's always been on both sides of the bloody Red Seas. It always looked like no way out of slavery, no way out of neo-slavery, no way out of white supremacy. And what do we have to do? We had to find a way out of no way. And how do you do that? You got to come up with new ways of loving, new ways of fighting for freedom, new ways of dealing with trauma, with healing, and new ways of dealing with depths of sorrow with forms of joy. Listen to this high C, West End blues. Here's Louis Armstrong playing King Oliver.
Right.
That's a way out. That note, that blue note itself, dignity, defiance, determination. We told these Black folk, there's never going to be a way out for you. And we say, listen to these flattened notes. Listen to this sound. Listen to this love. Listen to this transgenerational connection. Look at grandmama loving little Tim and loving little Cornel in such a way that lo and behold, they might be able to straighten their backs out and be free Black men in 2024 in a moment in which the empire is imploding, a moment in which Black folk are so well adapted to the injustice they don't want to hear the truth enough, a moment in which lo and behold, we step out on nothing and land on something. That's the history of Black people. That's why we're going down swinging, because it don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing.
Got that swing.
That's Duke. That's Billie Holiday. That's Carmen McRae. These not just entertainers. These are freedom fighters, my brother. So anytime you get down and out and you get discouraged, all you got to say to these folk trash and you and so forth is that Y'all don't understand who I am. You don't understand my mama and my daddy. You don't understand what produced me. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. I
You
do.
know what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. Someone wants to know, Dr. West. They said, people want to know, Dr. West, if you told voters to back Kamala in the swing states.
I told them to think for themselves, to be critical. I told them I disagree with them if they don't vote for me. I think people ought to vote for me. There's no doubt about that. But they come down where they want to come down.
There it is.
They come down where they want to come down. All I was doing was acknowledging that a swing state situation does not have exactly the same dynamics as a non-swing state. That's all.
First of all, we know tobacco kills.
Through our work in the schools here in the Denver metro area, we started seeing our...
Got it. Got it. Well, this person, they sent a couple of dollars to ask you that. Sister Denise Columbia asked that. Thank you, Denise. You know, and I want to make sure, because you've already said it, but I want to make sure she got it, because yeah, like I tell people, man, you know, I don't think Dr. West would have did this. You know, I don't think you spent 17 months running and away from your family. I know Dr. Anahita was with you a lot, but still, I mean, there's other things you could have done. You could have been, you know, working at home. You don't go through all that just to say, well, you know.
I certainly have more cash flow. I can tell you.
There it is.
The cash flow wasn't that much. I was broke before, but even broken now. But that's all right. Seek ye first the kingdom, other things be added.
Yeah, I saw you on Stephen A. Smith. I'm interested in his involvement in politics now.
Now, this is the brother in sports.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you see, I did about almost 1,000, so it's hard to remember each and every one of them. But he kind of dressed kind of sharp.
Yeah, kind of.
I had a good time with it. I had a good time with my brother.
He's the only brother louder than me, Dr. West. He's the only person talk louder than me.
Is that right?
Yeah, he's the only one that talks louder than me.
Oh, but no, you got a tone, brother. You got a nice tone in your voice, so bad.
Stephen is loud. Stephen A. is loud, but yeah, you know, you guys had a great conversation.
We had a good dialogue, though.
Yeah.
I have good memories of it, you know what I mean, but I don't remember the details of things. But no, I appreciate him. Brother James Brown, you know, is my dear brother who's in that particular arena. And we've done a number of things in churches and things. We go back. He was my roommate in college, you know, at Harvard. Yeah, he's one of the greatest basketball players in the history of Harvard. But he's a Christian man. He's got so much love in his heart, and he runs the youth ministries in Washington D.C. and his churches and things. And his mother was just a gem, Mrs. Brown. My God. But I say that because when I think of folk in that arena.
Okay.
I think James Brown even before I think of Brother Stephen Smith.
Yeah, brother. Dr. West, I'm just looking back at your campaign, man, and you said 17 months of I just remember all the moments when you what was that show you went on, brother? You were talking about Palestinian. I think it was Pierce Morgan. It was you and Dr. I don't know, brother. You had so
when I called him a racist.
That's it.
Oh yeah, I told him, brother. Honestly, man, it's clear to me that Palestinian life doesn't have the same value as Israeli Jewish life.
That's it.
And some of us have been taught that every life has the same value, no matter what color, religion, national identity. And it's clear Palestinian lives don't mean nothing to you. But the sad thing is, that's true for the Democratic Party. That's true for Harris. It's true for Biden. It's true for Blinken. It's true for Austin. It's true for Thomas Greenfield. Palestinian life does not have the same value as Israeli Jewish life. It just doesn't. Because they have completely different policies. If those were not Palestinian life, that's racism, man, at its deepest level. And if we can't call that out, shame on us. Shame on us. And we know it was exactly the case over 75 years ago, and the Democratic Party wouldn't say a word about what? Jim Crow, lynching, Black folk getting trashed, Black women getting sexually violated and raped in white households and stuff. Because what? Because it wasn't an electoral strategy that would work. Oh, really? You gonna use my grandmama as an example of whether your electoral strategy works or not? You in the wrong place, motherfucker. I ain't coming from that place and will never accept that. I don't care how many black leaders, black politicians want to be strategic and tactical in relation to the Democratic Party. 75 years ago, that same party would not allow Jim Crow, Jane Crow, terrorism against black people and lynching to have any voice at the convention, just like they didn't have a voice at the Palestinian voice at the convention.
Right.
You had some Negroes up there. Oh, I'm working it out. It's going. I got this strategy. It's going to work out in the next 55 years. Hey, we'll be dead by then. We hit the streets. We're going to tell the truth. We're going to fight for justice. Here coming. Martin, you know what I mean? Here come Rosa Parks. Oh, here comes Stokely Carmichael. Here comes James Lawson. Here comes Diane Nash. Oh, Lord, look at all of them. Oh, these black folks straighten their backs up. They've been niggerized for so long, so scared and intimidated and thinking, laughing when it ain't funny, scratching when it don't itch, thinking they got to wear the mask everywhere. Take that mask off and be free. Take it off and be free. Don't you know love forces us to take off the mask? We know we cannot live with it, and fear we cannot live without. Where's the love of your people? Right. That's what was happening in the 40s and 50s. So it is in 2020s. And if we lose that, brother, we lost everything.
Brother, they're not allowed to be proud of themselves unless they wrap it into the political party of the Democratic Party, brother. Exactly. I mean, we just did a show with BET where all these black brothers got together and all this power in one room, and all of it was rooted in helping Kamala. Why can't they use that power, that brain power, that soul, that intensity, that emotion for the black community? But no, they want to give it for the Democratic Party. Oh, we need the black vote for Kamala. We need to have this black woman's back. And it's just so demoralizing, Dr. West said, that it comes down to that every election, man. They just everything is about political parties. It's not about the people.
4 years, but part of it is too, we got a professional class that's just on the gravy train, as I said. They're looking for jobs, they're looking for status. And I understand, you know, jobs and status, everybody got to get a job to feed their family and so forth. But if there's no integrity, no honesty. Now, I do believe there are some black folk who support Harris, who are very honest and have integrity. They just disagree with you and I. There are some folk like that. And I zero in on that. But fewer and fewer. Because the lies, see, once you start lying, it becomes habituated. Yep. And that's part of the problem. You see, you try to keep track of Trump's lies. He got, 25,000 every 4 months. You know what I mean? It's just layer on top of layer. Tucker Carlson the same way. But you don't respond with lies to lies. You got to speak the truth. That's right. And the same is true with the crimes. I mean, Trump's a convicted criminal. Everybody knows if he's a black man, he would have been in jail long time ago. We know that. But Democratic Party got its own crimes. Yep. So you don't respond with lies and crimes with crimes. Where's the truth? Where's justice? Right. And if there's no space for truth and justice and love, brother, what kind of world is that? That's hell.
That's where we at. That's where we at, Dr. West.
Not completely, as long as there's a Tim Blacc around.
Or Dr. Cornel West around.
Well, I mean, we want to be part of that cloud of witnesses, man. You know what I mean? No, as long as there's some truth tellers around, and we thank God you always have a cloud of witnesses, no matter what. That's the good news.
What's next, Dr. West? What's next for Dr. West? We're coming down to it. How's it look on the way out?
We pushing like I don't know what these last 4.5 days, man, and we're gonna meet. We're having our meeting the morning after the election to build on what we've already built. That's Kiana Dent, visionary leader. All of us together. And I told you before about, the United Front with Deruba and Kalandri and things. We're going to be open to other kind of United Front. Whoever wins, it's going to be civic stripes. We know that. Whoever wins, there's a good chance of world war. Whoever wins, white supremacy, capitalism, and imperialism still going to be pervasive. So you got to be equipped, back to the 6th chapter of Ephesians. We wrestle not with flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers and the rulers of the darkness of the world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Put on the whole armor. Put it on. You come to the Tim Blacc show, get your armor together.
That's it.
Trophy hunters use dogs and high-tech gadgetry to chase and tree mountain lions.
That cougar's in bad trouble, huh? Yeah, he's in trouble now.
Spiritual, moral, political.
Dr. West, who's going to win this thing?
It's hard to say.
Hard to say.
Hard to say, but as you know, I'm not focused on just the win. I'm focused on what our collective response will be, no matter what the situation is.
Yeah, I tell people, man, that's when the fight really starts.
I love that. I love that, brother. I love that. Very much so.
Anybody got comments for Dr. West before I let the brother go? You know he's got stuff to do, y'all. Who I got over here? Cornel West is the GOAT. Infamous Ellie says you are the GOAT. That's the greatest of all time.
Brother Ellie. Where's Brother Ellie from?
I have no idea. He's new. He just joined us because of you, it looks like. So.
God bless him and tell him that we pray for his loved ones, and blessed to have your loved ones still in place.
Better You says, Dr. West, I know you don't remember me, but we met in Augusta, Georgia at Bernie's rally. Your voice is needed and lets many of us know we ain't crazy.
Oh, Lord. Oh, that's Better You.
Better You. Oh, you can see it. Great.
Oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful.
All right, Dr. West. So look, thank you once again, brother, for stopping through, for sharing your time with me, man. I appreciate it. And as always, I'm riding with you, man, and I wish you the best, Dr. West. You and Dr. Anahita West.
No, but you and Sister Sheila, man, y'all are, like I say, you're the salt of the earth, though, man. And you call on me anytime, in public or private, I will come running. If I don't have money for a plane, I'm gonna hitchhike. But I'm gonna see my brother Tim Blacc and Sister Sheila, because I love you, we love you, and respect you. And of course, we're always, we're praying, though, man, because all of us wrestling with loss, and all of us coming to terms with what life has to offer. You just keep that armor strong, my brother. Freedom and love, love and freedom. Woo! Our ancestors smiling over the porch of heaven and say, oh, there's one part of the cloud of witnesses who haven't sold out, haven't given up, haven't caved in. He still got that fire.
That's it, brother. I'm a work in progress, but I'm going to keep on progressing. And the same thing. Same thing goes for you, Dr. West. If you need me, just let me know.
Oh, no, I appreciate that, though. But love you, though, brother. Take good care now.
You got it now. All right, y'all.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, guys, look, I'll be back in about an hour and a half for the Tim Blacc show. We got 2 shows tonight, so I'll see you soon. Thank you for being here. And as always, don't let nobody take your cornbread.
All right, Lady Shay. Come off mute. What are your thoughts on the Tim Blacc interview with Dr. Cornel West?
Well, it's just like any campaign, it gotta come to an end at some point. So, kind of sound a little sad, but he's gonna carry on and keep doing the work, and I'll be runs again.
Okay, that's all you got to say? I mean, because you were influential in getting him to come here in the first place, and us getting him on the ballot.
I mean, what else can I say? I'm glad that he linked up with that other group, the socialists, fuck Jill Stein and Butch wears sassy ass. And I was pleased when they came out here. I was not pleased that they had to sit in front of so many off brands, but nonetheless, quick trip. I know that I did the most I could to get his name and message out there. I know I did the best I could for what I did here. So I'm not really like I'm not too upset about my work on anybody's stuff, promoting or pushing his message out or anything like that. I just it's tough when you can't get ballot access in all the states. So it's something else. I learned on another like another year of another amount of learning. Um, I wish that this place wasn't so fucking Democrat led with nothing but goofies. They could have really seen his message and actually fucking resonated with it because what the Democrats are pushing is just trash, it's utter trash, it's more fucking trash. And regardless of how he feels about Palestine and whatnot, he always starts with with us, with being black,
with the chocolate side of town.
The chocolate side of town, right? And I thought it was a good visit, like when he was here, and I'm hip to what's going on with Cornel West on everything from with Hawk, with everything, with the NOI, with Black Panthers. I'm hip to it all, so I wasn't lost on it at all. I really just feel like people can't see what he's saying. So, Dr. Cornel West talks a certain way, and if you could just hear it, you feel it, and he just wants the best for us. So that's one thing I can say, honestly, versus Jill Stein and oh boy, we saw how Butch Ware was on TBA. I mean, that dude's like a motherfucking he's one of those equity study types that he'll segregate us and put us in all kinds of little boxes, given the opportunity, and none of them will be towards cash-based really reparations without the like just oh my god, like he's like lineation or delineation or lineage and or what do you say, lineage or injustice or some shit like that, restoration or some shit. And I was like, God damn, man, this make it. I mean, it was plain and simple. He overcomplicated this shit, and he's just. The more I hear him talk, the more goofy he sound. Like 1 minute he sound like he got it together, the next minute he's like, there's no reason to be for a man. There's no real reason for a man to be nervous around TVA. You hear me? Versus like a woman, like like when I called up there, to TVA, I be getting mad. That motherfucker's intimidating. I look down and be like, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. Intimidate, but to a man, there's no real excuse for that. There's no such thing as starstruck in a man. You know what I mean? So I think that his behavior on the Black Authority the other day was like, you can't go back from that.
Right.
You know what I mean? And Jill Stein wasn't any better. Jill Stein's just used to, I'm white and I say so. I'm gonna say it like this, and I hope you have to. It's like you almost forceful, really. And him, I mean, he should know exactly how Cornel West is. You know, he's an academic as well.
Right.
And you don't hear Cornel West really talking about him too much. And I'm glad that they didn't really make they didn't repair whatever ill friendship they had, Jill Stein and Dr. West, because he don't need to. Like that broad is just she's not right on the inside. You know what I mean? That broad's on some other shit. Whether she was gonna be president or not, or whether she wanted to be, I think that the way she promoted the Green Party, the way she took over certain aspects of it, she's power hungry too. You know, she wants her shit to be acknowledged, and the way she felt like she could demand Cornel West to, stay, and like, well, if he stayed, we can, just basically like try to tokenize him, And I'm glad he left. That was in the beginning,
Yeah.
I'm glad he left. I'm glad he left. I'm glad she had to keep rocks because, and the animosity, you can tell that the animosity still kind of bothers her, but not so much him because he's like, whatever, bitch. Like you said, you don't really too much care about the vanilla side of things and really how they think. You know what I mean? More focused on what we're talking about.
Right.
And
he said they disrespected his family members.
Yeah.
Allowing over vanilla people to do that.
Right.
And rightfully so.
Rightfully so. I mean, to mention, like motherfuckers gonna live however they live, but when somebody's trying to hold dominion over you and they're in a political arena and all you want to do is be of service, but they're on some other shit. You gotta be moving on. Motherfuckers were like, he can't do it. Hey man, that was my dark horse in the race. And I don't feel upset about anything because I felt like TBA said if you want your candidate to move forward, you gotta put in the work. You know what I mean? You gotta invest your work. You gotta invest time and effort. You know what I mean? And the shame of it all was that, I'm not a member, I'm not an official member of the Unity Party, like a member by proxy, by default. Like I got privileges, you know what I mean? To be like temporary privileges, right?
Yeah, but you're a registered independent.
Yeah, I'm a registered independent, but not a member of the Unity Party per se, whereas you're a member of the Unity Party. I just have privileges like I'm like visa. It's good everywhere. You know what I mean? I have privileges of the Unity Party. And so I didn't get a chance to really dialogue with him because I felt like he just needed a little brandy razzle dazzle. And it would have been all to the good, you know what I mean? Because I just felt like he just needed just a little bit, because in order to be like New Black Media approved, you gotta talk like you talk. You gotta be codified, basically. And that's just the thing. And like, not a lot of people understand that. So when they get up there, they be fucking up and shit. And me, I was like, I try not to fuck up because nobody wants to get kicked off the Black Authority at all, or be told off or told something crazy. So me, I had questions, but it wasn't the right time. I think now though, given the current climate, I want to know what to do. I mean, like even in our own state, I mean, I was sitting right behind Senator Coleman today and the mayor.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And in front of Representative Bacon. I mean, I could have had my way all over there before you got there.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But something was like, nah. I'm tired of motherfuckers co-opting my shit. Even right now, I'm reading their equity study, and that shit is all full of fucking little nasty little Easter eggs of fucking of foul play. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I think, like, you know, we got a couple more years before he can run again. You know, let's pray on it. You know, he lives long enough to do that. I mean, I feel like he's a good spirit. That's how that man danced, so I know he'd be all right.
Yeah, he definitely got soul.
Yeah, I think that he'd be good for the country. You know, he'd be diplomatic. He's peaceful, and who doesn't like Cornel West? The people that don't like Cornel West right now are just not on this free loving inclusivity of heal the world type shit right now. They're really some very serious. We're in a serious condition, so everything else is just extra filler. So they're not in the mood.
Yeah.
And that's understandable.
Well, he comes off when he calls certain people brothers and sisters, like we are the world, 1984. So
There's nothing wrong with that, Jesse. Let's the motherfucker just kumbaya with the world. That's just who he is. You can't change a motherfucker's nature. That's who he is. That motherfucker is just black, biggity black. He just fucking hippie-ish with it. You know?
he's a black hippie.
Right, but he's an intellectual, man. Let that motherfucker love where he wants to love. Be peaceful as long as he get into the fucking business. And that's what he was getting to, the business. But nobody wanted to hear it, which is a sad state of affairs because, man, the shit could have changed and we could have went in a much different direction, you know, with all kinds of ways. Like, could have went in a you know, the thing about Cornel West is he's moldable. He's moldable if it makes sense. And it's not gonna harm black people. You know what I mean? Or just fucking, you know, the most vulnerable. He's moldable. Meaning he's open to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Versus everybody else ain't moldable. They ain't open to shit. Everybody got their fucking they mind on whatever the fuck they wanted.
Yeah, they already got their mind made up.
Yeah, they ain't willing to have an open mind and just kind of like brainstorm 15 different options. No, but at least he's moldable, and that was the one thing I liked the most because that's it makes sense, you know what I mean? And the fact that he didn't mind talking shit to anybody. I mean, he did it right in front of us. He did it in our own city.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He did Piers Morgan to that one motherfucking brother. Like, you a special kind of brother, you know? Like nothing can happen to you. You know, you never experienced nothing. He called Piers Morgan a racist.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's not the first time Piers Morgan's been called a racist.
No.
But it's like 150th time. However, you know, he's serious. And I'm not mad about my fucking choice. I'm gonna sleep good knowing I did my fucking part. Now, and whether or not, you know, however far he made it, fuck, man, let's just congratulate him. Shit, he went on a full grassroots tour and had to combat all kind of fucking nonsense, from giving money back to fucking minimal donations, fucking
to the Democrats keeping them off the ballot in several states.
in several states, having to sue people, get back on, all the lies, the rumors, and motherfucking calling him a spoiler, and I don't know what else, and that, you know, he's taking votes and who knows what else. You know what I mean? So for a little man, for a little powerful fucking man, he gave him the business. He rode that race.
Yeah, he did.
He didn't do no lazy off-brand shit. He was at protests. He was, you know, fucking out there with the mic. He was shaking hands. He was kicking it with black folk. Man, I saw a lot of videos where he was just out there with black people. And that's more than any of these motherfuckers could say.
Yeah, well,
with Kamala and everybody. And nobody had to pay. He didn't even have to pay nobody to be around but fucking good, like, you know, black people from the earth. You know what I mean?
Right.
Whereas everybody else got to shell out money for fucking buy friends and shit. You know what I mean? What kind of weird ass goofy shit is that? You got to pay for your friends.
Yeah.
He didn't. That's just major character.
Yeah.
And Sister Abdullah she's a nice lady.
Yes, she is.
Really pleasant spirit. So yeah, I'm good. I'm good with my choice. I'm good with everything I did.
Black candidates.
Oh yeah, I'm glad about that too. Because you let them hype it up. She's a black Democrat, a black woman, and I'm like, just say what she is. She's melanated. She's a melanated, East Indian, black woman or whatever. You know what I mean?
Not black.
It don't matter. But the way they promoted her, the way they sold it today, was like she was like your color black, versus just Asian melanin, or East Asian melanated. The way they sold it was like, and it almost in a fucking peer pressure way. I was like, whoa. And hey man, just between us, you keep fucking around with this shit, and everybody keeps they like what you said, whatever you said today. Oh girl, fucking stupid face Bianca, and Jeff had to make some quick little stupid comment. How black she is, and I'm like, just read the speech, kids.
And I literally told him straight to his face, why you get up there and lie like that?
Why does it matter? Like that's how they're gonna look at him. They're gonna look at this broad, however they look at this broad. That's the Democratic Party. They can sell it however they want to sell it. Fact is that we gotta go beyond that now. Like if you're so concerned about her shutting off the motherfucking internet, it's got to be about something else now. You know what I
mean? Not the internet. She can't shut the internet off. But they want to regulate the social media platforms.
Well, they don't belong to us, man. We just rebuild.
Even the ones that we have, she want to regulate those too.
Either way, it's gonna take a minute for all that, and there'll be a lot of pushback for that, just like there was with TikTok and shit.
Well, they don't control TikTok.
Look, they
China owns TikTok.
Be a lot of pushback, man. I'm sure one of the other countries will make something amusing so black people could be entertained. I don't know. I'm not upset. He was my dark horse in the race, and I would still vote for him. You're lucky I can't find my motherfucking ballot.
Yeah, you gotta find the other pages. She literally just tossed her ballot, y'all, so it's like scattered about.
I tell you like this, I don't really give a fuck about this goddamn election. I didn't care. If you've been paying attention, I've been on Black vacation the whole fucking year. And I really mean that. I've been on Black vacation the whole fucking year. I came out in brief little moment. Why? Because it's stupid. We're not supposed to be looking at this shit. It's been a major waste of time, motherfucking distraction, and it's all ultimately you got two trash candidates.
That would make sense if we didn't have candidates in the race.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? We got Dr. Cornel West and Dr. Melina Abdullah in the race.
Yes, that's okay. But aside from that, we got two trash candidates.
Yeah, on the two major parties, yes.
Yes. I've been on Black vacation, family. None of that shit really mattered. What didn't matter was my work, that I had to do the work for Justice Campaign and Cornel West stuff. And I wish I could have done more, but the opportunities weren't readily available to me when I really had an opportunity for it because I was sick.
Yeah.
I did what I could for shit for a motherfucker that came off the fucking street. I'm pretty fucking proud of myself.
Yeah. Did real good.
Yes, that's the two campaigns and a half plus mine.
Yeah.
A formidable little resume for a motherfucker just came off the street.
Yeah.
Got nothing. We'll see. The future has grand things in store for me.
Right.
You didn't say nothing about my hair or nothing, weirdo.
I said about your hair earlier. You don't remember, weirdo. But very good interview Dr. Cornel West did with Tim Blacc. I really wish he would do one with Jason Blacc, but it don't look like that's gonna happen. But
Jason Blacc isn't in the mood, and he's not, Cornel West is Cornel West, and Jason Black's like the meat and potatoes. Let's get to the business. He don't want to have those relatable musical nuances conversations.
Yeah, he don't want to have those philosophical.
And then he's gonna want to know about us first versus everybody and their mother. And that's the reality. And not only that, but that's a respectable thing. Like, he wants to know serious shit. You don't have time to, like motherfuckers don't have time to play when you're giving us education.
Right. Alrighty, well, moving along, because we're definitely pressed for time now. I lost my whole order on the topics. Let's see, I did. Oh, Black woman says she's too poor to be a Democrat anymore.
I can dig it.
Donate plasma today and receive up to $700
Hey,
your first month. CSL Plasma. Do the amazing.
Unleash the power of knowledge and connect with the heartbeat of the African diaspora. Download our African...
Huh?
The competition wasn't available today either.
Of course, she only show up when it's convenient for her. She don't give a damn about us. If her not showing up today didn't prove that, I don't know what else will.
Brother Jeff had a Kamala Harris shirt on.
Oh my God, I know. Like
Look,
more than
you saw the video earlier.
we were literally in the middle of the K hive. Oh, what's cracking like in Castle?
You see my hair, Jay? I showed Jay. I didn't.
Okay.
Your girl got the twist or the braids.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh damn, Quincy Jones just passed.
Oh my God, yeah. See?
Mm.
Oh yeah. Don't talking about him in death like they do fucking OJ.
Oh my God, you know they're gonna talk about him like a dog in the street.
Quincy Jones is freak nasty.
Oh shit, I gotta play Back on the Block now. That was the anthem for my first campaign. Back on the Block. Yeah.
My hair came out tight today, and I had to show it off. I had to.
I wonder what his grandson got to say about it, Luda.
Like old freak nasty had to go to sleep.
You know he's related to Ludacris.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right, so I'm gonna play this clip. Appreciate the update, cuz.
This last 3.5 years have been hard on a lot of Americans, specifically that of Black Americans. Now I want y'all to watch this video of a sister who is crying about the state of her finances. Check it out.
I got $15.37 in my bank account right now, and I'm hungry. Nobody is paying me to speak what is real. It is real for me. Don't tell me to get an education. I got it. Don't tell me to get a better job. My job is pretty good. I make pretty good money. I cannot afford this rent. I cannot afford to get back and forth and pay for groceries and everything else. I can't. And even though you on the left and everybody else seems to be having parties at Obama's and Diddy's house with Oprah and the rest of the celebrities, a lot of us over here don't have that privilege.
So you saw there it was titled, "I'm Too Poor to Be a Democrat." Now, of course, she was talking about how she only had about $15 in her bank account. She says she cannot afford housing, food, and anything else in between. She says she's got a job, right? Because people tell her, get a job. She said, I got a job. She's educated. But she says that comes from other people who are Democrat, and they probably look like us, who try to get on her bumper and say, oh, you a Democrat, you must support Trump, this, that, the other. She's like, I support not being broke. I support not having to go to work to earn a check, but not keeping most of it because I cannot afford the cost of living. Now, we know that especially over the last 3.5 years, almost 4 years, under the Joe Biden and Kamala Harris administration, things have gone up. Things have gotten worse, right? Even if you go to the grocery store, you notice that grocery prices are higher than they were a couple of years ago. That's not feelings. That's a fact. We've all seen it, whether you've gone to the gas station or, like she said, rent, housing, mortgages, everything is just higher. But people are not getting more money on their paycheck to keep up with the cost of living. Right. Of course, we know inflation is through the roof. It is hard to live here in America, no matter where you live. Now, of course, there's some places in the nation that's more expensive than others, but still, to be working and still be poor, that should be a crime. Now, the other thing we know is that they are taking care, when I say they, we talk about the Democrats, they have taken care of the migrants in every way, shape, or form. They got housing, they got food, they can put gas in their car, they get money, they getting jobs, they getting it all. But then you got to watch this black woman cry about not being able to afford to be a Democrat. That's a statement right there. I'm too poor to be a Democrat. Because the Democrats champion taking care of everybody else but Americans, specifically black Americans, because we make it possible for them to get in office. But yet our people are crying about not being able to make it. And see, part of that is our fault. And I think that sister woke up that I'm no longer going to be voting for a party that's going to keep me poor, even though I work and I'm educated while they take care of everybody else. See, when we all start to wake up and stop getting our feelings involved, the vote blue no matter who, I'm voting because somebody, because they black, when we stop thinking like that, then we're going to have a little bit more money in our pocket. Because for one, we're going to start to unify and get on the same page. And especially in regards to politics, we're going to say, hey, listen, if you want our vote, then you need to do something specifically for us, like you're doing those migrants. You know how y'all making their life a little easier and they get to go buy houses and all that other stuff? Well, we need you to do the same thing for us. Otherwise, you're not going to be getting our vote. We might vote for a Republican, the couch, or whoever else, the Green Party, but you won't be getting my vote until you start giving me a check and respect. So anyway, y'all tell me what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetria K.
Yeah, shout out to Sister Demetria K. I couldn't have said it no better myself. What do you guys say on this, Lady Tay? Or what are your thoughts on this sister saying she's too poor to be a Democrat anymore? I recall it used to be the reverse. I remember Ice Cube back in the 90s said blacks are too fucking broke to be Republicans. It looks like we're too fucking broke to be Democrats.
Basically, too poor to be broke. I mean, they're not gonna. I mean, there's got to be a. We'll figure out how to come up, but it's not gonna be with their help. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's by design. I mean, they intentionally are keeping us in this fucking weird ass condition, and we allowed it. You know, so we're allowing it. Now we got a chance to really do different shit in this next term, and it might get a little bit aggressive. I'm hoping for the aggression, because then they'll have to see we're not playing. I mean, we're not playing anyway, but really not playing, you know. And I think that this little bit. I mean, you're gonna see a lot more protests, a lot more, a lot more activism, like in regards to the treatment. You know, this shit ain't flying no more. It's a new day. And just because they're in the office Doesn't mean you gotta put up with it now that everybody's waking up and getting a little bit of sense about themselves. They're like, look, no, and that's the attitude. Can't ask, you gotta tell them no,
Right.
and really like loudly, like fuck no, like no, you know what I mean? Yep.
Exactly, cuz said parties are the same head. Once again, what about those that stayed broke under Trump? Their lives didn't change too much. Cherry picking with the information.
Yeah, I mean, like I asked myself today, like, what are all these motherfuckers getting as they're shilling, everywhere. They're shilling either for him or they're shilling for her. But what advancement are they getting? Any of these motherfuckers that have got out to, shame the black man or, act like, we need to accept this broad for whatever she is. The abortion shit and I don't know what else. You know, like it's really like a lot. It's like a lot of I feel like a lot of peer pressure, and sooner or later, that shit's gonna come to head. And I think that once somebody is elected, they do the successful transfer, or whatever the fuck they got to do, and then it can start getting real for us because we've applied pressure in the acts of reparation with the shit that's going on in California. I mean, we're making really heavy movements, and now now we need to act. Now we need to apply pressure in our local areas, like really apply pressure, because then it could all click in together. We got a good couple years. I mean, look, you at least got 4 more years of life, so that's 4 more years to give it. Hell,
yeah.
Can't ask, you gotta tell them. I mean, they gotta hear it loudly, like no, like our mayor's budget. I told him this shit was trash.
Yeah.
The council was like, this budget is trash. Because it was. Nothing is gonna be for us. Nothing is gonna benefit black people that are like us. Everything is for the middle and upper, and nothing's happening. Yep. And for their vote. Yep. Yeah, they basically were like, like pandering to, it's all pandering and it's stupid. And it's like, look, man, I could tell you, like family, look, they're pandering, they're tokenizing. Don't let them tokenize us. Make them pay you. Fuck you, pay me. Stop tokenizing me. Right? But it takes you to fucking act out. You know what I mean? I know I'm not getting tokenized. I know I'm not going to get pandered to because I got that fuck you, pay me mentality. You know what I mean? Fuck you, me. Fuck you, pay me. You're going to capitalize on my motherfucking ill shapes of plight. You know what I mean? You're not going to keep doing that. You're going to stop doing that. And that means break bread and give me something. You know what I mean? And that's right here. I won't let you take pictures of me. Well, you know what I mean? This is this stuff that, because I've been tokenized. You dig? For my plight. You see what I'm saying? So I tell our people, like, hey man, say no to that shit. Fuck you, pay me.
Right.
Versus everybody wants to get that pat, and you feel like that illusion of inclusion. They welcome you to not, you know what I mean? And we gotta just say no. We gotta say no to everything. If it's not tangible, it don't make sense. It's like a feed your family, keep you housed, employed. That's it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, different generations, same playbook, cuz. But see, that shit ain't working on us 50 and under. That shit work on the 50 and up. It's not working on us 50 and under, not like they would like it to. A lot of us is waking up real quick. So I definitely see
I don't know about these younger motherfuckers, but I mean, with us, the Generation X and types like Jesse.
Yeah, why millennials? Like, why the hell were we born into this madness?
You just gotta tell them no. I was firm on that shit, and you really mean it. Like, a lot of people don't have that courage to just say fuck no all day. You know And everybody's scared, and there's nothing to be scared of. I mean, think about it. We've made it this far. What the fuck is there to be scared of? Exactly. I've been. Exactly.
Well, they done distorted that. Now that's just a euphemism for black. But yeah, you're definitely aware. Just being aware of your surroundings, being aware of your situation, being aware of your condition. That's all woke means. But they done twisted that up to mean something completely different than what Erykah Badu and those at the time in the Black conscious community were talking about.
Yeah, they perverted it. They made it dirty, and it's they keep it now. I mean, God, man, when have black people not created something like 10 minutes later?
Right.
Like, we can go on all day, and they will never be able to catch up with fucking creativity. I create shit all motherfucking day long, 20 different times, and they'll still be lost.
Mm-hmm.
They can have it. It means so much to them. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, all right, just don't know. But you just gotta be active in our local shit, and not to mention, just who's in the local area. You gotta tell them what it is too.
Yeah. Facts. Because at the early '90s, we had them, and we took our foot off the gas for OJ and Clinton. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
So, yeah.
Man, this is gonna be give and take, man. But at least the next generation, like our children's children, like our children's children, grandchildren, I guess, they're not gonna have to go through it like this if we continue to do right, like we are now. You know what I mean? Our grandchildren won't have to fucking struggle and be wondering what the fuck we didn't do.
Right. And now is the time. In 2024.
Yeah, they could actually have somebody to say, hey, man, you motherfuckers out there being militant, fucking standing on business, you know, telling motherfuckers no, getting in the ass, being loud for only 3 minutes before they get kicked off of fucking city council.
Yeah.
Real life problems.
Mm-hmm.
It's supposed to disrupt shit.
Yeah, what he did to Khaled, yeah.
Yeah.
Khaled was getting too powerful. And Khaled was really...
I bet my Dr. Khalid will have any fucking energy out here.
Oh, I believe it. A lot of us are Choctaw and other Native Indigenous tribes. So yeah, you might want to get in on that what are they called? Not royalties. The tribal situation, because you might have some land that was allocated to your family, because the Choctaw is one of the 5 civilized tribes, so they own black slaves.
When?
When? In the 1800s.
When did you find out?
Oh, yes. When did you find out he was Choctaw? When did you find out, Kahari? It says scrolls. Yeah. Want to go? Yeah. Make sure your people is on the scrolls, because you might have some land and resources that was supposed to be allocated to your family, and instead they're going to these $5 Indians. Yep,
So
from my grandmother. Okay. So your family.
You got that good hair, huh?
Yeah, he's a border.
You got that good hair?
You got that good hair.
Too much shit like braids. All
Yeah,
kinds of
my grandma was Blackfoot.
them Native Americans beat the shit out of me for like 30 days straight and said I wasn't one of them.
That's
Called
right.
me bad names.
Because they
Called me
over.
the N-word.
So they got the twisted. They think it's just the crackers that owe reparations. The whole goddamn world owes us goddamn reparations.
Mm-hmm.
So we go on to everybody like the bill collector does and demanding our payment. You owe us. It's a blood debt. Pay what you owe. Period. And we could do this the easy way or the hard way. You want to do it the hard way? That's why this country being towed up under full invasion and under full assault by Mother Nature. All these damn hurricanes and shit. So y'all keep playing around.
Let's get back on topic. These comments, yeah. We are on topic.
Yep. Gotta pay up all the nuns. Build a bird, man. The Rothschilds, they all owe us, cuz they all gotta pay up. Bilderberg Group, Trilateral Commission.
I tell you, man, that fucking payment attitude. I've had that attitude for a long time.
Fucking print money. They're gonna have to be printing money for the next 200 years to pay us what the hell they owe us. I have a question on that too. So, do Native Americans get reparations, or Black Americans? Well, the way it goes is, in order for you to get reparations as a Native American, you got to be able to trace your family's name to the commission, to the rolls. So each tribe has their own rolls, and in the 1800s, after the Civil War, a lot of those tribes owned slaves, and when the Civil War was over, they had to release the slaves. But they, at that same point, at the same token, there was a treaty of 1866. Google the treaty of 1866, Brother Kahari. Yeah, I could email you more about that. Yeah. And if you get a chance, check out American Maroon by Tariq Nasheed. It'll give you all that. It'll give you a lot of that history as well. You can. Is it on FBA stream yet, Lady Tay, or have you checked?
What?
Is American Maroon on FBAstream.com?
Yep.
So, Brother Kahari, if you go to FBAstream.com, you could watch American Maroon, and then you can also watch. I believe they had highlighted it in Hidden Colors 3, The Rules of Racism. And you can find them both on FBAstream.com. They give you a free 3-day trial, so you get 3 days to watch as many of the documentaries. It says it's a legal binding document, yeah. But these mods, they don't honor it. It's a legal binding document. They must pay. Yeah, they don't want to enforce that treaty, though.
Apologize to the Native Americans again.
There was a certain tribe, because if you recall, he had gave a bunch of land to certain Native groups in Oklahoma back in like 2022, 2021, 2022. But they like
that
split
shit
up
was crazy to me to watch that.
the whole eastern part of Oklahoma. And a lot of that land, a lot of that stuff is owed to our ancestors, because our ancestors, a lot of our ancestors, especially those of us that can literally trace our lineage to the southern United States. Exactly. My tribe was from Oklahoma City. Okay. Are you Osage? Are you part of the Osage tribe? Because I know they got a stronghold in Oklahoma. There's several tribes in Oklahoma. They were that's where they moved a lot of the natives from the East Coast in the South during the Trail of Tears under Andrew Jackson, the monk that's on the $20 bill. Yeah. Yeah, look up the Treaty of 1866. So they paid the slave owners, but they didn't pay the slaves. And then they created what is known as the Dow's Commission, where for $5, any white man could say that he was Native American and he would have access to that land and the resources. Yeah, it's real deep. It's also like
they don't fuck with you at all.
Yeah, they didn't teach us. No, they lied to us. Like Blacc always says, the Public Indoctrination Center, he said the U.S. educational system didn't teach us that we were all slaves from Africa in chains. They didn't teach us, or they did teach us. So I remember them teaching us that we had came here as slaves, and that the indigenous people were genocided. I didn't find out till I was much older. Excuse me. I was much older that we were actually true natives. We were slaves from Africa and chains, and the natives, $5 Indians were. Yeah, they flipped it on us, and they started with that treaty of 1866. They refused to enforce it. Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson, because he brought that to a lot of our attentions, and it's one of the main reasons why he started the delineation movement. If you really think about it, Dr. Claude Anderson is the one that started the delineation movement, and Tariq and others just ran with the torch, passed the torch on to them, and they ran with it. Oh, I meant they did. Okay. Yeah, that's what they taught us, but we know that they lied to us. Now, we definitely know they lied to us. Yeah, it's deep. It's deep, Cardi. It really is. I think I was about your age when I learned this information. Oh, man. That would be nice. Yeah, I don't know. That would be nice, though. I don't think he does guest appearances like that. And our platform ain't big enough. Like, he only go on platforms that probably got like 100K plus subscribers. From what I've seen, I mean, him and Jason Blacc and Professor Blacc Truth did a whole show together back in what year was that, Lady Chat? Like 2022?
Yeah, something like that.
Well, you can get him on the TV, you said. Well, he's been making this rounds. Tariq been around for a minute. Tariq been around for a minute.
Man, that dude plugs the fuck out of things.
Oh, okay. I know people. Oh, people here. Oh, you talking about down in Florida? Okay. Well, make it happen. Oh yeah, make sure you join us on tomorrow. Well, it's tomorrow now. Yeah, damn, it's already tomorrow. We're gonna be live streaming, y'all. So make sure y'all come through. We're gonna be live streaming the results of this selection.
It's not tomorrow. It's Tuesday.
It's tomorrow now. It's Monday. It's Monday now.
Personally, I think it's a bad idea.
Mm-hmm. We did the same thing in 2020. It's on a different platform. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we got to get that set. Well, Lady Che has, I think she has a Streamlab already set up. But we're going to be on StreamYard. So I got your email. I'll just send you the link and you can join us. If Sonata did turn into what he did, he would come on. Yeah, oh my God. Sonata all over the damn place. Oh my God. Yeah. All right, y'all, get back on topic. So the next topic is the disgusting degenerate known as SEXXY Red, the one that the white media is promoting heavily and throwing all kinds of money behind. Talking about how her JJ Stank and her booty hole brown. That broad endorsed Kamala Harris. Go figure, right? Birds of a feather do flock together, right? So
She got all the ratchets up there, huh?
Yeah, she got all the ratchets, all the tools, all the tools. You got the 304s, the hoes that she's supposed to use to till the ground. Now it is Jezebel's. And
It's like number motherfucking wet pussy, motherfucking ass eating. Motherfucking what you call it? Fuck nigga free bitches all up there, man. And possibly Beyonce.
Oh my God, Shawn Michaels loves her. Oh my God, he probably do. Oh my God. So I'm gonna let Paul Metal Star give us the update on this. We talking about it's over. Kamala got endorsed by SEXXY Red. Who in the hell is this?
Like them ratchets, like all they need to do is get together and fucking throw a song together.
That's what they got.
Gorilla, motherfucking
thought cycle together. They just need to do a thought cipher.
Who else?
Lotto.
Yeah, I'll just need to get that. That's it. It's a whole rap video right there. That's a whole rap video right there. You know what I mean?
Probably the most
you got the WAP and you got the fuck nigga free bride and motherfucking and that one.
Don't forget Ken the Man. They gotta have Ken the Man there. And then they got to throw in, you know, with their agenda that they're pushing, they got to throw in Saucy Santana too. Oh my God!
They didn't do it yet. They didn't do that yet.
She was twerking on him on the show. Yeah. She sure was. Oh my God, like a stripper, like you in a strip club. Oh my God.
Who was?
What is her damn name? SEXXY.
And this is my thing about Cardi B. Like Cardi B, man, like who the fuck takes political advice from this broad, like at all? Like, yeah, this broad, like not political in any sense of the word. She was trash, like with a fucking a raggedy ass attitude. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so Palmetto's gonna give us the update.
I got my list of free people.
Goddamn Apocalypse up there. You see Apocalypse holding the earth from the X-Men.
Yeah. Yo, P. Diddy was talking about global.
What's up, YouTube? This is
same with
Too Raw.
Same with fucking Sarah Seti. And that
yeah, Seti.
I'm like, I'm so with it, man. Like, so with it.
For TV.
Yeah, free Tory Lane.
Well, it is now over.
The SEC admitted she lied about the whole thing.
It's over.
Gross.
SEXXY Red.
I mean, she just got
of course, everybody knows SEXXY Red
bitch shot.
Is the sage of political talk when it comes to the Black community. I mean, everybody knows that you want to go to one particular celebrity when it comes to guidance,
like,
when it comes to being
she's so prolific,
the savant of
her message is profound.
Political talk, when it comes to
bitch look like a
someone
man.
being the guru.
She has a hard face.
Of what's best for us as a community.
Hey.
We all know you don't go
like
to
Daddy.
Farrakhan.
Daddy.
Listen to elders.
That's a you're ugly like your daddy moment.
Jesse Jackson. Well, Jesse Jackson's kind of sick now, so I guess he's not a good example. But then again, they've pretty much unalived all our real good leaders. They've either been unalived or they're deceased.
Right.
Now all of the religious / political leaders that we have are just a bunch of goddamn pulpit pimps, democratic shields. But look, SEXXY Red is that person that we supposed to listen to, right? It's the same woman that made a song called Pound Town, right? I mean, I don't listen to a lot of this stuff, you know. So I'm sorry if I sound like some old fuddy-duddy who's still stuck in 1997. I don't listen to none of this shit, man. But don't you got some song called Pound Town or something? Is this a shit? They got a gloss line, lip gloss line, where the colors are based upon various naughty nether region parts and STDs. That's the same woman, right? So anyway, she has revealed that she is voting for Kamala Harris. This after the last 2 years, I believe, maybe even longer than that, where she has praised Donald Trump. In a major social media endorsement of Kamala Harris, hip-hop star SEXXY Red announced on Friday that she voted for the Democratic presidential nominee. During early voting in Missouri, the St. Louis rapper posted photos of herself sporting, quote, "I voted" stickers as she posed in front of a black SUV, presumably after casting her ballot. "I just voted. Don't tell us what to do with our coochies. Hashtag Kamala for president." Captioned the musician whose real name is Janae Narah.
Arthritis.
The announcement may come as a surprise to many, as SEXXY Red had previously expressed support for Donald Trump, the Republican nominee.
2 days ago.
During an interview in October 2023, the 26-year-old star said, "I like Trump. They support him in the hood."
Like this blue. If they color blue is your hood.
She said, "At first, I don't think people was effing with him. They thought he was racist, saying little ish, about women. But once he started getting black people out of jail and giving people their free money, oh baby, we love Trump. We need to get him back in office."
From Cali.
The rapper had also expressed her admiration for Trump by rebranding his, quote, "Make America Great Again" slogan as her own, "Make America Sexy Again." The MC also displayed a MAGA-like cap while performing at the 2024 Roots picnic. Look.
It's like a very mannish.
In all seriousness, nobody really should give a shit about what
take out for her daddy.
What she has to say, but I do find it interesting that most of these mainstream media outlets and people in general who dismissed her as a, quote, buck dancer, right? And I mean, she still is one, right? Because you got them on both sides of the aisle.
Yeah.
But I do find it interesting that they're embracing her, right? They're embracing her now that she has switched her allegiance to Kamala Harris. I'm just going to say this, right? Up until now, and this just comes from interacting with different brothers I know. This comes from listening to people in my everyday whereabouts.
Leak that sex tape.
I'm starting to believe now that Kamala's going to win this election. And it's coming from the fact that I think the Democrats' focus on women and reproductive rights is working. I think it's working. I'm going to tell you something, man. I have so many mixed feelings behind this election because one thing that people don't understand about me, and it's like they refuse to listen to me. They want to put you in a box because that's easier for them. They hear what you're saying, But it's easier for people to shut off what you're saying because they still don't agree with my overall tactics or what I'm saying. So it's easier for people to just put you in a box. I keep getting people saying I'm a secret Trump supporter, which I'm not. But if you listen to my videos, one of the key things that you might hear that I cannot stand more than anything else is the media, because they're full of shit. Just come out and say, we will always, for the most part, back a Democratic candidate. 90% of the media. This has been a fact going back to the 50s. 90% of the media is left-leaning. This is the same media that pretty much shut out any coverage or any revelation or exposure of FDR being a polio victim. They looked out for him. Okay? Now that's honorable because they wouldn't do that today, but they looked out for him. All right? JFK was doing things back in the late 50s, early 60s that would have ended his career. As far as the womanizing. The recklessness of his womanizing, by the way. Not just one or two indiscretions, but I mean, this guy was fucking everything. Not to mention the stuff he was doing when he was in the White House. Not to mention he was visiting Dr. Feelgood when he was in the White House, getting hopped up on all these different medications. Not to mention also that he had Addison's disease and that his health wasn't all that great. But they covered up for him because they liked him. Not to mention that he also made a lot of racist, off-the-cuff remarks in front of a press corps during a particularly hot summer. I can't remember which year it was when he was president. He made some joke about something to the effect of, well, it's been so hot that even the N-words are running to the beaches in front of the media. And they covered it up because they liked them. But had that been, say, Barry Goldwater, he made a remark like that, they couldn't have rushed to the goddamn to the news stations to print that out there. That's just what I'm saying. They're biased, but the fact they try to act like they're not pisses me off. Don't get me wrong. If the Trump side loses, a lot of it's their goddamn fault.
Yeah.
You guys keep embracing these racist ass voters. You keep doing it. You keep saying, "Oh, we're gonna open up the tent and expand the party." Trying to change our image, but you do the same thing every time. And if there are
dominate the rift with Opera GX.
Not like
Install any.
They just
black voters who don't like some of the stuff going on with the Democratic Party. And if they were even thinking about voting Republican, because they're listening to you guys trying to change your image, you do the same stuff. So either, people are going to vote third party or they're going to sit it out.
Rest.
At the same time, a lot of brothers aren't feeling the Democratic Party right now. Because if they lose, you know who's going to get the blame. We know who's going to get the blame if they lose.
Man, they set that shit up heavy for months.
But yesterday or last night, he said that same shit. It was like, I know a lot of black men are not digging Kamala Harris or VP Harris, but we got to support the black woman. And I looked at him like, nigga, please. That ain't my sister. That ain't my grandmama. That ain't my none of my kinfolk, none of my cousins, none of that. I don't know that woman. The woman is not of my lineage, not of my culture, not of my people. So
yeah, but don't you think that in that little setting of hardly anybody there that, they already know where you stand, they know where we stand, that it was absolutely wasn't necessary to do all that?
Yeah, that's why they did it. That's why they waited till after we spoke our piece, and then they said they dumb shit. Okay, it's definitely time to go, because this is like a repeat of that damn summit that we attended for 3 days.
I think that Bianca chick, man, the lust is gone now. she's like a black boy. I was like, oh my god, bitch, you stupid. And this is why it's why. And like, I wish that we would ask me, when am I gonna renew my membership? I wish they would ask me that, like, quickly, like, hey, Miss Majors, when are you gonna renew your membership?
It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning here.
And I would be like, renew my membership, because you got white people there as the forefront of a black political party.
And they endorse white candidates.
And you
They didn't endorse no black candidates in 2023.
I don't even think they know how to endorse black candidates. But yet they talking about black shit. Like, they want to anyway. And I'm like, fuck, man. And then Portia, too. I was like, man, yeah. I was like, if she didn't say nothing to me. I was like, you already know. Like, if she would have talked to me, I would have been like, it's crazy. Just like I did with Senator Coleman today. I was like, not going to be on that shit, are you?
And he went up there and was on that shit. I'm like, how y'all gonna go up there and lie like that? I know goddamn well that woman is not us. And y'all sit up here trying to pander her to us. Oh my god.
That's for the elders, man. What did mother whatever the fuck her name is say?
She said something about stay calm. If you go off, we're not gonna hear your message, or something to that extent. I'm paraphrasing, but it was something to that. Basically, it was like, you know, we don't want no bad trouble up in here. It's just get your message out, and we don't want a problem. We don't want to have a problem. That's how I took it. I was like, okay. And I still gave her business.
She said it's like 3 something.
Yeah, it's almost 3.
It's 2:51 on the. I guess.
Yeah, daylight saving time ended yesterday.
So that brought out the audacity to tell you to behave yourself.
Yeah, Mother Helen. Mm-hmm. And also words.
For what? Like what? Like for what? Like she gonna take you outside and whoop you?
They ain't gonna do nothing.
You know what? And you know what? She knows. You know, because she knows where I am. She gave me dirty looks the whole time. I snitched her out.
Yeah, because we know her kids. The hell?
Well, that's my family. But I was like, man, I was over there. I took pictures and I was telling. While I was in there, I was like, man, she been giving me dirty looks the whole time.
Because they know when we come in the room, the Black Imperial Army has arrived, and we not own any of them plantations.
She shook my hand earlier. I was like, what the fuck? You know who the fuck I am. Like,
they already know we're not down with the K-Hide.
No, but her particularly. I was like, you know who I am? Why you shake my hand, weirdo? And then she whispered that shit. I was like, why do all that? I was like, why do all that? You know, and I was like, please behave.
Because they know I will go smooth the hell off.
It wasn't even necessary. But I told you about that. I told you that's the baiting, because the whole thing. That's the whole reason why we did the speech, so that they could see something different, and yet you could not resist. I was like, oh my God.
I couldn't after that shit. After hearing them lies and that disinformation and misinformation, no, I couldn't bite.
Oh, those Russian bots, dude. Before you got there, she said we were Russian bots.
They still work with that shit. That's why I said that's the same. Like I was on MD's show earlier. I was like, they're basically running the same playbook y'all ran in 2020. Oh,
I was like,
anybody but the orange man, anybody but the dump, Anybody speaking against the Democrats are spreading disinformation, misinformation. They're Russian bots. They've been sent by Russia and all of that dumb shit.
Anybody with a podcast, she's looking at big old fucking goofy looking at looking at me. She's like, anybody with a podcast.
I wish you could have. They had a whole Zoom. It was titled Disinformation. I wish you could have checked that out.
I did see it.
Oh, you did?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Is that what you're referring to or something else?
No, I was referring to today.
Oh, yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, she said anybody with a podcast, she was looking at me. And she said, it's spreading misinformation. Disinformation is a Russian bot. I said, I'll be goddamn.
No, it's anybody that's spreading the truth.
That's what she said before you.
Yeah, I know that's what I know that's what they would say. Because they're desperate. Desperate times call for desperate measures. They don't control the narrative no more. They're not trusted sources of information anymore. So they're gonna keep referring to social media. Don't trust social media. Don't trust what you see on social media. Instead, trust MSDNC. Trust Caucasian Nazi Network. Trust the big three. No, them days are over.
Well, the question was, he was like, so John, I don't like John. This is what I don't like about John Bailey. How you have a summit, but you don't got no way for anybody asking any motherfucking questions. You just keep asking them questions, but you won't let nobody else ask any fucking questions. I said hi to him. And then, how's it going? He's like, how's it going, Brandon? I was like, yeah, it's going all right. Everybody was like hi to me today. And I just sat there. It was real quiet. And that's why I was like, I told you, I was like, just be quiet, just listen. And we go back home and talk shit or whatever. Because this is the only chance. Dude, you had all that media there. There were so many motherfuckers there. I was like, please don't act up, please don't act up, please don't act up, please don't act up. And there you go.
Yeah, I kept it cordial.
Senator Coleman was sitting next to somebody.
Yeah, he was sitting right in front of you.
Yeah, but he's next to the other dude, that one dark skinned dude with the glasses.
Oh, Terrell Terrence Carroll or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right when you said she's not a black woman.
I'm mad. Bacon got mad too. Remember, I was sitting right next to Jennifer Bacon.
I was like, why? She looked like she wanted to talk to me today. She wanted to speak to me.
Jennifer Bacon.
Yeah.
She got. I was like, some shit. John Bailey has said, and I was like, y'all only show up every 2 to 4 years. We don't never see y'all, but y'all see me every day.
Yeah.
When I got up there, they're trying to act like they didn't know who the fuck I was. Like, are y'all serious? Cause like y'all see me every day, like literally every day, and not just during election year.
Yeah, but they treated everybody, and they were treating everybody like they're just listening to what they were saying. That nobody got any real claps and shit except the mayor.
Yeah.
I know it said something funny, but not really. You know what I mean?
I'm glad I missed that part because I probably would have went off then.
But it was like, yeah, it was like, okay. But I mean, I felt like I don't know what media was there, but I felt like that speech was pretty fucking good.
Yeah, it was too long for 3 minutes though. That damn dude that was keeping time was getting on my last goddamn nerve.
So what?
Because I wanted to read the whole thing. It was a really good speech.
And you did read the whole thing.
I didn't read the whole thing. No.
Yeah, you did.
I read majority of it, but I didn't read the whole thing.
I wouldn't have got up. You let the cereal guy do it. I don't know what fucking Coleman was up there for a minute.
You know, them I try to be respectful of other people's time. They don't afford us the same principle, but
that's why I wouldn't have left. I would have just did it. I was like, fuck it.
I just summed it up like, okay, look, if you're tired of this, you would support me. It's pretty much a no-brainer.
She wasn't there. I was surprised.
I wasn't. That broad only come when it's convenient. She don't give a damn about our community, and she showed that shit today. And John Bailey gonna try to, what is it called? What is it called? Not refresh it. Soften it up. They're probably out knocking doors. You don't know what the hell that broad is doing. She knows she ain't here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Us. But if they win, and if we do show up in the numbers that have been consistent in past presidential elections, just behind Black women as the second largest voting bloc for the Democratic Party, we still not going to get any praise. It's going to be Black women or Hispanics or women. I assume this time it's going to be women. And that's what goads a lot of us. We're just fucking human pinatas. We're political pinatas, I should say. We're political pinatas for everybody else's frustration. And we're getting tired of that. So when it comes to this election, man, I'm frustrated. I don't care for either I don't care for either side, but I'm more annoyed at the Democrats because I know what they do. I know what they do. They use scare tactics.
Mm-hmm.
They use scare tactics to get people to the polls.
Yep.
And it works every time. It works every time. Like I keep saying, I said this about a billion times. Remember 12 years ago, Mitt Romney was the boogeyman. Mitt Romney, if he comes in office, he's going to take away our rights. He's going to put us behind, put us in chains and bring back slavery.
That shit.
Which was outlandishly.
It was outlandish, but at that time, that's all they was promoting. Oh, we can't get him in. Oh, yeah. Oh, we got to give Obama a second term. Oh, well, and we thinking, oh, well, maybe he'll do something for us in the second term. Nope. So lesson learned. I'm not falling for that shit ever again. And that election was over 10 years ago. That was 12 years ago.
First of all, apparently, they got to catch us to put us back in chains. And they're going to be taking hands and feet.
Right.
It's not going to happen.
But if people fell for it, they did the same thing to John McCain, which is ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
Now, all of a sudden, they're embracing Mitt Romney's endorsement. Oh, he's a sensible Republican. They're embracing all these goddamn warmongers who they couldn't stand 20 years ago. The Bush regime and Dick Cheney and Lynn Cheney.
Yeah.
All these people they was calling racist 20 years ago. Now all of a sudden, oh, you know it's bad when even they're on our side. Nah, it really tells me y'all some typical corporate shield slash you know what I'm saying, war machine puppets.
Yep.
Kamala's going to be a typical Washington politician who's going to cater to the military industrial complex and is going to be an absolute, you know what I'm saying, the same token supporter of Israel and their horrible war policy.
Yep.
Or should I say foreign policy? You know, I don't want to go into that too much in this particular video, but you know what I'm saying. It's not going to be nothing different, man. Nothing's going to change. They play on people's emotions.
Yep.
But you know what? If Kamala wins, and I know a lot of Trump supporters are going to be pissed off, you can't be. And I don't want to hear nothing about no rigging. I'm tired of that. Tired of that. Tired of hearing you guys always crying and complaining when y'all lose about it being rigged. At the end of the day, y'all be blowing it, man. You be blowing it. So, and by the way, in my last particular video, it's also apparent that they seized upon that comment. Well, it was stupid when Donald Trump said it, but I don't think he meant it in a threatening way if you listen to the entire context of what he was saying. But it was still dumb. And he says so many dumb goddamn things. Right. And that's mainly the main reason that he loses, because he says a lot of dumb shit. But the media sees upon it also because she's a woman.
Yeah.
By the way, the fictional Avengers have come out and supported Kamala. So that tells you, man. I don't know, man. I really think I mean, look, this thing could still go either way, but I'm now starting to think, with 4 days remaining until the election ends, I'm starting to think Kamala's gonna win, y'all. You guys were just starting to wrap your minds around it, man. Wrap your minds around it, man. All you guys who tell us, oh, Trump's gonna win in a landslide. I keep trying to tell y'all, nah, this is gonna be a close election. It's gonna go down to the wire. Trump can still win, but it's gonna be close. But I'm getting that sense, man. I'm people telling me, they're looking at some of the voter turnout in certain areas, and it's kind of reminding them of 2008.
Please leave the ads on my videos and earn rewards. It's a win-win. Pi.org is a free app.
Really.
I'm listening.
It's definitely not like 2008 here. They said that voter turnout is lower than it was in 2016.
Oh yeah, they offering money to get out and go knock doors and answer phones, and I was like, God damn, how much money are we talking about?
They did.
John Bailey sent an email like, got money.
Yeah, I seen that shit. Election day, we're gonna get out the vote. We're gonna pay you to go out and get people to vote for Kamala. Hell no. You think you already know how that's gonna go. We pay you. We just gotta get people to go vote for Kamala. Oh God. My integrity, my integrity of my moral compass would not allow me to do it. They just say in dominoes, all money ain't good money. I would pass that up.
I was like, yeah. I was like, it's desperate times when he's like, we got paid opportunities. He said it today too. I was like, damn.
Yeah, I said the same thing in that email. I was like, damn, they desperate.
At the doctor's office today, and I'm listening to the doctors, nurses, black people, white people, all talking about this Trump being hit off Schucker stuff. That stuff is starting. It's working, man. I think it's working. I think for the first time, I think Trump's Teflon is starting to fray a little bit, man. When Jean unleashed her power and Apocalypse's armor gripped open, I think Trump's armor's kind of cracked a little bit, man. Also, I think Trump's age is a part of this. He's not fighting back as much. I think he's making a lot of missteps. He's saying things in his old age that I think 8 years ago he probably wouldn't have said. Like this Lynn Cheney thing, because look, everybody was talking about how Trump is this great politician. He's not. But that's always what was enduring about him to some of his supporters, is that he wasn't a typical politician. He said what was on his mind. But the problem is, a lot of times what he says on his mind, taken out of context, and even sometimes not taken out of context, can sound horrible. So that's just how I feel about it, man. Still a close race, still winnable by either party, as far as the top spot. But I'm starting to get a sense that she might have won this round. Anyway, tell me what you guys thought.
I hope you're wrong, Carmelo. I really do. That broad game, it's a wrap for the new black media. It's a wrap for Black America, period. If you thought you wasn't getting nothing as a second-class citizen, Imagine not getting nothing as a fourth-class citizen or denizen. Oh my God. We thought this invasion was bad already. That brought get in. Man. We will see Tuesday. We're going to be live streaming the whole thing. So we definitely going to keep our fingers crossed that this broad loses.
Party.
Huh?
So we're not going to Denver.
I haven't been able to talk to Pops. I was supposed to go there today. That didn't happen. So my last opportunity to go will be tomorrow or today. Again, I don't think you're gonna have enough time to reserve the room. So no, more than likely, no.
All right. So moving along.
All right, so the next topic is Lord Jamar. Shout out to Lord Jamar. Lord Jamar, from Brand Nubian, destroys Kamala for propping up Cardi B at her rally in Milwaukee.
Did you know that there are over 500 strains of probiotic bacteria? Each strain has their own benefits, but there's one particular strain that stands out.
Cardi.
It is Terry time. Later for the serious stuff. We will save that for Monday morning. Right now, it is time to Terry.
See, everything else. I don't care about none of that. I ain't got time to Terry.
Oh, no, I got time today. I didn't. I was going, be on my serious TD media group, but Lord Jamar hit the screen and I said, yeah, let me go ahead and tear it up right quick. So now this video isn't long. I haven't watched any of it. Like, I kind of skimmed through it real quickly just to make sure it was kind of what the caption read off that it is. So, like, I didn't look too foolish by just, like, putting stuff.
Are you asking what did Cardi B say? Can you clarify what you mean by what did she say? Were you talking about Lady Tay or were you talking about Cardi B? Because if you go back to yesterday's episode, Season 4, Episode 32, Part 1, we covered that whole speech she did, Cardi B. Well, basically, she was all over the place. I think she had been drinking that fire water, and it definitely showed.
Oh yeah. You said sleep good. I said you too. That's what I thought you said. Oh yeah, you too, Barry. That's what I said. Because that's what I thought you said. Anyway, go ahead, Jesse. Go ahead.
In the thumbnail and in the title, and like it didn't turn out like that. From what I had skimmed through very quickly, yeah, this is exactly what we all think it is. This is exactly what we all think it is. But it's not long at all, man. It's like about maybe 2.5 minute long clip. Shout out to the Art of Dialogue, and shout out to Lord Jamar for just providing the world with good Terry content. I don't know where we would be without Lord Jamar and the Art of Dialogue, especially Lord Jamar. Lord Jamar is like content gold right now. So let's get into it, man. It's Terry time. Let's see what Lord Jamar's talking about concerning Kamala Harris and Cardi B. Let's jump into this.
To have an artist like Cardi B go up there to try to garner more constituents to your side, is just mind-blowing to me. Like the way she wasn't able to speak fluently
without her cell phone in hand. She started doing the Kamala Harris 32, 32, 32, 32, pretending that remember, if we go back to that rally that we went over yesterday, when we went over the Cardi B speech at the Kamala Harris rally, she was like, I'm so nervous. I've been wanting to get up here and say this my whole life, and I'm just so nervous. And like, okay, what have you been wanting to say your whole life? And she literally just read the like Kamala Harris script 101. I'm like, you've been wanting to say this your whole life? That's why you couldn't talk without your cell phone and with no teleprompter doing that 32, 32, 32 that Kamala Harris was doing when her teleprompter went off, because you a liar. You a liar. You haven't been wanting to say this your whole life. At best, they probably dropped the bag on you. They hit you with like maybe $10 million. So they come through and speak for Kamala Harris real quick. And you didn't know what to say because you didn't have your cell phone on you and there was no working teleprompter to help you out. But that's just crazy though. Imagine we were watching yesterday where Cardi B sitting on stage, lying to your face, just like Kamala Harris, saying, I've been wanting to speak on this my whole life, just to sit there and recite to you how she grew up in a middle-class family. Like, what? I grew up in a middle-class neighborhood where we took pride in our lawns. Like, no, you didn't, Cardi B. You did not grow up in a middle-class neighborhood. But anyways, man, let's let Lord Jamar carry on. Go ahead.
Was very disturbing.
I'm gonna wind it back just a little bit.
Able to speak fluently was very disturbing. Her whole history, first of all, her history of who she is. This is an ex-stripper who admitted to drugging dudes and robbing them and all kind of stuff, who has songs like Wet Ass Pussy with
right.
Come on, man. I should have listened to this ahead of time, so I got to do a little editing.
His next question.
There goes my monetization. Damn.
Right.
Come on, Lord Jamar. You just got the whole video demonetized.
His next question.
It's all downhill from here. I didn't see that coming. I should have known better. It's Lord Jamar. You messed me all up, bro. Yellow. Shout out to all my content creator YouTubers watching this right now. As soon as he yelled that out, yellow $sign instantly. You're not making no paper.
Interacted with him, met him. His next question.
Oh man, Lord Jamar did me dirty just now, bro. Come on, man. Why you do me like that, Lord Jamar? Oh man, but he's been facts though. Imagine, as much as they trash Trump for being some sort of monster, Cardi B is very much so literally a monster. She used to, while she was a stripper, she was drugging men and robbing them. You can't even fix your mouth to say the same thing in reverse. The Bill Cosby. I mean, that's all you got to say is Cosby. So if a man is doing that, he's a monster. And yes, you are a monster if you're doing that, if you're drugging women. But on the flip side, Cardi B was drugging men and robbing them. And that was celebrated. That was considered no big deal. Now they're trying to sell you on this idea that Trump is the man with the small mustache, yet they have a whole monster, a whole demon on stage by the name of Cardi B, trying to tell you that you need to vote for Kamala Harris because Trump is a monster. Meanwhile, she's the monster on stage talking to you. And she, outside of that, some of you guys were reminding me yesterday in the live chat also, it wasn't just drugging men and stealing their money and stealing their belongings. She was doing a whole bunch of other. Didn't she have like credit card fraud and all this kind of stuff? I think it's something called like cracking cards or something like that. It's some sort of credit card scheme and stuff like that. She was doing all type of foolishness. She was living all type of foul. It's just that the drugging of men and robbing them, that's the most foul of them all. Because once again, you can't even imagine, you can't even begin to fix your mouth to say the other way, say it the other way around, where it's a man that's doing that to a woman. You need, if a man's doing that to a woman, society says, put that man in front of the firing squad. That's what society says. But when Cardi B does it to a man, society says, vote Harris 2024. Let that sit in, man. Let that sink in. Let that sink in.
The other one, Meg Thee Stallion. These are the people that you decide to bring up there to represent your campaign. Like, it's psycho. And then one of the first things they want to talk about is all this quote unquote reproductive rights.
Yeah.
Which to me
He about to go in and be mad disrespectful.
Right. Right.
Let's hear what he's saying. Let's hear what big homie Lord Jamar has to say.
Is a crock of shit.
Yeah, this whole video demonetized. Lord Jamar.
All of this shit about people, women, the control of their bodies, and it's nonsense.
Yeah.
You're fighting for the right to kill children, period.
Right.
And to be murderers. If it was all about the control of
oh man,
we're doing this. Interacted with
his next question. Shout out to the content creators and YouTubers out there. Y'all know right now. I should have watched this first. I should have watched this first. I should have watched. Vance said demonetized. Touching the air, right? Oh, damn.
So,
damn, I should have watched this first. Lord have mercy. Lord Jamar destroyed me today. Today we really just tearing and having fun. We just having fun. That's all this is. It's just fun. It's just fun. Can't get no money off this. You know, he put his hands all in my pocket and ripped the money out of my pocket. I appreciate you, Lord Jamar. You know what I'm saying? We having fun though. We're having fun though.
of your body, then why is suicide not legal? That's the ultimate control.
Hold on, what did he say? Let's read that. Let's read that again. Let's listen to that again. Because that, I'm not gonna lie, even though Lord Jamar just destroyed my whole live stream. What he's saying is real stuff though. What he's saying is real stuff. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
First of all, we know tobacco kills.
Through our work in the schools here in the Denver metro area, we started seeing.
Exactly, Pete. The Pete that remains. Come on, see, they ain't got time to tarry. I ain't got time to tarry. See, y'all think that like I got time to tarry, but I really ain't got time to tarry. You want to know how you know how I don't have time to tarry is when I put a video up like this and I realize like, yeah, you just gave me a yellow dollar sign, bro. Like this, I really ain't got.
See everything else. I don't care about none of that. I ain't got time to tarry.
This gonna for sure be 15 minutes today. This for sure gonna be 15 minutes. Let's go. But what he's saying is real stuff, though. What he's saying is, I'm in line with it. So let's listen to what he's saying right here.
To kill children, period, and to be murderers. If it was all about the control of your body, then why is suicide not legal?
Right. That's true. That's true. Since it's all about, the control of your body, then how come deleting yourself isn't legal? I'm still trying to clean it up, even though it's too late already, But I appreciate you, man. Shout out to the community anthropology. He says Lord Jamar got this classic Sunday, Terry time demonetized. I appreciate you, man. See, the community anthropology said, look, man, this is, the classic Sunday Terry time. Lord Jamar got you demonetized. Let me put a little something on it. I appreciate you putting a little something on it in the collection plate. Community anthropology. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for putting 5 on it. Thank you, brother.
That's the ultimate control of your body, right? If I decide whether I want to live or not, right?
In Canada, if I'm not, see, somebody said it. It is in Canada. In Canada, it's legal. Deleting yourself. I don't even know why I'm still trying to clean up my language right now. But removing yourself from this earthly plane in Canada is 100% legal. If I'm not mistaken. In Canada, I think particularly in Toronto. Is it in Toronto particularly, or is it all of Canada, where you can just literally just go to the doctor and say, get me out of here. And they'll hit you with the Michael Jackson. You know what I'm talking about. They'll hit you with the Michael Jackson. You gotta lay down right here and put this in your arm and see ya. You can literally just do that in Canada. I don't want to be, it's all of Canada? Okay, Tobias says all of Canada. Yes, all of Canada. Yeah, you can do that over there. You can pull up to whatever type of clinic that handles that. Say, yeah, man, I'm done. I'm ready to, cash in all my chips and head on out of here. And like I said, they'll hit you with the Michael Jackson. They'll hit you with the Michael Jackson and then lay down right here. See ya. That's some wild stuff. I ain't gonna lie.
But that's not legal. I can't be out here just cutting myself. And y'all talk about this same party that talks about having the control of your body, tried to force us to get an injection.
I appreciate you for saying get an injection. He probably going to go all the way and say the V word next though, but it don't matter anyway. It's too late.
Where was the control of our bodies at that time? When the people said no, but they was going to get fired and couldn't work and all this type of shit, didn't want to let people on plane, all of this nonsense. Where was the love for the control of the body then?
Mad people lost their jobs behind that. But then there were other folks too that were able to kind of finesse that for the best. I think, one of my homies, I haven't spoken to him in a while. Some of you guys might be familiar with him. His name is Mo Facts. Mo, he didn't do it, right? He didn't get the, injection. He didn't do it. And if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly, that led to him losing his job, right? But that then put him in a situation to where he transitioned, I believe, into starting his own business. If I remember correctly, the last time I spoke with him about that. So now he works for himself, which is, there's nothing really better than that. I work for myself. I haven't had to go clock in like that in some years now, and it's a beautiful thing. Now it has its own stressors, because everything's on you, so trust me when I tell you, it's not all peaches and cream or whatever. It's not necessarily all it's cracked up to be sometimes, but a lot of people were able to finesse that, and them not taking the injection push them to do something that they might not have ultimately done, which was take that next step towards maybe starting that business and working for themselves. So some people were able to finesse that for the best, but most people didn't, if we're being honest. A lot of people just lost their job, and that was messed up. A lot of people lost their gig. And at that moment in time too, like Lord Jamar said, my body, my choice didn't count then. It didn't count then. I appreciate the love, man, because y'all, Lord Jamar tore this whole stream up. Shout out to my man, We Next, aka DSB, coming through. He said, damn, that's all I gotta say. Yeah, man, this stuff is crazy. What's going on in Canada? That's crazy what's happening over there. Shout out to Tamisha coming through. I appreciate you, Tamisha. Thank you very, very much for coming through and showing support as you always do. I always see you in the comment section. I appreciate you. And my man DSB just gifted a channel membership. Shout out to my man DSB for helping save the stream. All of you guys who are contributing to today's stream, thank you all for saving today's stream, because Lord Jamar destroyed it. But this was great Terry content, so it's worth it. Kind of. We almost finished. We got about 30, probably about 30, 45 seconds left. Let's see what Lord Jamar is talking about.
Listing your vacation rentals on Booking.com opens the door to more guests, which could lead to a 10, which could lead to, more guests. For the bookings you've dreamed of, list your vacation rentals on Booking.com.
Your contractors will soon be asking for their 1099, and your employees need their W-2. Use the #1 filing program, Yearly.com. Yearly e-files your forms and sends copies to your recipients. Signing up is easy. Just choose your plan, enter your data or import from more than 40 sources, then review and submit. Yearly takes care of the rest. So go to Yearly.com, review plans and prices, check deadlines, and read our reviews. Get started at Yearly.com.
This has nothing to do about women's control of their bodies. This has all to do with population control, which is something that they've been pushing. People like Bill Gates and all of this stuff.
This man to talk about population control, Bill Gates, man. Boy. Ooh-wee. Y'all thought my hairline looked crazy. Now, Lord Jamar done pushed my hairline back another 2-3 more inches. I might have to put this joint on members only, boy. I might have to put this stream on members only. Shout out to Rain. What? See, now I'm having one of my moments where I can't read names now. Shout out to Ranana. I'm so sorry. Y'all know me. I can't read names like that all the time. You know, sometimes I read names good. Sometimes I come across names that are like super simple. I'm sure all of you are in the live stream right now reading the name like, bro, the name is blah, blah, blah. And I can't read it, but I appreciate you though. I definitely appreciate you, and I appreciate you having a sense of humor behind my, illiteracy and not being able to read people's names. I appreciate it, and thank you very much. Shout out to the Geek Surgeon for coming through. The Geek Surgeon said something for the family. Thank you, Geek Surgeon. I appreciate you. And shout out to my man. Oh, here we go with you. Brother? Come on now. You thought I couldn't read the other name? What's going on over here? I appreciate you though, bro. I appreciate you, but what's going on over here? You know what? Mr. Wesley. I appreciate you, Mr. Wesley. I appreciate you, Mr. Wesley. Thank you, bro. He said, didn't realize you were Tarian today. A little something for the Camry and the stream. LOL. Oh, yeah, I needed a little something for the Camry. But you all know, if you guys don't know what he's talking about concerning my Toyota Camry, you got to watch yesterday's stream. You got to watch yesterday's stream on Cardi B. I was letting everybody know how I ride around LA in a hoopty, and I'm not joking. It's literally you might think this is Terry time, TD's just being funny and silly. No, I ride around a busted up hoopty. It looks like it's been in a million accidents, and I can't afford. And I can't afford to fix the car. I can't afford to fix the car, but it's just not really worth it. If I tell you why the car actually looks the way it does, you know what I'm saying? This big old padlock in the front. People keep stealing the battery. I went into all that yesterday. We don't have to go into it again today. But Mr. Wesley, I appreciate you, bro, for putting a little something on my Toyota Camry. I appreciate it. Let's see, finish this thing out, man. We're going to get to the rest of the super chats in a moment.
In this whole woke.
Let's rewind it back just a little bit.
Control of the body then. This has nothing to do about women's control of their bodies. This has all to do with population control, which is something that they've been pushing. People like Bill Gates and all of this stuff in this whole woke culture, which is why I'm totally against the Democratic Party and Kamala Harris and what she stands for.
My man is MAGA. See, Lord Jamar, he just doesn't want to say it. He doesn't want to say it. Oh, Lord Jamar, you try to make America great again. I am too. I'm trying to make America great again too, bro. I don't know why. Just go ahead, come out and say it. Say you America first. Say you're trying to make America great again. I am. Y'all know I'm voting for Trump. I done make that abundantly clear. Okay, abundantly clear. It's Trump 2024 over here. But Lord Jamar, come on, bro. Come on, man. Just come on out of the MAGA closet, brother. It's okay. You're still black. You can come out of the MAGA closet and you'll still be a black man. You can still hold your black card proudly. Okay. Don't let anybody fool you. Speaking of that. That reminds me, I'm not going to talk about it right now. We gonna have to. That's gonna be for tomorrow's Terry. But first off, shout out to my man Anthony Forrest. I appreciate you. He said, "Wifey said, send him a little something since Jamar messed up that Terry time." Anthony, I appreciate you, Anthony, and I appreciate your wife. I appreciate you and your wife watching the stream together, and your wife feeling bad for me and saying, "Man, send that man a little something." He over here crying on a live stream. Hold on, please. I got something for you guys. Hold on. Lord Jamar destroyed my whole live stream, and he had me up here like this.
Don't take my baby. I'm at $13,000 a month. What more do you want from me? Oh my God.
Lord Jamar had me crying like Tyrese on here. Anthony's wife said, man, throw that man a little something. He over here looking pathetic like Van Jones, the way he cried.
Don't take my baby. I'm at $13,000 a month. What more do you want from me? Oh my God.
I was hurt. This man over here talking about population control and Bill Gates. I'm like, and just killed the whole stream. Anthony Forrest, I appreciate you, and I appreciate your wife, man. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, what was the point that I was gonna make? Oh, speaking about Lord Jamar, you still black, right? Don't let nobody tell you that you're not black, you know, because you came out of the MAGA closet. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, J-Rock, come out the MAGA closet like I did. You know what I'm saying? I came out the MAGA closet, red hat on strong. You know, I'm not gonna lie. If Trump win, I might have to grab the black Make America Great Again hat. I don't know if you guys seen it. It's black with Make America Great Again in gold letters. I'm just saying, I might have to cut that hat. That hat is hard. The red hat, I kind of do without. But that black hat with the gold letters, listen, man, listen, I might have to, you know, with the gold shoes to match, boom, white supremacy all in your face. I might have to get it. I might have to get it. Look at that. He holding white supremacy in the palm of his hands. At least that's what they told us. Apparently this was racist. they said the gold shoes was racist. I don't see it that way, but I mean, this was white supremacy at its highest. If I get that gold Make America Great Again hat with the gold shoes, it's over with. It's over with. I'm gonna throw American flag behind me and everything, man. But as far as it concerning still being black, even though you came out the MAGA closet like me, right? Rob did a stream, my man right here, on his channel, Black Light Revelations 2, and he brought up something that I for sure got to talk about, probably sometime tomorrow, you know. And he was talking about how Lil Scrappy, wherever he came from, you know, Lil Scrappy came out and he dropped a video on social media talking about he taking black cards. He said if you vote for Trump, you're not black. Lil Scrappy, I don't know what makes Lil Scrappy think that he can run around and snatch people black cards, but apparently, according to Lil Scrappy, if you vote for Trump, you ain't black. And he said, I believe he said something to the degree of he was going to remember all the folks like myself who got the tap dance shoes on, real nice and shiny, and the cape on tight for Trump. Because y'all know I keep the cape on tight. Let Trump say something crazy. You all know me. I'm gonna be on the main channel explaining away what Trump really meant was this. You know, tap dance shoes on, cape on tight, and everything. But yeah, I don't know why Lil Scrappy think that he can run around here and just take people's black cards. But you're not black no more because Lil Scrappy said so. But you know, we're gonna talk about that some more sometime tomorrow. We for sure gonna talk about that tomorrow. Shout out to my man Trenton Makes. Trenton Makes said, I have a black wife. It's Terry time. He's making reference to Brandon Johnson. For those of you who don't know the reference that he's making right now, you know, where Brandon Johnson was talking about, you know, I'll let you know when I go down to the border about the migrant crisis, but I can't right now. My wife is black, and I got black children on the west side of Chicago. And because my wife is black, apparently I can't do my job as mayor. That man is a whole goofy. Shout out to Cynthia Haynes, who said, "Love you, brother. I love you too, Cynthia. I love and appreciate you too. Thank you very much for the super chat." And in closing, because that's really all I got for y'all. This Lord Jamar joint is over, and the Lil Scrappy video, we're gonna do that tomorrow. There's actually a lot to do tomorrow. I gotta hit on a Lil Scrappy. I got a Van Jones video that I gotta do tomorrow on this channel. There's another one too, Lil Scrappy, Van Jones. There's something else that I'm missing, but tomorrow there's going to be a lot of content coming up over here tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot. So stick around for that. Make sure you subscribe if you're not subscribed, man, and hit the like button on your way out. Shout out to my man, the Geek Surgeon, for coming through once again. The Geek Surgeon spun the block and said, "Lil Scrappy got diddler problems. Who listening to him?" Oh boy. Was he at those Diddy parties too? I didn't know he was at those Diddy parties too. Not a little scrappy, man. Well, I mean, it looks like everybody that's stomping the yard for Kamala Harris got caught up at the Diddy parties. That's why they got everybody on stage now telling you to vote for Kamala Harris. But anyways, man, that does it for today's stream. Thank you guys for joining me today. I'm legitimately pressed for time now. I got to get up out of here. I literally don't have any more time.
Well, see, everything else. I don't care about none of that. I ain't got time to Terry.
Yeah, I ain't got no more time. I got to get out of here. But I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Everybody that showed love on the channel and contributed via super chat, I appreciate you guys for saving the stream, because Lord Jamar definitely destroyed it. So there's also the Cash App and the Venmo and PayPal right there also, man. I appreciate you guys, man. Have a great evening and a safe one. Peace. I'll catch you guys tomorrow.
Jesse.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure the YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. With the election just 2 days away, we're having a crescendo of the same old kind of banter that we're always subjected to. But don't get fooled, folks. Some people are going a little bit wobbly in the knees and going, well, maybe I need to go ahead and support one candidate or the other. While I'm not here to tell you how to vote, I am here to ask you why you're doing so. The number one issue isn't abortion, no matter what Kamala Harris may try to tell you. The number one issue happens to be the economy. And that being the case, the economy isn't really relevant to everyone else the way that it is to us, because it hits us harder than it does anyone else. And that's by design. So when it comes time to talk about the economy, don't let anyone on the white left or the white right get you to use their words. Just because we're all having economic problems doesn't mean it's for the same reasons. See, when they talk about the state of the economy, they're not talking about us, because there's always been economic ups and downs. But for the Black community, we've always been in an economic depression, no matter how the rest of the economy is doing. It doesn't matter how good Wall Street's doing or Main Street. We're always the ones on Skid Row. When the Great Depression hit, white people were the ones jumping out of windows and losing their minds. But for Black people, the only difference we noticed was there were a few extra people in the unemployment line. That's the reason why we require economic policy specifically for us. We are specifically targeted as a group for economic deprivation, and that means any sort of remedy must be specifically for us. That's the reason why you've been seeing these white supremacist trash like Ed Blum and other right-wing white supremacists running around attacking anything that's geared toward leveling the playing field for Black people. And you notice that nobody in the Democratic Party, absolutely nobody at all, is talking about how they're going to mount a counter effort legislatively or judicially to knock these racists out of the box. Now, why is that? They claim to care about Black women so much, but you got Ed Blum who's putting together lawsuits specifically going after Black women, and you haven't had any of these Democrats saying boo about it. Kamala Harris ain't saying anything about it. The Congressional Black Talkers aren't saying anything about it. Vivica Fox ain't saying anything about it. Now, what does that tell you? This is because the Ed Blums and the David Horowitzes and others, they're doing the white left's dirty work. They both work hand in hand. These feeble courtroom tactics by the white right are in fact what the white left wants to happen, so that they can tell us phony reasons why they can't do any policies precisely for us. Out there in California, they didn't even need Ed Blum to run interference for them. Gavin Newsom was telling the legislative Black caucus out there, just make sure that that reparations bill never makes it to my desk. And that's exactly what they did. He had them on strings. They played their pathetic part like the puppets they are. But understand, in the years to come, you're going to be finding more of the white left and the white right getting on the same page, same words, the exact same rationales. The white left and the Bernie Sanders will go from saying reparations isn't feasible to Joe Biden and others who are going to be saying, well, it needs to go to Congress. And then finally they'll be saying, well, you know what? We think it's just unconstitutional. At some point, they're going to be trying to get there if we let them. When it comes to attacking us, they're not interested in pursuing policies that specifically target those who discriminate against us. That's what's actually unconstitutional. But then again, ingraining anti-Black racism into the social fabric is the entire point, and both parties are on board with it. So while there are aspects of the election that are important for us to at least comment on, let's make sure we don't lose sight of the long game. The single biggest aspect of the economic crisis happens to be the housing sector. And as I've already explained to you, Kamala Harris is in the hip pocket of America's largest landlord, Blackstone. And she's also getting whispered sweet nothings in her ear by America's second largest landlord, BlackRock. Now, that being the case, that's the reason why she hasn't been saying anything about what's going to be done regarding all of these big corporations and these big investment firms and hedge funds who are literally buying up entire neighborhoods and then declaring that all of those homes that they bought are no longer on the market for sale, they're only for rent. As far as putting together an organized legislative offense against this, you're going to have to wait a while, because the entire point is to make sure that these big donors get to rape the economy for as much money as possible, stuff it in their pockets, and maintain all of their wealth, always at everybody, read black people's expense. That's what Kamala Harris is concerned about, and that's why she's not moving on the housing crisis. While there is a cost of living crisis, which is actually a cost of housing crisis, it's because the main source of the problem and the thing that drives most of the problem happens to be housing. This is what makes it where young people are not able to get their first homes and start getting on the ladder to try to build some sort of generational wealth, which is usually the house. That's the biggest investment that you got. But for black people, no matter what's been going on with the rest of the population, we've been enduring a nonstop cost of living crisis for 150 years. It's like talking about a recession. Well, we've been put into a recession and held there by political and corporate policies. Our recession has been nonstop from day one, and it's been engineered. There's no such thing as an economic cycle for us. It's only when it affects non-black people that it suddenly becomes a national problem. When it affects only black people, well, that's not a problem at all. It's the society and the economy working the way it's supposed to. It's a personal failing on the part of black people. And you got some of the richest folks in America who are pushing this stuff. Donald Trump's been on the campaign trail with Elon Musk, and all the stuff that Elon Musk has done, you would think, has made him very unpopular with the white left, but not inside the Beltway. Why is it that Elon Musk is the ultimate welfare queen, yet he aggressively is supported by both of the major parties? Musk bitterly opposes government subsidies, or so he claims, and yet his companies are some of the largest recipients of government subsidies in human history. So is it really opposition on his part, or perhaps jealousy? As he sees it, nobody's supposed to get government money except for him. Elon Musk built his empire on government money, and it was given to him by successive Democrat and Republican administrations alike. Tesla was the result of the U.S. government and states like California putting unprecedented huge tax breaks into incentivizing people to buy electric cars. But the same thing also goes for SpaceX. The government funded that one too. A lot of the right-wing trolls and hangers-on like to call Elon Musk Tony Stark, but phony Stark would be more like it. He's the biggest single recipient of government money in living memory. He certainly wouldn't have his empire without it, and yet here he is whining about others who do the same thing that he and his brain-dead racist cheerleaders all overlook, because to them, he represents a validation of whiteness, or rather their own putridly racist version of it. But this is who Donald Trump's on the campaign trail with. And yet Donald Trump's not bothered by the fact that the guy who basically is the poster child for the Green New Deal is also one of his biggest boosters. You see how that works? When it comes to black people, all of a sudden everybody becomes politically fluid. Everybody can move left to right, and it's all right, is all overlooked, because they understand what the elections are actually about. It's not the Democrats versus the Republicans. It's white supremacy versus black decency. But they're not alone. There's also a number of other black people who ought to be speaking up on issues of relevance to us, but who are MIA at the moment. Ta-Nehisi Coates comes to mind. We, the black grassroots, have single-handedly made reparations an issue, not him. And yet you would think that the guy who the white media claims his article in The Atlantic kick-started the talk about reparations, where's he at now talking about reparations? He's not talking about it at all. He wrote a book. Was the book about reparations? No. He was all vague and non-distinct when he was testifying before Congress a few years back on reparations. He gave these empty historical references, but he never said cash reparations or even what form reparations should take. He deliberately left it where reparations could be, well, whatever anyone else wanted to call reparations. That was deliberate. Now, when it comes to the latest book that he wrote, only a part of the book, by the way, dealt with Palestine, not all of it. But nonetheless, he's been getting himself a whole lot of publicity, a whole lot of attention over that. When it comes to the Palestinians, he's not vague at all. Just like Mark Lamont Schill. There's another one for you. When it comes to sticking up for everybody else, these bootlicking Negroes, they always make sure that they're strident for everyone else. Reparations ought to be something that they all should be talking about. This is something that's actually big. This is something that's actually substantive. These guys looking and going, ooh, we definitely don't want to talk about that. Yeah, so much for being the guy who kicked off the reparations conversation, right? So much for the guy who was supposed to be the one spearheading all of it. He's hiding in the doggone background. He's more interested in what's happening in Palestine than he is what's happening with black folks right here in the United States. Now, these bootlicking Negroes who play this game, it's safe for them to do because the Palestine bandwagon is a fashionable cause for the white left. That's who these guys want to be heroes to. Because regardless of if there's a two-state solution, a one-state solution, or a no-state solution, nothing that happens over there in the Middle East is going to affect what happens here at home. So that being the case, the Ta-Nehisi Coates and the Mark Lamont shills know that it's completely safe for them to let their hearts bleed for Palestine. Meanwhile, if you actually want to change things, you have to change the balance of power in the United States. You're not going to get that from any other constituency. All these other groups are trying to find a comfortable place under white supremacy, and if you truly believe that there's some settler colonialism going on over there, if you truly believe that what's happening in Israel is actually racial and not religious, then you're going to need to actually deal with what's happening over here, because this is what's funding it. The United States is what's funding it. Change the condition of black people in the U.S., and then you will have taken away all the support for the war machine in Israel. But then again, it's all a sideshow, all a distraction. We have these simple-minded slackers like Lamont Hill and Coates losing their little TV gigs, risking that little old TV cable money that they got. But when it comes to black people, you never see them doing the same thing. If these Negroes had a platform at the UN or on TV, why do they never use it to put the Democrats or Republicans on the hot seat about reparations? Yeah, they're willing to lose their doggone livelihoods, allegedly. They're willing to risk their careers for a fight in the desert on the other side of the globe. When the reality is, if you actually wanted to help the Palestinians, then you would be demanding cash reparations for black Americans, because an empowered black community wouldn't be prioritizing the Israeli war machine. We would be keeping that money here at home. But it's very clear to me that many of you like what Coates did, and you like that these Zionist mouthpieces in the white media are angry about what he said. When those who are white supremacist adjacent take one in the teeth, that's fine. But I can't really give Coates a pat on the back for the same reason I couldn't do it for Mark Lamont Hill. You see, when you're black first, that's exactly what it means. Black first. You want me to stick up for your cause? Well, you have to stick up for mine first. Rashida Tlaib only gave one or two very tiny, very empty mentions to the police attacking black people, and she hasn't said one word about cash reparations at all. She is a straight Palestinian advocate, full stop. If anyone should be tripping over their shoelaces to get in our good graces, it ought to be her, but instead, as we see with so many of these immigrants, she's hedging her bets and calculating that she can get what she wants without doing anything to advocate for the tangibles that we're owed. Did you know the Palestinians have a seat in the UN? At least the Palestinian Authority does. Can anyone think of even one time when they have used their position in the UN to stick up for us, to support us? So that being the case, what the hell would we look like being ready to jump out a window to take sides for Palestine? I only support people to the exact same extent that they support me. If they support me a lot, then I'll support them a lot. They support us only part-time, I'll only support them part-time. And if they don't support us at all, don't you dare ask when I'm going to support them. This is the reason why black people need to start being politically mature. And what that means when it comes to all of these allies and such is that we don't get involved in third-party disputes. Why? Because you never see anybody else trying to get involved in ours, certainly not on our side. A lot of those folks who are at each other's throats over there in the Middle East, you let them get over here to the United States, where they're classified as basically white adjacent, and you'll find that they start immediately campaigning for a comfortable place under white supremacy. That's the same thing that the Irish did, same thing the Italians did, the Greeks, and the rest of them. When we talk about economic issues, we better understand everybody else is looking out for their own interests. And part of that means they're all looking to maintain the racial pyramid that is the American social order. Everyone who comes to the U.S. is excruciatingly aware that they stand on a foundation built on anti-black racism. White supremacy has assigned everyone else a higher place than us, and they are aware that their position is artificial. So whether they admit it or not, they're looking at us all the time, just like the white supremacists do. And they're also very scared of the prospect that our position will ever change. That's why we always have all these people who are at each other's throats, be it in Europe, be it in Asia, be it in South America, and yet when they come to the United States, all of a sudden they put that stuff aside. That's because the American social order is organized around the principle of a common enemy. That is black people. You got folks from Asia, whether it be the Koreans and the Japanese. These people hate each other over there, but they come to the United States and all of a sudden they're all able to have hands across America for Peter Liang. That is, as long as he killed a black person. Meanwhile, if you have Asians who have been killed by white people, they don't do that because they understand exactly the rules of racism. One of the best moves that we made was to bury that whole allies line of garbage that Ta-Nehisi Coates and others spout. Black Americans are a group, and groups don't have friends, groups have interest. Coates did not use the media attention that he was getting from his book to advocate for his people. Instead, he wanted to show how altruistic he is and how he cares for everybody equally. The only way that it would be in our interest to take sides with either the Israelis or Palestinians is if either one of them took our side. Then we're sticking up for someone who's helping promote our interests. As it stands, the Palestinians are as aloof and distant from us as the Israelis. So I'm not taking either of their sides. And I'm sure that with a listenership as large and diverse as this one, some of my listeners are perhaps Muslims or immigrants or both, and hence your sympathies are with the Palestinians. I get that. And while you're worrying about people being killed en masse over there, you better start paying attention to how black people are being killed with impunity over here, because this is where you actually live. And not one of your Palestinian spokespeople has made a cause celeb out of that. Be it economic or geopolitical, the only threat to white supremacy is black American empowerment. Everybody else on the planet has either sided with white supremacy or is just trying to swing the best deal they can manage from white supremacy. We, and only we, are actually trying to fight it. Palestinian statehood is not a threat to white supremacy. Practically all of those Arab countries over there are in league with white supremacy. Look at how the Arabs treat the Africans in those countries, if you doubt me. That's why the white media didn't mind having Ta-Nehisi Coates on so he could talk about Palestine, because no matter how that situation shakes out, it's not going to affect white supremacy one iota. Now, cash reparations and the economic empowerment of black Americans, that would change everything. Which is why they didn't have him on to talk about that, and why he didn't volunteer to write a book about it either. This during an election year. You would think that with the 2024 election, and especially what's going on in California, he would be all over it. But he's not. He's looking for a white publisher to give him an advance, and then he's looking for white media networks to give him airtime to promote his book, just like all the rest of these Negroes that you see on white media cable. He's still on team white supremacy. Family, I'm sorry if he got hoodwinked by his phony, overblown political theatrics that took place on that CBS morning show. More people are talking about his book than were before. You think that's some sort of accident? I think they wanted that to happen. If they didn't want him to give his support for the Palestinians, all they had to do was simply not have him on the air. No one would have even known that his book came out. All of these people who you see, these sorry Negroes in front of the TVs, they're not saying anything about cash reparations or anything about specific policies for us. That's deliberate. White supremacy has the luxury of pretending to engage on the issue of Palestine because white supremacy was dominating the world long before there was a state of Israel. And if the Israelis surrender to Hamas tomorrow, white supremacy will still be in charge. And these same Palestinians that a lot of you are looking at as proxies for yourselves, you'll see them put aside all their differences with the Israelis and begin to close ranks against us. Just like all of these other groups who were at each other's throats in the past, as soon as the Irish got here, they made friends with the Anglo-Saxon cousins of their same British oppressors. I keep telling you this. Look at every war the U.S. has had in the 20th century. After those wars, the U.S. would allow those very same ethnic groups that it had beaten up to migrate to the U.S. And when they got here, they didn't join with us. They didn't even treat us with friendliness. They immediately got on code with the dominant society. From the Germans, to the Italians, to the Japanese, to the Koreans, to the Vietnamese, to the Arabs. That's the pattern. Everyone can see it, except for a few soft-minded Negroes. White supremacy is sophisticated. That's why it's proven itself so adept at taking non-white people and then making them into useful idiots for white supremacy. So please don't let any of the chatter about the economy or about foreign affairs make you think that we're supposed to be picking some sort of dog in the fight. The only dog is ours. And ours has been starved for far too long, so it's time that we make sure it gets fed. And that means we focus only on what's in our interest, no matter how much scare talk that we get around the board. If these people are really so worried about Donald Trump and fascism coming to America, then it should be an easy decision for them to sit down with us and say, it's time to break bread. We've held out long as we can. They don't seem to be thinking that there's some sort of truly existential crisis because they're not acting like it. And you shouldn't either. Because as we should all know by now, the cruelest form of trickery is self-deception. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Sabrina Scott, Morris Bodden, Joseph Isaiah, Craig Simmons, and Gordon Gates. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Earning a bachelor's degree doesn't have to put your life on hold. Not only does WGU have a generous transfer policy, but you get to complete coursework whenever works best for you. Learn more and get started at wgu.edu.
Well, tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, in the 2024 election, they have some people already trying to vote, and they're not legally approved to vote. You have a man that come from China that went registered to vote with his college ID, and he went illegally vote in our election that's coming up next week. He did this during early voting. But I want you to hear what happened to that actual vote, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to make a lot of you upset. Let's go and cue that up.
It's hard to walk around a college campus and not realize it's election season. And at the University of Michigan, early voting is already underway.
Everybody here, they shove in your face like, oh, are you voting? Are you voting? Vote early. Like, everybody needs to vote. And like, they don't even ask if you're American. And we have a lot of international students.
A Michigan junior, Max Friedman, was not happy to learn a fellow student from China who is not a U.S. citizen was able to not only register to vote, but also cast a ballot on campus.
So I'm not surprised that it happened, but I'm surprised that like it actually counted and they actually got credit for voting.
According to the Secretary of State's office, the 19-year-old student went to the campus early voting site Sunday, registered to vote using his UMID card, showed documents proving residency in Ann Arbor, and signed a document identifying as a U.S. citizen. Since the ballot was filled out and put into the tabulator, there's no way to take it back, and it will count this election.
I was very surprised. I didn't expect it to be possible because when I voted, it required a lot of proof.
UM freshman Benjamin Zhang spent a decade in China but was born in the U.S. However, he has friends who aren't citizens, like Xing Li, also from China, who said he's not surprised the student who voted is facing a felony charge.
Yeah, I kind of expect that because I know how voting is the right as a citizen, and it's a big deal. So any foreigner don't want to mess with it.
The issue was discovered after the student contacted the Ann Arbor clerk's office and asked to get the ballot back. The clerk then reported it to police.
This is the one time it was documented. How many other times is this happening that we don't really know about?
In a statement, Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson said, quote, "Non-citizen voting is an extremely isolated and rare event. Investigations in multiple states and nationwide have found no evidence of large numbers of non-citizens registering to vote. Even less common is a non-citizen actually casting a ballot. When it does happen, we take it extremely seriously."
Ladies and gentlemen, did you hear that part? That even though this guy illegally voted, they found out, they caught it. They say he got, it was fraud and all of that. His vote would still count. So what's the point of him getting any kind of trouble if it already counted already? Y'all already see what the play is, right? Now, when people was talking about this the last time, saying, hey, man, some people was voting they shouldn't have voted. Oh, that's a lie. That's a conspiracy theory, and yet we have this happen in Michigan. So I tell people, watch it. Why? Because I remember, listen, I knew something was interesting, and I got to be careful how I speak on this platform. When I remember I was watching the election results, and I stayed up late as I could, right? Laying up in my bed. And then I think I maybe fell asleep, maybe late after midnight. And then by the time 7 o'clock in the morning, I said, oh man, let me see what's up with the election results. And every single time it was always overnight, 100,000 some odd votes go to Biden last election. I'm like, why that keep happening? One time like, okay, but then you've seen it over and over and over and over and over. You're like, I've never seen this before. Because usually they can tell you who the winner is election night. So by the time you go to bed, you already know who's the president-elect. You already know. The last election wasn't like that. We've never seen nothing like that before. So for the Secretary of State to know this and them still say, oh, the vote counts. No, you throw that vote out. That's the right way to do it. You can't say, oh, well, we don't know which one is his.
we don't know, so we got to count it. He put his name down. They wrote his name down. Don't give me that you can't remove his stuff out of there. They wrote his name down. They took his ID and everything else, and to make sure, because in order for him to log into the machine, he had to put in information. You go in there, his information, boom, it goes. It's just that simple. No, they don't want to, because maybe he voted in a way that they wanted, him to vote anyway. You understand? And it's safe to say that he voted for the Democrats. But yeah, this stuff is happening, and I'm glad it's being documented, by the local media, so they can't lie and say, "Oh, that's not what happened." But yeah, this election gonna be interesting. It's gonna be very interesting, and it's gonna be, no matter who wins this election, people gonna be upset and sad all the way around. You better believe that. Let's say Vice President Kamala Harris wins this election. Let's say she wins, because you got to prepare your mind for that. If she wins this election, it just in my mind, it's like, what more you got to go through to get it? I'm like, Americans are suffering. Americans are paying the highest prices ever. It's like, do you have to go through a doggone depression for you to get it? Right? I mean, I just, business on, it's a lot of businesses going to close with this woman being in office. I mean, it's a lot of stuff that's going to come down the pipe, with her. And it's like, people don't even see it. And then if Trump get in office, you're going to have a lot of them upset and crashing out and acting a fool and all that. But the only difference with Trump is I feel a little more optimistic with him in office financially. You know what I'm saying? But it's crazy. This situation is utterly crazy. The Democrat Party of today is not the Democrat Party of the past. It's not. And a lot of people are showing up to early voting, but we'll see election night. We'll see. Because I always remember, the popular vote does not win the presidency. Because remember, Hillary Clinton got more popular votes than Donald Trump. She did. She got way more votes cast for her in the 2016 election, but he won the Electoral College. So we don't know what's going to happen with this one. We don't know. They say it's going to be close to the end. But with people illegally voting and it's still able to count, I think some Republican groups need to take that to court, because you may say it's just one vote. It don't matter. One vote can tip election to get electoral votes for a candidate. I think they should be, sued for this, because this is not, to say it's going to count. Yeah, Republicans need to be on that ASAP. Now you talking about democracy. That's protecting democracy. That's protecting democracy at this point, because clearly they don't want to protect democracy, saying that this vote going to count when it's illegal. But people better watch the polls. People better check. People better check the rolls, because
there's a good chance somebody's trying to hack your website right now. You gotta make sure you're covered. I'm talking about enterprise-grade security built into your site and fully managed for you. Check this out. First up, prevention. The Wix platform is secure by design. Security experts are in the dev process, performing threat model, penetration tests, and designing code reviews. And you get a strong encryption for your data in transit and data at rest. E-com sites? Wix is compliant with the highest level of PCI DSS. And it doesn't stop there. The top international privacy and security regulations, they're all in place. You see, it's all about staying ahead of the game, real-time detection. Wix security never sleeps. Never. 24/7, 365. The Security Operations Center is on a mission to monitor and hunt down threats. Plus, anti-DDoS protection, data analysis, machine learning. And let's not forget, the #1 rule in cybersecurity is nobody is 100% unhackable. That's why Wix goes all out with a bug bounty program for independent security researchers, aka ethical hackers. And that's not all. It's time for response. Even in the unlikely event of an extreme situation, your business stays up and running. The IR team gets it done. They're trained to act fast, and there's a BCP for reliable continuation and smooth recovery. So look, you take care of business. Security's on Wix.
I started drinking at a very young age. Just got out of control. I couldn't stop. The night I got my DUI was probably the worst night of my life, but I'm grateful, honestly, that it happened. It saved my life. There are second chances. Vivitrol and counseling, it helps me get to where I am today.
Talk to your healthcare provider about whether once monthly Vivitrol may be right for you. Keep watching for important safety information.
How many of you are familiar with the, I believe it's Secretary of State in Colorado and what's going on over there? Shout out to my man Rob, Black Light Revelations. He's the one that put me on to this story. If you're not familiar with what's going on in Colorado, well, let me introduce you to this story. Now, of all people who broke this story, I was highly shocked and highly surprised that it came from this man right here, Kyle Clark. Kyle Clark is a news anchor, a local news anchor for 9 News Colorado. This man is DNC to the core. He is DNC to the core. But he broke this story and pressed the Colorado Secretary of State, Jenna Griswold, as you can see in this tweet here and in the interview that I'm going to play. Colorado Secretary of State Jenna Griswold called a 2021 leak of voting system passwords by a Republican clerk a serious breach of voting system security protocols. But Griswold tells me that her office leak of voting system passwords is not a serious breach. So when it happened on the Republican side, this was a serious breach. But now when it happens on her side as a Democrat, it's not that big of a deal. But wait, there's more, because there seems to be a pattern with Ms. Griswold, her administration, you can say, and just shenanigans surrounding voting, we'll say. Okay, we have to make sure that we tread lightly when speaking on this stuff on YouTube. Griswold's office has made a series of errors undermining voter confidence, mailing voter registration invites to 30,000 non-citizens, wrongly notifying voters they hadn't voted, and leaking voting machine passwords. I asked Griswold if she will resign. Absolutely not, is what she said. Let's get into this right now. I want to play this clip for you before we continue on with this discussion. Let's jump into this here.
First time that your office has made mistakes that have damaged voters' confidence in our elections. In 2022, your office sent out mailers to 30,000 non-citizens inviting them to register to vote. They, of course, are not eligible to register to vote. That same year, your office used Colorado's ballot tracking system to send messages to specific Coloradans encouraging them to vote when, in fact, they had already voted, causing confusion that had to be cleaned up by the county clerks. And now this leak of the voting system passwords. Given your office's repeated errors that have damaged confidence in our elections, which you say is paramount, will you resign?
Absolutely not, Kyle. And I just want to,
Why would she have to resign when she's Team DNC? I'll let her finish speaking in a moment. I'll let her finish and give her explanation in a moment. But she's Team DNC. Resign for what? As long as we're in power, nothing's going to happen.
Opera GX. Opera GX. Opera GX. Thanks, Opera GX. Opera GX is the best browser available. I switched over a year ago and I've never looked back.
Once you start, there's no going back.
It's light, it's efficient, you can customize it, fully animated wallpapers. I have my own mod in Opera GX, which changes the wallpaper, and it also comes with its own custom theme and sounds. So when you hover over things like the speed dial, it'll change the sound, which you can toggle on or off if you want to. But it also has opening and closing sounds associated with it. Baby! So yeah, it's just a wild and wacky fun thing. There's a huge selection of mods for Opera GX at the Opera GX store.
That's why he's the GOAT!
Like I said, I've recently switched from Google Chrome to Opera GX because Google Chrome just literally blows up my computer, tanks its performance because it's an outrageous resource hog.
We got him.
It has everything you'd want while browsing the web. You can have your messaging apps on the sides where you can talk to your friends while browsing the web without having to switch between tabs or anything like that. It's very convenient.
I got you, homie.
There's also the ability to have the 12 newest uploads from myself in Opera GX. Like, everything is just really cool. Opera GX is the best browser available. It's one that I've been using every single day for the better part of the last 2 years now, and I've never looked back.
At Mercedes-Benz of Westminster, our vehicles represent the pinnacle of luxury and design. We provide a car buying experience that emulates the quality of our vehicles. Mercedes-Benz of Westminster, the #1 selling Mercedes-Benz dealership in the Denver area.
She'll mess around and send another 30,000 voter registration forms to 30,000 non-citizens. Nothing's going to come about it, despite a repeated pattern. These aren't coincidences anymore, in my opinion, what I think, what I believe, what I assume, right? But this isn't just oopsies, right? That's not what this is anymore. She's gone far beyond oopsies at this point. When you're talking about sending out 30,000 voter registration forms to non-citizens, 30,000, you're wrongfully notifying voters that they haven't voted, and you're leaking voting machine passwords. That's a pattern of intentional negligence, in my opinion. That's just what I think, what I believe, what I assume. It's very intentional. This isn't oopsies. And when you're talking about 30,000 mailers going out to 30,000 non-citizens, you're talking about margin of error numbers at this point. Those are margin of error numbers, okay? Those are the numbers that swing a state from left to right. That's the number of mailers that she sent out to non-citizens. But let's let her explain, right? Let's see whatever she's going to say, whatever she's going to talk about. Let's get into this. And also hit the like button if you haven't already. So he asked her, are you going to resign? And she very smugly and arrogantly said, absolutely not.
Absolutely not, Kyle. And I just want to, you're unfairly characterizing and leaving out some crucial information. We came out immediately and said a postcard had been sent out to people who are ineligible. The postcard clearly stated that someone had to be a U.S. citizen. No one tried to register from that group of people. We were actively tracking it. And it became a situation where no one registered. And to push.
That doesn't matter, but I'll get into that in a moment when we hop into another story very similar to this, and I believe it was St. Louis, Missouri.
Back even further, Kyle, Colorado is tied for #1 in confidence in the country in our elections. We have stood up to situations time and time again to protect the right of Coloradans, going over and beyond what anybody would ask of civil servants in this office.
Given the number of fundamental errors that your office has made that have undermined voter confidence in elections, why do you think they keep happening?
Why do errors happen? Kyle, there are...
Because they're intentional, in my opinion, what I think, what I believe, what I assume. I don't know this at the point of fact. It's just what I think, what I believe, and what I assume. Are we still, do we still have the freedom of speech to where you can just, just my assumption of things? I'm sorry. I'll let her continue.
Why do errors happen? Kyle, there are unfortunately situations that arise every election that we are fixing as quickly as possible in the counties and once in a while from my office too.
This ended perfectly, and that is definitely going on a thumbnail for sure. Once again, this isn't oopsies. When the same type of errors, air quote errors, continue to occur surrounding voting, at a certain point, like I said, you got to go past oopsies and just recognize the pattern of something that appears to be happening intentionally and deliberately. And it doesn't matter that apparently, allegedly, because we don't really know this to be, I don't know this to be true. Allegedly, nobody attempted to register, I guess, but that's irrelevant. Even if that's true, you sent out 30,000 registration forms to non-citizens and none of them filled it out. I guess, allegedly, it's irrelevant that none of them filled it out if that's true. And I'm going to get into that in a moment, why it's irrelevant, as I use this next story to piggyback off of this one.
These mushrooms make you feel better. They increase focus and energy while keeping you calm and stress-free. Plus, they cut down on bloat and heal your gut. Wait, and they taste good? Someone should make a coffee out of this stuff. Rise. Feel better.
So how do you like being called garbage?
Well, you know what? I got a thick skin. You can call me something, but don't let me call you something, you know? So turnaround is not always the same. If I was to call a Democrat that, they would be ready to fight, you know? And that's where you have Antifa, they'd be to burn the place down.
Garbage. That's what we're called now. And racists and Nazis. What happened to the Democratic Party of Peace and Unity? Not anymore. So one last day in North Carolina, my home state. We took a final afternoon to drive around here and talk to conservatives and ask them how they feel about being disparaged once again. People here are kind of like, whatever, bring it on. We're going to win. I don't care what they say. It was refreshing. All right, everybody, it's our last stop on the election tour. We're at a polling place here in North Carolina, and there's a lot of people here. Everybody's fired up to vote. They say 2/3 of the state's already voted, and we still have 5 days to go. So we're going to drive around today, and we're going to talk to people in the last weekend here in North Carolina, how they feel about the way the election's going, how they feel about Trump, and most importantly, as you can see, I've got my garbage vest on, how they feel about being called garbage. So the election tour 2024 tour stops right here in North Carolina, everybody. Oh, there it is. We've been looking for this.
Oh, good. Well, come and get your picture taken.
I am.
Good.
We're going to park right now. You know, Joe Biden called you garbage.
Yes, he did. And I've got a vest at home I'm getting ready to put on today and wear the rest of the time because I'm not garbage. They are.
That's right. So how do you like being called garbage? That's what Joe Biden called us all.
Man, I don't care what Joe Biden say. I don't care, bro.
How do you think the country would go if Kamala was running it?
Shit, bro, it'd probably be World War III.
Do you guys worry about that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I got to. Yeah.
Kamala can't talk to any foreign allies.
Yeah.
Like, she's gonna be doing nothing. Right?
And if we get into a war, it's gonna be us fighting in it. I'm not trying to do that.
No. All right. So the other day, Joe Biden called us all garbage. Right. How does that make you feel?
I'm not garbage. I'm an assistant DA by trade and career, and I'm running for DA. So,
do you think that kind of rhetoric is going to backfire against them?
we shall see on November 5th.
Yeah,
right.
That's right. How do you feel about being called garbage by Joe Biden?
I don't care to be called anything by Joe Biden. I think Joe Biden doesn't even know what he's saying. If you want to know the truth about it, that's what I think. The Democrats they're very dirty, you know. And Trump, he's got a big mouth, but we were in good shape with Trump. Kamala Harris has not done anything, and she hasn't proved anything. I mean, I wouldn't hire her on my construction crew. You know what I mean? You know, she's a liar, and it's gonna come out. Tuesday we'll know.
Yeah.
It is offensive, but I'm not going to look for something to cry about.
It doesn't surprise you either.
It doesn't surprise me. That's, it's just that's just tactics because they don't have anything else to say. They can't say, "Oh, look what we've done," or "Look what." It's always, "Oh, let me call you a name," and then you're supposed to really get mad, and then I can then call you another name. And so we've been called deplorables and garbage and every name. But yet you can't call them names. It's all one way. And unfortunately, that's the way it has been. It's been a one-way street, and it's going to only one place, and that's to the garbage.
Why do you think you were called garbage by Joe Biden?
I think that the Republicans are being called garbage by the Democratic Party because, you know, a lot of people have different opinions, but the way the Democratic Party works, if their opinion is not the opinion that everybody likes, then it's not a good opinion at all.
Yeah.
So the way they work is they want people to be on their page or on no page at all.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's other views and other standpoints people have. They might not be garbage just because of that.
Yeah, man. You guys are pretty well informed.
Yeah, we try to be. We you know, this is where we live, so you know, we want to be able to know what we're talking about when we live in our own country. So that's what the Democrats don't know, is what they're talking about.
So Joe Biden called us garbage.
Yes, he did.
How does that make you feel?
Not good, but it doesn't surprise me. I know that that's how he feels about Republicans. So,
do you think it's going to backfire on them at all?
I do. Yeah. You know, the liberal media is going to try to, you know, say that it really is not what he meant to say, but it was pretty clear. Of course, he doesn't know what he's saying, so maybe he didn't mean to say it.
I don't think he was biting kids' feet the other day.
Yes, he was.
Babies, they've lost their minds. I mean, it's like they call us garbage and Nazis and deplorables, and it's just who they think they are.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Joe Biden called us all garbage a couple days ago. How does that make you feel?
Well, you know, I think Joe doesn't know what he's saying half the time. You know, I think we watched this guy, you know, be pushed through for the past 4 years, who was clearly in a mental state. You know, I also saw Joe, what he put on a MAGA hat, or a Trump hat at that one rally, right? I mean, this guy doesn't even know what he's saying. You know, I mean, I'm at this point, it's just, you know, to quote, you know, Donald, he's Sleepy Joe. You know, I mean, he just says this, that, and the other, and it's, you know, it's just like the elder in the room. You just kind of just blow it off.
Do you believe that it's 50-50 in North Carolina? Because we live here. I have seen nothing but Trump support.
Exactly. I don't see hardly any, maybe sporadic here and there, Kamala Harris things, you know, but it's mostly Trump. And I can't understand. I mean, it seems like everyone is Trump that I know and see. So I don't get it. If, like the last time, you know, I'm pretty doggone sure he won, but was cheated out of it. So that's just the way I feel.
How do you feel about being called garbage?
Oh, I really liked that one. That one was pretty good. Those people, man, they just, they're clueless. They're clueless about everything, whether it's the economy, whether it's just everything dealing with, you know, the government and all that stuff, and even just down to earth personal stuff. They're clueless. They don't even know how to talk to people, you know? So that's how I feel.
How do you feel about things?
I feel pretty much the same way.
Yeah. There's a lot of younger people voting for Trump now. Before that wasn't the case. Have you noticed that among your friends?
A little bit. Most of my friends are Trump supporters. I don't really know too many Kamala Harris people.
Being called garbage, how does that make you feel?
I mean, obviously it doesn't sound great, especially from a president as well. I mean, it's just kind of insane to me that a president's calling people garbage in general. I mean, Trump does it too, but I don't know. I feel like there's time and a place for everything. That's definitely not the time or place to do it. And I want to put on the record, I am a registered independent. I don't lean any side. I think right now we have two terrible candidates, but I think Trump is the better of the two, no doubt. I mean, the way I look at it is the sitting vice president isn't going to change anything as president, like if she hasn't done anything for 4 years. So.
Okay, I'm gonna end it now. I'm like completely out of it. I got to get some rest. So thank y'all for tapping in. Let me stay tapped out. Tender bras and Reservoir, you definitely stepped yourself libertarians for forcing that lawsuit. So Thank y'all for tapping in. I do apologize for those wrong. Thank you for trying to clear things up. Thanks for close ourselves with so much left to studio. I apologize, y'all. I'm going to sleep now. But thank you for tuning in to season 4, episode 32, part 2 of the Frontline Black News. Make sure you join us today, later on today, for Survivor's Black Experience Enhanced, where we will be discussing some crazy political times. Please call in, answer comments, questions, and concerns. Call in numbers 516-418-5996. That's one, and we'll be live on air. So, Chan Clement disappears. House District 8 candidate on the ballot for State House of Representatives for District 8 here in the state of Colorado. Signing out from the mall, high income, and illegal migrants for the city. See you on part 3. Peace.